Derek Hunt takes a seat on a rooftop edge, casually watching the sunset over the city. Behind him, his teammate Sylvie is already hard at work prepping for their mission. Sylvie shouts up at him to get moving, her hands glowing with the purple energy of a portal. She warns him that once it's up, he'll only have a few minutes to finish the rescue. Derek just takes a slow gulp of his drink, looking completely unbothered by the rush. He brushes her off with a casual, yeah, clearly having heard this lecture 1,000 times. He hops off the ledge and drops down to the roof where she's working. Looking down at her, he flashes a confident smirk. He reminds her that this isn't exactly his first time having to save her team. Blue sparks dance over his skin as he starts summoning his gear. He makes it sound like a walk in the park, save the day and be back home for dinner. Sylvie just rolls her eyes and mutters an insult under her breath, clearly tired of his attitude. The air ripples as the portal finally stabilizes, flooding the rooftop with a blinding purple light. Derek manifests his heavy plate armor and dual-bladed weapon, looking every bit the top-tier warrior. With a final "it's go time," he readies himself. He steps forward and vanishes into the swirling center of the vortex. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a literal hellscape. The ground rumbles and the air is thick with ash as the remnants of a battle struggle to breathe. One warrior lies battered and bloodied on the ground, his armor shattered as he gasps for air in the middle of the fire. Massive, demonic beasts roar in the background, their forms silhouetted against the glowing lava as they close in. The wounded soldier is drenched in sweat and blood, staring down the monsters with a look of pure exhaustion. Nearby, Derek curses his luck, his voice cracking as he watches the mission fall apart. Surrounded by a literal army of monsters in a world of fire, he's a long way from that confident guy on the rooftop. Years, or maybe even decades later, Derek sits alone in the vast emptiness of the void. In this endless darkness, the memory of that day still plays on loop in his head. He meditates in the silence, his body now covered in glowing, web-like marks. What was supposed to be a quick job became a permanent exile. Now sporting a beard and a much harder expression, he stares into the dark. He bitterly regrets ever trying to be a hero. Images of the past flicker through the darkness, Sylvie screaming for him to reach the portal before it's too late. He remembers the faces of the teammates he tried to protect as the monsters closed in. Back then, he was one of the strongest system users alive. In the present, he groans and shuts his eyes tight. He really thought he could save everyone. The memory of his desperate final moments comes back, fighting off a horde just to create a small opening for the others. He grits his teeth, calling himself an idiot for the choices he made that day. He sees himself again, dragging a wounded soldier toward the light and promising they'd make it. They were so close to the exit, just a few more steps until they reached safety. The present Derek whispers, "Liar," disgusted by the empty promise he made to his friends. In the memory, a monster suddenly lunges and tears through the person Derek was trying to save. The younger Derek looks on in pure shock, his eyes wide as he realizes he's failed. He turns back to see the portal nearly gone, leaving him stranded in the middle of the slaughter. He growls in the dark, his face twisting as the memory of his isolation eats at him. He remembers the frantic sprint, his younger self pushing past his limits to reach the shrinking circle of light. He reached out with everything he had, screaming as the exit began to vanish. His hand was inches away from the portal, straining to catch even a sliver of the light. But with a sharp snap, the gateway collapsed entirely. The light vanished, leaving nothing but silence. Derek's eye goes wide with shock as he realizes he's officially stuck. Derek stares at his scarred fist, the memory still fresh and painful. He looks up into the empty expanse, haunted by the what-ifs of that day. His eyes are wide and bloodshot, his breathing coming in ragged gasps as the trauma hits him all over again. He slams his fists into the nothingness, collapsing under the weight of his isolation. He wonders if he was just too weak, or if there was something more sinister at play, like a betrayal he never saw coming. But he shakes it off and grips his weapon, trying to convince himself that his mind is just playing tricks on him again. Derek Hunt crouches in the purple expanse of the void, scratching tally marks into the darkness. He tells himself that Sylvie and the others must be looking for him, and any day now, they'll open a portal to bring him home. The tally marks stretch out behind him in long, glowing rows, marking the passage of an impossible amount of time. He stares into the black hole of the void, waiting for a sign of rescue that hasn't come. The scratch marks begin to fade away, dissolving into the swirling energy of the dimension. It's as if the void itself is trying to erase any record of his existence. Derek lunges forward, his face tight with a mix of frustration and focus. He's lost track of whether he's been trapped here for months or decades, but he refuses to let his skills go to waste. He swings his glaive through the darkness, practicing the same forms until the weapon feels like a natural part of his body. Every strike is a desperate attempt to stay sharp in a world with no enemies to fight. When he isn't training, he meditates for days on end. It's the only way he can keep his mind from snapping under the weight of the total isolation. He pushes his physical form to its absolute peak, growing stronger than he ever thought possible back when he relied on the system. His skin is covered in deep, glowing cracks, a physical manifestation of the raw power he's cultivating. Blue lightning crackles around him as he executes a powerful downward strike. He alternates between deep meditation and intense practice, using the silence as his master. He lands a heavy blow, shockwaves of energy rippling through the purple space. He clings to the hope that one day he'll finally get to see the sun again. Suddenly, a sharp chime echoes through the darkness, followed by a pulse of red light. Derek freezes, his eyes widening at the unexpected sound. He looks up, sweat dripping down his face as he stares at the air in front of him. A holographic box has appeared, flickering with a warning. The red notification box delivers a devastating message. The system has detected that its host is moving out of range. Derek stares at the words, his heart sinking. The warning repeats, its red glow casting harsh shadows across the void. It's a formal confirmation of his worst fear: he's drifting too far away to ever be found. Multiple error messages flood his vision as the connection begins to fail. Derek panics, pleading with the interface as if it could actually hear his desperation. The notifications warn him to move back into range immediately, but there's nowhere for him to go. He watches as the last link to his former life starts to dissolve. He grabs at his head, his face contorted as the final box appears. The connection is lost, and the system, his only companion in the dark, is gone. Tears stream down his face as he looks up into the empty purple sky. He begs the darkness not to take the system away, but there's no response. He slams his hand into the ground, a burst of energy shattering the surface. The realization hits him like a physical blow: there really is no escape from this place. Derek looks at his hands, watching as his own vitality works to stitch his cracked skin back together. He realizes that in this place, his high stats are both a blessing and a curse. Flickering images of his past self and his former comrades appear like shards of a broken mirror. He wonders if it even matters how strong he becomes if he's destined to rot here alone. The cracks in his skin continue to spread, glowing with a faint purple light. He watches as the manifestations of the void slowly fade away into the distance. Derek stares with blank, tired eyes as he finally reaches his breaking point. He whispers to the silence that he's giving up and just wants to die. He floats aimlessly in the cosmic soup, his weapon drifting alongside him. He's felt himself losing his grip on reality once before, and he can feel it happening again. The screen goes black as he slips quietly into the deep darkness of his own despair. A jagged bolt of purple energy tears through the void, looking like a crack in the very fabric of space. It's as if the dimension itself is calling out to him. Derek snaps out of his stupor, his eyes wide as he looks toward the source of the light. He feels a sudden, jarring pull back to consciousness. He answers the call, focusing his gaze on the glowing rift in the distance. It's the first time in years that anything in the void has changed. A massive crack splits the purple sky, spiderwebbing out from a central point. Derek watches with bated breath as the sound of tearing space echoes through the dimension. Derek looks up at the rift, sweat beading on his forehead as he wonders if he's just hallucinating. He can't believe what he's seeing. His eye catches a faint gleam coming from the center of the crack. It's a spark of real, physical light that doesn't belong in the void. He breaks into a manic grin, realizing that the crack isn't reforming like everything else in this place. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. He summons his armor and weapon, blue energy swirling around him with newfound intensity. He's decided right then and there that he's getting out, no matter what it takes. Derek spins his glaive, built-up energy crackling along the blade. He doesn't care where the rift leads. Anywhere is better than here. He lets out a wild laugh and slams his weapon into the rift, the impact sending shards of space flying. He's officially done with staying in his prison. He swings again, his blade biting deep into the edge of the crack. He'd rather face death on the other side than spend another second in this silence. Suddenly, Derek pauses, his expression shifting to one of confusion. Something large is moving behind the broken fabric of the void. A massive explosion of light and energy erupts from the rift, catching Derek completely off guard. A beam of intense power blasts toward him from the other side. The force of the blast knocks him back, and he lets out a pained cry as he's engulfed in the flare. The impact is real, and the pain is the most grounded thing he's felt in years. Derek shakes his head, trying to clear the spots from his vision as he looks at his armored arms. He realizes this definitely isn't another hallucination. A monstrous, multi-eyed creature lets out a deafening roar as it forces its way through the hole in the void. It's a massive predator of the darkness, and it doesn't look happy about the intrusion. Derek watches as the void beast claws its way further into the dimension, its red eyes fixed on him. He dryly notes that this isn't exactly a friendly greeting. The beast lets out a low, menacing snarl barring rows of razor-sharp teeth. Its eyes glow with a hostile red light, and it readies itself to lunge. Derek Hunt stares at the creature with a sharp, cracked smile, his eyes glowing with an intense blue light. He challenges the beast, mockingly offering to teach it some manners as he readies himself for battle. He lets out a low chuckle, his gaze fixed on his opponent. Without the system to guide him, he is eager to see just how strong he has truly become after decades of solitary training. With a powerful whoosh, Derek is thrown back through the purple expanse, his body cutting through the void energy. He remains poised despite the chaotic movement of the dimension around him. The monster lets out a low growl as a sphere of searing orange energy forms within its massive maw. It prepares a devastating point-blank attack aimed directly at the intruder. A massive shockwave erupts as the energy blast connects, a smash sound effect marking the point of impact. The void is briefly overtaken by a blinding white-pink flare that consumes the area. Derek's face is etched with pure focus, his blue eye shimmering with a dangerous red glint. He remains undeterred by the massive explosion he just weathered, his resolve hardening. The monster unleashes another torrent of energy, the blast tearing through the space with a loud VOOM. Vibrant pink trails of power spiral out from the creature's mouth in a destructive wave. Derek moves with blinding speed, a series of dashes and dodges allowing him to navigate the deadly energy field. He weaves through the beams as they carve paths through the darkness, his instincts perfectly sharp. He realizes he won't be able to avoid the next impact in time and grinds his teeth in frustration. He tenses his muscles and prepares to take the full force of the coming blow head-on. A thunderous kaboom rings out as the energy detonates directly against his arm. The force of the blast creates a massive, jagged cloud of purple and white light that engulfs him. Derek is sent tumbling through the air, groaning from the sheer impact of the attack as he lets out a pained "Gah!" He struggles to regain his footing while floating through the swirling white mists of the explosion. The monster looms over the fallen warrior, its presence suffocating and menacing. Derek stares back with a defiant expression, calling the creature a big ugly bastard as he slowly rises. He lets out a pained groan as he gingerly touches his face, feeling the sting of the encounter. He admits to himself that the beast is far too tangible to be a mere hallucination. Derek's expression shifts to one of surprise as he looks down at his gloved hand. He notices something that has been absent for an impossibly long time in this void. He stares at his palm, realization dawning as he sees the fresh blood staining his hand. He whispers to himself that he is actually bleeding, a physical sensation that confirms his reality. A dark, satisfied grin spreads across his face as he laughs to himself. He decides that the presence of real blood makes the creature's existence a complete and welcome certainty. The mental fog that had plagued him for decades suddenly lifts, leaving his mind sharp and focused. The despair that once held him is replaced by a cold, clear determination. Blue lightning crackles around Derek as he stands tall, his glaive held firmly. He remarks that death would be as good an escape as any other, his eyes glowing with a powerful, renewed intensity. A deep rumble vibrates through the air as the monster's core pulses with a malevolent pink light. The energy continues to build within its massive frame, shaking the surrounding space. The monster raises its clawed hand, channeling the building energy for another massive strike. It prepares to crush the human once and for all with its overwhelming power. With a sharp crunch, Derek's boot finds purchase on a fragment of floating rock in the void. He uses the makeshift ground to pivot and prepare his final counterattack. Derek launches himself into the air with incredible force, his cape fluttering behind him. He reflects on the decades of isolation he has endured while he dives toward his foe. The monster releases a deafening roar, its multiple red eyes glowing with predatory rage. It charges its energy for a final, desperate blast to stop the warrior's advance. Derek descends like a comet, a brilliant trail of light following his every movement. He thinks back on the sanity and the will to live he nearly lost in this dark prison. He plummets toward the monster's open mouth, completely unbothered by the beam of energy firing upward. He is a blur of motion and raw, uncontrolled power. His face is a mask of pure determination as he pushes his body far beyond its previous limits. He offers a simple ultimatum to the beast: either it kills him or it falls. A gargantuan explosion of pink and white light fills the void with a deafening doom. The force of the impact shatters the reality around the two combatants as they clash. Derek stares through the blinding glare, his voice steady as he demands the monster get out of his way. His white-hot eyes burn with an intensity that rivals the massive explosion. A catastrophic kaboom marks the end of the struggle as the energy ripples outward in jagged waves. The force of the detonation tears the void asunder, creating a path to the outside. The dimension rumbles as pieces of reality crumble and drift away into the darkness. A massive plume of smoke and light signals the finality of Derek's battle. Derek leaps across the remaining debris with fluid, powerful movements as he nears the center of the rift. He knows that the moment of his departure has finally arrived. He looks ahead with a grim, focused expression, the blue lightning still dancing across his armor. He has finally reclaimed his purpose and is ready to leave the darkness behind. With a final, explosive surge, Derek breaks through the barrier of the void dimension. He flies toward the brilliant light of the new world, leaving the monster and his prison behind. He bursts through the rift with a triumphant shroom, the light of a real sun illuminating his form. The air of the world beyond the void finally touches his skin as he emerges. Derek laughs wildly, the sound echoing through the air as he finally sees the sun once more. He has escaped the endless night and reclaimed his freedom at last. He floats high above a vast, lush forest, the sunset painting the sky in vibrant shades of orange and pink. He lets out a jubilant shout of freedom, savoring the sight of the world. A short while earlier, a jagged crack splits the sky above the serene forest with a loud krrrackk. Lightning dances around the rift as it begins to open in the clear air. Thomas runs through the dense undergrowth, gasping for breath as he flees from an unseen threat. He looks back over his shoulder, wondering if he has finally lost his pursuer. The sound of rustling leaves follows him as he pushes through the branches, his heart racing. He curses his luck for wandering so far away from the safety of his village. He trips near the edge of a rocky ledge, his foot catching on a loose stone as he tries to keep his pace. He laments his decision to leave home as he begins to lose his balance. With a dull thud, Thomas falls down the steep, rocky slope, his body hitting the hard ground. He grunts in pain, unable to stop his tumble toward the bottom of the cliff. He reaches the bottom and lets out a sharp gasp, his chest heaving as he looks up with wide, terrified eyes. Something in the forest has caught his attention, freezing him in place with shock. Thomas stands precariously atop a jagged rocky peak, his chest heaving with every huff as he gasps for air. High above him, a purple rift begins to crack the sky, raining debris down onto the mountainside. A blue forest beast, a predatory creature with sleek blue fur and glowing red eyes, lunges toward the boy with a powerful whoom. Thomas cowers on the ledge, staring in terror as he realizes he has nowhere left to run. Thomas loses his footing and tumbles backward into the brilliant light, letting out a desperate "Aughhh" as he falls toward the base of the cliff. Large chunks of the cliff face crumble and shatter as the boy descends, the rocks grinding against each other in his wake. The blue forest beast lands heavily on a rocky outcrop, its sharp claws scraping against the stone as it keeps its gaze fixed on its prey. The beast unleashes a guttural grrrgh while lunging down the slope after the falling boy. Below, Thomas screams for help as the predator closes the distance between them. Thomas drags himself through the water at the bottom of the slope, gasping for breath. He whispers to himself that he is still alive, though he is barely able to stay upright. A sudden flash of light in the sky catches his attention, and he looks up with a shocked expression. A bright, sparking rift opens directly above the river, pulsing with electrical energy. A thunderous krk boom shatters the air as a massive bolt of energy strikes the water. The impact creates a gargantuan ker-splash, sending a column of light and water high into the air. Through the whoosh of the settling mist, Derek Hunt appears in his full silver and dark gray armor. He stands with his back to the boy, gripping a massive glaive as Thomas cries out in alarm. Thomas begins to shudder as he cowers on the riverbank, his eyes wide with fear. He thinks back on the wolf he just escaped, only to find himself in the presence of someone far more imposing. Derek Hunt stands tall amidst the electrical discharge, his blue eyes glowing through the slit of his helm. Thomas is paralyzed, convinced that a demon has just descended from the sky to finish what the beast started. A ding echoes through the forest as a red system window appears before Derek Hunt. It displays a stark message: "Error invading system detected." Derek's skin is dry and cracked, showing the strain of his journey through the void. A close-up of Derek's narrowed blue eye reveals his confusion as he reads the strange system prompt. He wonders what is happening as he struggles to comprehend his new surroundings. With a sudden whoosh, Derek Hunt is yanked upward by an unseen force toward the purple rift. He is pulled through the air, his cape trailing behind him as the forest falls away. Derek Hunt grits his teeth in frustration, his expression one of pure confusion as he is dragged into the sky. He curses, unable to understand why he is being pulled away just moments after reaching the surface. Thomas hides behind a thick tree trunk, letting out a sharp gasp as he watches the armored man vanish into the rift. He remains hidden, his face pale as he tries to process the impossible events. A massive kaboom rocks the entire forest as a pillar of blinding pink energy strikes the riverbank. The explosion consumes the area where Derek Hunt stood just moments earlier, leaving only destruction in its wake. Derek Hunt lies motionless on a bed of jagged white rocks, finally back in the physical world after his long exile. Around him, the dense forest is quiet, but the peace isn't going to last long. An undead forest wolf stands nearby, shaking its mangy fur. It's covered in scars and dried blood, looking like it hasn't had a decent meal in weeks. The predator locks eyes with its target, its glowing yellow gaze fixed on the unconscious man. Derek's ice-blue eyes stare back, cold and unfazed by the threat. The wolf looms over him on the hillside, letting out a low, guttural growl that echoes through the clearing. Derek doesn't move a muscle, his body still adjusting to the weight of reality. His mind drifts back to the void, a place where he was trapped for what felt like an eternity. He was stripped bare and stretched thin, his very existence pushed to the breaking point. He remembers being nothing more than broken fragments drifting in the endless dark. He wonders if everything he once knew, every piece of his former life, has simply vanished. Faint memories of his system and his home flicker like dying embers. He spent so long in the lightless dimension that the concept of a normal life feels alien now. The purple cracks of the void still haunt his vision, symbols of the power he forged in isolation. He can't help but question if his entire past was just some fevered dream he made up to stay sane. But the physical world has a very painful way of reminding him it's real. The wolf lunges forward, sinking its teeth deep into Derek's armored arm with a sickening crunch. Derek doesn't even flinch. Instead, he groans and asks for 5 more minutes. He's treating a lethal ambush like a morning alarm he's not ready to answer. The wolf is visibly confused, its jaws locked onto his arm as it continues to gnaw. It expects a scream of agony, but Derek just lies there, completely unbothered by the level 53 monster. A smirk plays on his face as he starts to chuckle, telling the beast to stop because the biting actually tickles. Decades of training in the void have made his body harder than any armor. The creature growls in frustration, its eyes glowing with malice as it tries to tear through his flesh. It's a mindless undead predator, and it doesn't like being laughed at by its dinner. Derek's expression suddenly turns cold as he commands the wolf to stop. The playful tone is gone, replaced by the sheer authority of a man who killed godlike beasts for sport. With a blindingly fast movement, he reaches up and seizes the wolf by the throat. The impact sends a shockwave through the air, instantly pinning the beast's head back. From the safety of the bushes, a young boy named Thomas watches in absolute horror. To him, Derek doesn't look like a hero. He looks like a demon who just caught a monster with his bare hands. Derek stares at the wolf with a look of pure boredom, completely ignoring the boy hiding nearby. He's more annoyed by the disruption of his nap than the actual threat of the beast. He hoists the massive undead forest wolf into the air by its scruff as if it were nothing but a stray puppy. He even mocks it, calling it a good boy, while it flails helplessly in his grip. The wolf snarls and snaps its jaws, desperate to sink its teeth back into his throat. Derek just grins, clearly finding the creature's struggle more amusing than dangerous. The surrounding woods are a grim sight, filled with withered trees and a lingering sense of death. This isn't the vibrant world he remembers. Something has gone terribly wrong here. Evidence of slaughter is everywhere, with skulls and bones scattered across the forest floor. A large centipede crawls through the eye socket of a human remains, signaling long-term decay. Derek sits on a rock, still holding the growling wolf, and mutters about how beautiful and loud everything is. The sensory input of the physical world is overwhelming after so much silence. He looks at the wolf again, coming to the realization that this isn't a dream after all. The weight of the air and the smell of the forest prove he's finally made it back. A familiar sensation tingles in his mind, and he realizes his system has somehow returned. He's confused, wondering why it would manifest now after abandoning him for decades. He opens his status window and is shocked to see he's back at level 0. Despite the low level, his base stats are astronomical, reflecting the raw power he gained in the void. Derek tries to summon a weapon, hoping his old skills are still tucked away in his memory. He grabs a makeshift spear and prepares to test his abilities on the surrounding trees. He swings with all his weight, trying to trigger an energy slash. But nothing happens. The spear just cuts the air, and his old system seems completely offline. Derek stands there in stunned silence, the wolf behind him looking just as confused as he is. He's a god-tier warrior who can't even pull off a basic beginner skill. In a fit of frustration, he starts swinging wildly, shouting the skill name over and over. He's like a glitching character in a game, trying to force a command that the world won't recognize. Suddenly, a sharp pain lances through his head, and purple lightning sparks around his body. He clutches his face, his teeth gritted as two different powers fight for dominance within him. A red error window flashes in his mind. Invading system detected. It seems the world's great system has recognized him as a foreign threat that needs to be neutralized. Derek wonders if his original power from the void has somehow merged with this new world system. He's an anomaly, a level 0 with the stats of a final boss and no working skills. He sits back down, holding the wolf like a pet, as he tries to process his situation. He has no idea where he is or how he's supposed to navigate a world that thinks he's in error. The sound of a snapping twig breaks his concentration. Someone is nearby, and they're moving through the brush with a lot of noise. Derek spins around, his gaze sharp and dangerous as he looks for the source of the sound. The wolf snarling on his arm only adds to his intimidating appearance. Thomas stumbles out into the clearing and immediately drops to his knees, begging for his life. He thinks he's just walked into a demon's den and expects to be eaten on the spot. Derek just looks at the kid with a confused expression, completely baffled by the reaction. He doesn't realize that to a normal person, he looks like a monster playing with its prey. Thomas sniffles, his voice trembling as he asks if Derek really isn't a man-eating demon. He's seen what the undead can do, and this strange man is even scarier than them. Derek stands up, gesturing to himself and the mangled wolf still biting his arm. He asks what part of this scene makes him look like a demon, genuinely unaware of how insane he appears. The undead forest wolf chooses that moment to bark aggressively at Thomas, scaring the poor boy half to death again. It's still trying to exert some dominance even while being carried. Derek shakes the wolf like a disobedient pet, telling it to be quiet while Thomas watches in disbelief. The kid is now convinced that he hasn't just met a demon, he's met a total lunatic. Derek Hunt reaches out a hand, apologizing for the scare while introducing himself. Thomas is still a bit shaken, but he manages to get his own name out. Derek asks the boy what level he is, confused about why he's so terrified of a monster he's casually holding in one hand. He clearly doesn't realize how dangerous the beast looks to anyone else. Thomas admits he's still level 0 since he hasn't reached the age of 13 yet. In this world, the system doesn't just hand out power to everyone from birth. Derek is stunned to learn about the age restriction. Thomas explains that you have to turn 13 and then kill a creature just to finally unlock your system. The requirement to kill a creature to unlock the system weighs on Derek's mind. It's a brutal entry fee for a world that claims to be orderly. He looks down at the undead forest wolf, realizing that for a kid like Thomas, a beast like this is a death sentence, not an initiation. With a sharp, sickening crack, Derek snaps the wolf's neck like a dry twig. He's finished playing around with the little guy now that he has the information he needs. Thomas is horrified by the sudden violence, asking why Derek killed it after treating it like a pet for so long. Derek just reminds him that it was a monster, not a toy. The wolf lies dead in the dirt, its glowing eyes finally extinguished. Derek stands over it, unfazed by the kill. He calls the boy naive, pointing out that at level 0, the wolf would have torn Thomas to shreds the second Derek let go. He needs a moment to process what happens next. A blue system window flashes with a massive reward. Since the wolf was level 53, Derek has earned the Giant Slayer achievement and instantly reached level 1. Multiple level-up notifications stack up in his vision as he gains experience. Derek starts laughing, realizing that his power-leveling journey has just begun. Suddenly, red error screens appear, warning of a threat that the new system is trying to suppress. Derek's expression shifts to one of curious surprise. The blue system window confirms that the threat has been suppressed for now. Derek watches the digital battle for his soul with interest. He realizes his original void-forged system is still there, hiding under the surface. The New World system simply wasn't strong enough to delete it. A dangerous smirk spreads across his face as he comes to terms with his new reality. He doesn't just have a system, he has two of them running in parallel. A loud grumble from Thomas's stomach breaks the silence in the forest. The kid is clearly at his limit after running for his life. Thomas blushes with embarrassment, looking down as his hunger betrays him in front of the powerful stranger. Derek asks if he's hungry, and the boy admits he's absolutely starving. It's time for a proper meal before they continue their journey. A fire roars to life in their camp, casting long shadows against the surrounding trees. The warmth is a welcome change from the cold forest air. Derek roasts a massive leg from the wolf over the open flames, while Thomas watches from the side. He even hands the boy a glowing bottle of water to help him recover. Thomas gulps down the water like his life depends on it. Derek watches him carefully, warning him to slow down before he makes himself sick. The kid stops mid-gulp, looking up at Derek with a bashful expression. He's starting to realize this demon might actually be a decent guy. Derek finishes his own drink, his mind already working on his next move. He needs to find a way to access the full power of his original system. He decides to try buying a skill from the great system to see if it triggers anything. He focuses on meditation, a skill he already mastered decades ago in the void. He spends his one skill point and clicks yes on the interface. He's hoping that the two systems will finally start to sync up. A massive pulse of energy echoes through his mind as the system detects his dormant void skill. The process of merging the two different versions of meditation begins instantly. A bolt of ethereal energy strikes Derek, making him gasp in pain. Thomas is terrified, thinking his new friend is choking on the water he just gave him. The blue system window confirms that the skills have been successfully merged. The reaction is violent, but the results are already showing. Derek is left gasping for air, clutching his head as the pain starts to recede. He manages to tell the boy he's fine, though his skin is still shimmering with residue power. The merger was more successful than he ever imagined. His meditation skill has instantly jumped to level 20 and evolved into greater meditation. He realizes that his old skills are still there, just buried under the surface of the new system. Buying similar skills from the new system is the key to unlocking his true power. The red error windows continue to flare up as the system tries to suppress the threat of his evolving soul. Derek just watches them with a cold, analytical eye. The suppression notification flashes again, but Derek isn't worried. He's already figured out the cheat code for this world's rules. A confident grin spreads across his face as he looks toward the future. He's not just going to reclaim his old strength, he's going to be even more powerful than before. A pair of futuristic mana clippers glows with a soft light. Thomas is hesitant, worried about slipping while they're on the move. Derek is marching through the woods with Thomas on his shoulders while casually eating a roasted leg. He tells the boy the mana clippers will do all the work, so he just needs to keep moving them. He tells Thomas to keep talking about this place as they walk. He promised to get the boy home safely, but he's charging for the service with information. Thomas holds the buzzing clippers with both hands, looking incredibly focused. He agrees to tell Derek everything he knows about the world and the system. Clumps of dark hair fall as the buzz cut starts to take shape. Thomas continues his story, explaining that every aspect of life is ruled by the great system. He recalls how his grandfather spoke about the system being fair and equal for everyone. In those stories, people celebrate the classes and skills they're granted at 13. But the reality is much darker than the stories. Thomas knows the truth. The nobles use the great system to hog all the power, leaving commoners with nothing but scraps. In the world Thomas describes, the powerful use their status to chain down commoners, effectively cheating the system to ensure their dominance remains unchallenged. Individuals are kept in literal and metaphorical bonds, prevented from ever rising above their station. Nobles find ways to stack the deck, giving their children easy victories over caged beasts to widen the gap between the elite and the poor. It's a rigged game where the strong are handed power while everyone else is left to struggle. Thomas gets worked up as he talks about the damn nobles, his movements becoming more aggressive with the mana clippers. He's clearly venting years of frustration as he continues to buzz through Derek's hair. Tears well up in the boy's eyes as he mentions his parents, the weight of his personal losses surfacing. The mention of his family seems to be the breaking point for his composure. Derek suddenly shouts, warning Thomas to watch where he's cutting as the boy's trembling hands slip. Terrified, Thomas immediately starts pleading for his life, certain that he's just signed his death warrant by nicking the demon. Derek holds up a small hand mirror, inspecting the damage with a calm, analytical gaze. He tells the boy to relax, nodding that he wouldn't kill someone over something so trivial, especially not before seeing how the rest of the haircut turned out. Thomas stands behind him, paralyzed with fear and wondering if Derek is actually joking or just prolonging the inevitable. The tension in his small frame is visible as he waits for a final judgment. Derek looks at his clean-cut reflection and smirks, satisfied with the results. He jokingly tells the trembling boy that he gets to live another day, his new look giving him a much more human appearance. The sun begins to set over the horizon, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and orange. They've been traveling for a while, and the forest is finally starting to thin out. Derek shakes Thomas awake after the boy had drifted off on his back. They've reached the outskirts of civilization, but the atmosphere feels heavy and wrong. They stand before a dilapidated wooden house on the edge of the woods. It looks abandoned and half-destroyed, a grim welcome to the area Thomas calls home. A weathered signpost points toward various local settlements, including one marked Reina's. The wood is cracked, and the names are roughly carved, matching the general state of neglect in the area. Thomas rubs the sleep from his eyes, confirming that he's from the village nearby. He sounds relieved to be back, though he hasn't fully registered the state of the building in front of them yet. His eyes suddenly widen as he sees something through the open doorway of the ruined house. The color drains from his face as a sudden, sharp realization hits him. Thomas leaps off Derek's shoulders and dashes toward the house, screaming a name into the silent air. Derek is left standing there, startled by the boy's sudden frantic movement. The boy's feet pound against the dirt as he races toward the blood-stained ground inside. He's calling out for a Mr. Jones, his voice filled with desperation. Thomas bursts through the doorway, the bright afternoon sun illuminating a scene of absolute carnage. The interior of the house is a wreck, covered in shadows and signs of a struggle. A man lies motionless on the floor, surrounded by a large pool of darkening blood. The silence in the room is deafening, broken only by Thomas's shallow, panicked breathing. Mr. Jones is dead, his body twisted at an unnatural angle against the wooden floorboards. It's a brutal, senseless death that speaks of a monster far more dangerous than a lone wolf. Thomas stares at the body in mute horror, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. Tears flow freely down his face as he faces the first of what may be many tragedies. Derek places a heavy hand on the boy's shoulder, offering a rare moment of silent comfort. He asks if this man was the grandfather Thomas had mentioned earlier. Thomas shakes his head, explaining that Mr. Jones was just a kind old neighbor. Despite his grief, he's trying to make sense of how this could have happened. The boy cries out in disbelief, noting that Mr. Jones was nearly level 30. To him, that was a high level that should have guaranteed safety from the local wildlife. Derek's expression is one of genuine curiosity as he asks if 30 is supposed to be considered strong. His perspective on power is fundamentally different from everyone else in this world. Thomas spins around, shouting that level 30 meant nothing in the forest should have even been able to scratch him. He's struggling to reconcile his understanding of the system with the corpse at his feet. Derek leans against the doorframe, arms crossed, asking if Thomas is absolutely sure about that assessment. He knows something the boy doesn't, and it's about to shatter his worldview. He reminds Thomas that the wolf he killed earlier was level 53. The image of the beast being crushed in Derek's bare hands flashes through his mind as he delivers the cold truth. Thomas is stunned, whispering that such a thing should be impossible. He refuses to believe that monsters of that level are roaming so close to his village. The realization hits like a physical blow. If what Derek says is true, then his entire village is in mortal danger and needs to be warned immediately. Blood smears across the wooden walls, a silent testament to the violence that occurred. The fading sunlight through the door only makes the stains look more gruesome. Derek looks out at the darkening forest, wondering if the boy even has a home left to return to. The scale of the destruction suggests this wasn't an isolated incident. Deep within the twisted woods, a strange green orb pulses with an eerie, rhythmic hum. It hangs in the air, casting a sickly light over the tangled branches and gnarled roots. Another undead forest wolf creeps through the shadows, its yellow eyes fixed on the glowing orb. The creature seems drawn to the source of the unnatural power. The wolf sniffs at the orb, its movements cautious and predatory. It sensed the immense energy radiating from the small, floating object. The wolf's ear twitches as a new presence enters its territory. Something massive is approaching through the thick undergrowth, moving with a heavy, purposeful gait. The wolf lets out a low, menacing snarl, baring its blood-stained teeth. It's ready to defend its find, unaware of the scale of the threat that has just arrived. A towering figure draped in shadows looms over the wolf, its presence radiating a cold, green aura. Glowing skulls are embedded into its massive, spectral form. With a thunderous slam, the entity's hand crushes the wolf into the dirt. A burst of green energy erupts from the impact, obliterating the smaller monster in an instant. The forest itself seems to shudder under the weight of the newcomer's power. The trees groan and the ground trembles as the true master of the woods reveals itself. Close up, the creature is revealed to be a skeletal nightmare with a jaw full of jagged teeth and glowing green mist pouring from its hollow mouth. It lets out a guttural, terrifying sound that echoes through the trees. The undead knight stands tall, its skeletal frame clad in dark armor and wreathed in blue-green flames. Its emerald eyes burn with a cold, malevolent light as it prepares to lead its horde toward the unsuspecting village. A golden sun rises over a tranquil mountain village, bathing the valley in peaceful morning light. A heavy basket of laundry drops onto the dusty ground with a splash of soapy water. Mallory Fields wipes the sweat from her forehead, checking if her daughter is actually up for the task. Brandy Fields hoists the wet clothes with a confident grin, eager to put her newly unlocked system to the test. Her mother gives her a proud pat on the head, though Brandy's legs are clearly wobbling under the weight. As they walk through the quiet streets, Mallory suggests that a little charm might get her some leather from her father's next hunt. Brandy is thrilled at the prospect, imagining how quickly her leatherworking skill will climb. The excitement dies down when Mallory mentions that skinning the beast is part of the job. The reality of the process hits Brandy hard, and her bright expression vanishes instantly. She looks genuinely disturbed, the gruesome details of the craft finally clicking in her young mind. 2 weeks before that, Travis was already taking his daughter out to teach her how to contribute to the village. He leads her into the tall grass and points out a small creature, a level 10 monster for her first kill. It's a fluffy fox, and the system rewards her with a lesser giant slayer achievement for taking it down. But the sight of the dead animal just leaves Brandy in tears, wishing she'd spent her skill points on something else. Mallory tries to comfort the sobbing girl as they walk home, quietly blaming Travis for picking such a cute target. Back in the present, the peaceful memories are shattered by the sound of a violent crash. Travis bursts through the chaos, blood staining his shirt as he screams for Mallory to take the girl and run. He warns her that a pack of high-level beasts is tearing through the village, stronger than anything they've ever seen. Brandy reaches for her father in a panic, but there's no time for a proper explanation. He tells her to listen to her mother and keep her head down, his face tight with urgency. With the sound of destruction growing closer, Travis commands them to head for the gate immediately. Mallory grabs Brandy's hand and they sprint away, leaving behind the only home they've ever known. Thick black smoke billows into the sky as the village burns in the distance. Brandy is a mess of tears, but Mallory tries to stay strong, promising that the men will make it back safely. She forces a smile to reassure her daughter, even though the fear in her own eyes is hard to hide. They find a group of survivors in the woods, where Chief Leon is already trying to organize a retreat. He gives a quick thumbs up, telling everyone to keep moving so they can reach the next village by nightfall. The group pushes through the dense forest, with Mallory keeping Brandy close as the sun begins to set. A massive clawed paw slams into the earth, cutting their path of escape right in half. Chief Leon freezes as a towering shadow falls over him, his calm demeanor replaced by pure shock. An undead forest wolf lunges from the brush with a terrifying snarl, its yellow eyes glowing. The beasts tear into the front line instantly, and the chief's last shout is for the villagers to run. The survivors scatter in every direction as the monsters drag a hunter down into the dirt. Brandy looks back in horror at the carnage, her mother pulling her along with frantic desperation. One of the wolves pauses to snap its jaws, blood and gore dripping from its rotten muzzle. The pack corners Mallory and her daughter, cutting off their only route to the gate. Mallory realizes they're trapped and tells Brandy she has to run ahead on her own. As the lead wolf prepares to pounce, Mallory screams at her daughter to go and never look back. Brandy stops in her tracks, paralyzed by the sight of her mother facing the beasts alone. Mallory jams her spear into the wolf's gaping maw, using every ounce of strength to hold it back. 2 more wolves join the attack, knocking the mother to the ground as Brandy finally starts to run. Mallory is pinned under the weight of the monster, tears blurring her vision as she prays for her daughter's safety. Mallory's final thoughts drift to her daughter's safety as she accepts her fate, ready to die if it means the girl gets away. She clenches her teeth, bracing for the impact of the beast as the sounds of the struggle fade into the background. Suddenly, she crashed into a suit of armor, recoiling in shock when a strong hand reached out from the greaves to steady her. Derek Hunt stands over the pinned woman, a silhouette of power, casually asking if they actually need some help. Thomas is clearly fed up with the warrior's cold attitude, snapping at him for even asking such a stupid question in the middle of a slaughter. Brandy looks up with tears streaming down her face, her voice barely a whisper as she begs the stranger for her life. Brandy Fields collapses into Tommy's arms, sobbing uncontrollably as the smell of smoke and blood hangs heavy in the air. The girl pleads with her friend, her voice cracking with desperation as she begs him not to let her mother die. Derek gives a short, indifferent okay, as he casually prepares a small blade, showing absolutely no fear of the monsters. With a simple gesture of his finger, a concentrated beam of brilliant blue energy shoots across the clearing. The blast tears right through the wolf's head, erupting in a shower of gore that sprays across the forest floor. Mallory can only stare in pure shock, her face splattered with blood as she realizes the beast that almost killed her is simply gone. 3 more wolves snarl as they emerge from the brush, but Derek doesn't move, suggesting that the villagers could use the combat experience. Frustrated and terrified, Mallory screams that they don't care about experience or leveling up, they just want the monsters dead. Derek cracks his knuckles with a chilling grin, the blue energy starting to pulse around his armored form as he prepares to move. The remaining beasts charge with a chorus of growls, sensing the threat that this lone man represents. A close-up of Derek's ice blue eyes reveals a cold, mechanical focus, completely detached from the danger around him. He bends down and picks up a jagged, clawed forepaw left over from a wolf on the ground. The warrior leaps into the air with impossible speed, his cloak fluttering behind him as he targets the beast. A massive shockwave of blue energy explodes upon his landing, carving a crater into the ground and tossing the wolves aside like rags. Derek's expression never changes, his face a mask of indifference even as he prepares to deliver the final killing blow. Using the wolf's leg as a makeshift weapon, he unleashes a powerful swing that strikes with devastating force, shattering its ribs as fresh blood stains the dry leaves red. Spinning through the air, he creates a whirlwind of destruction that leaves nothing but broken bodies in its wake. The final wolf is caught in a burst of energy, its form silhouetted against the blinding light as Derek ends the fight. As the smoke begins to clear, the warrior's glowing blue eyes are the only thing visible through the haze of the battlefield. He looks around at the carcasses with a look of genuine disappointment, realizing the fun he was looking for was over too quickly. Derek sighs, casually mentioning that these wolves were far too weak to even be worth the effort. Brandy runs to her mother, the two of them clutching each other tightly as the reality of their survival sinks in. Mallory tries to soothe her daughter's shaking, promising that Travis is just as strong and will surely find them. But as she watches Derek, she knows the truth. There isn't a single warrior in all the surrounding villages who can match this man's power. Still trembling, Mallory asks the savior who he is, unable to reconcile his terrifying strength with his casual demeanor. Derek Hunt gives Tommy a condescending pat on the head, introducing himself as just a guy helping a useless guide find his way home. Tommy's eyes wide with worry. He tries to remind Derek that the rest of the village is still in grave danger. The warrior shuts him down instantly, reminding the boy that their deal was only to get him home, not to save everyone he knows. He adds a harsh dose of reality, stating that by now, the village is most likely a pile of ash and corpses anyway. One of the survivors asks if he was sent by the Gracefall authorities to investigate the strange activity in the forest. Derek's response is a flat, emotionless no, showing he has absolutely no connection to the local politics or power structures. Refusing to give up, Tommy grabs Derek's arm and tries to pull him toward the village, begging him to reconsider. Derek Hunt looks down at the boy with a piercing gaze, emphasizing that the one doing the actual work would be him, not we. He makes it clear that Tommy is asking for a favor he can't possibly repay, drawing a hard line between their goals. Standing tall, Derek reminds the boy that he already saved his life and fulfilled his part of their contract. He leans in, asking Tommy if he understands that his survival depends on looking out for himself, not risking everything for strangers. Derek explains that his survival is a result of self-reliance, having long since abandoned the hope that anyone would ever come to his aid. He maintains a cold, detached expression, stating flatly that he refuses to risk himself for the sake of being a hero. Shattered images of his past trials haunt his mind, reinforcing his belief that sticking his nose into other people's business only leads to tragedy. Tommy grits his teeth in frustration, his small hands clenching as he struggles to accept the warrior's heartless worldview. The boy explodes in anger, shouting that Derek Hunt's immense strength means he has a duty to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Derek simply scoffs, looking down at Tommy with a look of amusement at such a naive, youthful perspective. Tommy begins to pound his fists against Derek's heavy armor, fruitlessly trying to prove that the man is too powerful to be afraid of helping. His voice cracks as he screams that Derek is just a selfish jerk who doesn't care about anyone but himself. The surviving villagers stand gathered in the background, watching the boys' desperate display of defiance against their savior. Derek remains unmoved, telling the boy that in a world where heroes die young, being an asshole is the only way to stay alive. He effortlessly stops the boy's assault, catching Tommy's small fist mid-swing with a grip like iron. Derek leans in close, telling Tommy that he should focus on becoming strong first, and only then should he worry about trying to save others. Despite the harsh words, Tommy glares back with a fierce determination, refusing to let his spirit be crushed by the warrior's cynicism. The warrior stands in silence, acknowledging to himself that his long-held survival instincts might finally be worth setting aside. Without warning, Derek Hunt lifts Tommy up, catching the boy completely off guard as he is hoisted into the air. As Tommy sits perched on the warrior's shoulders in stunned silence, Derek's indifferent facade finally begins to crack. With his blue eyes fixed on the horizon, Derek Hunt declares that they are going to find the village and save whoever is still alive. Thomas looks on, his eyes reflecting the flickering flames of the burning village. He's left breathless, surrounded by the smoldering remains of everything he once knew. Derek Hunt steps forward to confront a massive bear beast, while the boy watches from a safe distance. He grips his polearm tight, his gaze fixed and completely unwavering. The creature lets out a deafening roar, its fangs bared and ready to tear into him. With a sudden burst of speed, Derek delivers a devastating strike that cleaves right through the monster's torso. He stands tall among the blood and ash, his expression as cold as ice. The two of them resume their trek through the charred ruins, the air thick with the suffocating smell of smoke. Derek knew it was going to be like this. He's seen the aftermath of weakness too many times before. They pass by fallen villagers and beasts alike, a grim reminder of the morning's senseless violence. He glances back at Thomas, asking if the harsh reality of their world has finally sunk in yet. This was never about a hero's rescue. It was a cold, hard recovery mission from the very start. Derek holds a hand up, signaling for silence as he senses something buried in the wreckage nearby. A faint, pained groan from beneath the collapsed roofing catches their attention. Derek narrows his eyes, focusing on the slight movement under the heavy debris. They find Chief Leon trapped and bleeding, but miraculously still clinging to life. Thomas doesn't wait for permission, dashing toward his father despite the shifting rubble. Leon looks up, shock and relief washing over his battered face as he sees his son is safe. Thomas notices another familiar figure nearby, his heart sinking as he realizes who it belongs to. Chief Leon looks on with a heavy heart, knowing that some wounds are far beyond their simple help. Travis lies nearby, a jagged piece of wood buried deep in his chest as his life's blood pools around him. Leon scoffs at the idea of a healer, knowing no one powerful enough would ever bother with their tiny backwater village. Derek looks at his storage bracelet, thinking about the last resurrection potion he has tucked away. He quickly hardens his heart, deciding that a rare potion is far too valuable to waste on a total stranger. Thomas points toward the dying man, his eyes pleading for a miracle that he knows isn't coming. Derek tells them to take their time. At the very least, they should be able to say their final goodbyes. Mallory covers her mouth in horror, her world shattering as she watches her husband slowly fade away. Brandy falls to her knees, her voice a desperate whisper as she begs her father not to leave them. Travis reaches out one last time, his trembling, blood-slicked hand searching for a final connection. He manages a faint smile, telling Brandy to stay strong for her mother after he's gone. The light leaves Travis's eyes, leaving a hole in the family that can never be filled. Brandy's grief spills over, her cries for her father echoing through the silent, burnt-out streets. She lets out a gut-wrenching scream, her face twisted in pure, unadulterated agony. Just a few yards away, a stream flows peacefully, indifferent to the tragedy unfolding on its banks. Derek leads the survivors away from the smoke, warning them that the forest is still crawling with threats. Thomas follows with his head low, the grim reality of his new world finally starting to set in. Derek tells him bluntly that he'll get used to the loss eventually, but his words lack any real empathy. Chief Leon grabs Derek's arm, his voice low and dangerous as he tells him to watch how he speaks to a grieving child. The chief pokes a finger into Derek's chest, demanding to know who this mysterious stranger really is. Leon isn't about to let his son go anywhere with a man who seems to have no soul left. Derek remains silent, his face a mask of total indifference to the man's angry accusations. Thomas looks up, siding with the man who saved him even as Leon stands protectively behind. A blond boy looks down, his expression heavy with a memory of a time he lost everything. He sits alone at the gates of his village, the moonlight mocking his solitude after his parents never returned home. Back in the present, the fires of the village cast long shadows as Derek Hunt, Chief Leon, and Thomas continue through the ruins. Derek lets out a tired sigh and decides it's finally time to check his system notifications. He knows he must have leveled up from that last fight. A list of kills scrolls by, wolves and bears alike, leading up to a milestone notification, level 10 reached. He wonders if he'll be able to reclaim the same class he had in his previous life, or if this world has something else in store. His eyes widen in shock as he swipes through the options. The power levels are far beyond what he expected. The first is Shadow Brawler, a rare class that promises mastery over darkness and the ability to strike from the shadows. Then there's Chaos Glaive, an epic class that turns his weapon into a literal extension of his destructive will. He scrolls further to find Eternal Guardian, an epic class that offers godlike endurance and a fiery phoenix-like protector. Derek is paralyzed by the choices, each one offering more power than he ever dreamed of having at this stage. But then his gaze shifts to something else, a hidden notification that makes his blood run cold. He swallows hard, his throat tightening as a dark feeling washes over him, even with Leon and the boy nearby. His hands start to tremble as he stares at the screen, unable to look away from the name of the new option. Champion of the Void, an epic class for those who have survived the crushing emptiness of the abyss itself. He remembers that place, the endless hungry expanse that tried to devour his very soul. It wasn't just some trial or a mentor, it was a torture chamber that broke everyone who entered it. To him, the Void was a brutal, unforgiving master that demanded everything and gave back only pain. He remembers the feeling of his sanity cracking under the pressure, his footsteps heavy in a world of nothingness. It had broken him down and consumed his identity, yet in that hollowed-out state, it offered him a dark kind of power. The system promises that if he chooses this path, he will never be trapped by the emptiness again. This time he won't be a victim of the Void, he will have absolute control over it. A spectral, purple hand reaches out from the darkness of his memory, as if waiting for his agreement. Derek clicks yes, and immediately his body is racked by a violent surge of energy that makes him scream in pure agony. Purple lightning arcs out from his body, and Chief Leon has to lunge forward to pull Thomas back from the blast. The chief yells for the boy to stay away, but Thomas can only watch in horror as his friend is swallowed by the light. Notifications chime as Derek unlocks 2 new skills, Channel Void and Void Call, while the energy begins to stabilize. A massive shockwave of purple power erupts from his chest, throwing dust and debris into the air. As the smoke clears, Leon and Thomas stare at the figure in the center of the crater, wondering what kind of monster Derek has become. Derek looks up, his gaze distant as he prepares to test out his new ability, Void Call. A blinding pillar of purple energy descends from the heavens, tearing through the clouds with a deafening boom. Chief Leon huddles low, shielding Thomas as he prays for the great system to save them from whatever is happening. Derek stands at the center of the storm, his body thrumming with a strength he's never felt before. His eyes glow with a fierce pink light, and a dark, exhilarated smile spreads across his face as he realizes the sheer scale of his new power. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes through the air, and a jagged rift in space begins to open directly above them. Leon and Thomas look up in absolute terror, realizing that Derek didn't just gain power, he opened a door. From across the village, Brandy and her mother look at the sky, their grief momentarily replaced by a new, paralyzing fear. A wide shot of the village shows the massive energy beam piercing the sky, a beacon for something that should have stayed hidden. Even Derek looks shaken, sweat beading on his forehead as he realizes he might have called something he can't handle. A gargantuan, clawed hand reaches through the rift, followed by the monstrous head of a void beast that hungers for their world. Derek Hunt stares up at the swirling purple vortex in the sky, completely mesmerized. He can hardly believe the power that's being unleashed right in front of him. Standing behind him, Chief Leon raises a hand to shield his face, his features etched with pure shock and disbelief. In sheer astonishment, he asks Thomas where on earth he managed to find someone with such earth-shattering power. Meanwhile, in a destroyed village nearby, a mother pulls her young daughter close. The child is terrified, asking her mother what's happening to their world. Back at the battleground, Derek Hunt has a wide grin on his face. He's actually managed to bring forth his very own summon. A massive pillar of purple energy slams into the rocky earth. Out of the blinding light, a towering, monstrous figure slowly begins to rise. The beast is a nightmare of purple scales and multiple glowing red eyes. Derek Hunt takes a good look at his new creation and decides to call it Asher. He stands there casually with his hand on his chin, evaluating the monster. It's a bit smaller than the previous one he saw, but he thinks he can make it work. Thomas and Chief Leon watch from a distance, completely stunned by the sight. Leon can't tell if the man is a genius or if he's just completely lost his mind. Derek Hunt walks right up to the massive nightmare and treats it like a house pet. He calmly asks Asher if it can sit down for him. He points a finger and repeats the command, but the beast has no intention of obeying. Instead, it lunges forward with a violent, crushing strike. The creature's massive hand slams into the ground right, where the man was standing just a second ago. Derek's body is sent flying through the air, slamming hard into the dirt as clouds of dust instantly erupt around him. Thomas screams out in horror, reaching for Derek Hunt. Chief Leon grabs the boy, telling him to stay back as the ground continues to tremble. Suddenly, a blue glow erupts from the center of the impact, as a heavy, armored hand punches through the rubble. Derek Hunt emerges, now encased in a suit of glowing blue battle armor. He tells Asher that was its one mistake, and now he's going to have to kill it. The void beast isn't intimidated at all. It stands its ground, letting out a low, guttural snarl as it prepares to finish him off. Derek Hunt looks back over his shoulder, blood running down his face. He bluntly tells Chief Leon and Thomas to get out of here before things get even worse. Blue electricity crackles around his gauntlets as he prepares for war. The two civilians don't need to be told twice. They turn and run for their lives. His eyes glow with an intense, icy blue light. He doesn't want anyone or anything getting in his way while he finishes this. He tries to identify the creature, but the system comes up empty. This thing isn't part of the great system. It's something completely unknown. He stomps his foot in frustration, cursing his luck. He already struggled with a creature like this before, and the system isn't making this fight any easier. Derek Hunt blurs into motion, charging across the broken ground like a streak of blue light. He leaps high above the beast, spear at the ready. He knows there's absolutely no room for error against an opponent this dangerous. Asher reacts instantly, its jaws snapping open as it tracks the armored man's every move. Derek Hunt drives his spear down with a massive explosion of force, but the beast catches the strike with just its bare palm. He stares in disbelief, realizing the monster blocked his full power without even flinching. Asher looms over him, a massive purple hand already swinging back for a counterattack. Derek Hunt barely has time to curse before the blow lands. The beast blasts him high into the air with a thunderous strike, sending shockwaves rippling out in a vivid purple trail. Racked with sharp pain, he coughs up a torrent of fresh blood. He is enduring incredibly heavy hits and can clearly feel the massive damage stacking up by the second. Asher moves with impossible speed, appearing right in front of him again. Derek Hunt can't fathom how something so massive can move that fast. Another massive energy blast catches him dead center, slamming him back to the ground like a broken rag doll. He hits the ground with a sickening thud, coughing up more blood as he struggles to get his bearings. For a split second, he considers just lying there. He wonders if he plays dead, maybe the beast will get tired and leave him alone. But that glimmer of hope is instantly and brutally crushed as the monster dives down, raining a massive barrage of energy beams that nearly incinerates the exact spot where he lies. Asher isn't letting up, raining down a barrage of brutal strikes that hammer him into the dirt. He realizes playing dead definitely isn't going to work. A critical warning flashes in his vision as his health drops below 20%. He desperately activates his meditation skill to try and stay in the fight. He stabs his spear into the dirt just to stay upright. He has to find a way to get this monster off him right now. His health bar ticks down to 19% as he swings his weapon in a desperate arc, trying to catch the beast off guard. Asher is too quick, its clawed hand snatching the spearhead right out of the air. The beast slams him into the earth once more. His health bar continues its steady crawl towards zero, dropping down to 17%. It's a relentless, one-sided beatdown. The system keeps tallying the damage as his health plummets through 16, 15, and finally down to 14%. From the distance, Thomas watches in absolute terror, tears streaming down his face as he whispers Derek Hunt's name. In the village, Chief Leon leads a frantic escape as the sky ignites with a dangerous purple energy. A villager asks what's going on, but there's no time for answers. He just tells them to keep running. A massive, purple-scaled hand reaches out from the vortex, dark energy, crackling between its sharp white claws. Asher lets out a deafening roar, charging a ball of pure void energy in its palm as it prepares to finish the fight. Derek Hunt is pinned down, barely able to stay on his feet. The beast slams the energy directly into the ground, a blinding explosion of purple light and debris tearing through the battlefield. His health bar is in a freefall, plummeting from 13% down to a critical 8. Even with meditation active, his body can't regenerate fast enough to stay ahead of the crushing damage. Derek Hunt lies battered in the dirt, his heavy battle armor shattered and cracked across his chest as blood spills from his mouth. Blood streams down his face as he desperately spends a skill point to survive. The system chimes, he successfully learned a new skill, Heavy Weapons Master. He lets out a guttural scream of agony as the system begins merging his dormant skills. His face is a mask of pain, his eyes wide as the process tears through his mind. Asher continues its relentless assault, smashing the earth over and over while the merging process finally completes. The monster snarls, its red eyes glowing with malice, but the tide is finally shifting. Heavy Weapons Master has already been force upgraded to level 20. A massive pillar of brilliant blue light erupts from the crater, blowing back the dust and the beast alike. The two forces collide in a blur of motion, blue and purple energy clashing with every violent strike as the earth crumbles beneath them. Derek Hunt leaps into the air, his spear wreathed in a swirling aura of blue power as he prepares to strike back. His face is caked in blood, but his eyes burn with a new, fierce intensity as he roars in defiance. He drives his spear into the monster's claws, the impact sending out a massive shockwave of crackling energy. He's pushing his body to the absolute limit, straining every muscle to break through the beast's supernatural defense. But even with his new power, the monster's void nature starts to nullify his attacks, the spear failing to cut through the darkness. He pulls back, realizing he needs a different strategy. He's tried everything else, so it's time for one final, desperate gamble. He begins to channel the void energy itself, deciding to fight fire with fire. A dark, swirling aura begins to manifest around him as he gathers his strength. The spearhead ignites with a blinding mixture of blue and purple energy, as the void power flows into the weapon. Derek Hunt lets out a final war cry, his gaze locked on the monster as they prepare for the final exchange. A massive blue slash cuts through the air, severing the monster's claws with a sickening crack. He descends like a fallen star, his spear trailing a wake of intense light as he delivers the killing blow. His feet hit the ground with a heavy thud, the impact throwing up a final cloud of dust as the beast falls. He stands there for a moment, chest heaving and breath ragged as blood drips from his chin. Derek Hunt looks down at the lifeless body of the void beast as the sun begins to set behind him. He lets out a chilling laugh, admitting that was actually fun. The system rewards him with an achievement for slaying a creature unknown to the great system. His stats soar and his skills level up instantly. Far away from the battlefield, a light knock sounds at the door of an opulent dining room. A voice from inside calmly calls for the visitor to enter. Richard, an elderly butler in a formal suit, steps into the room. He informs Ma'am that there's something she's going to want to see. He presents a document from an organization known as the Crown, detailing an abnormal portal signature. They've detected a void beast. Ma'am, a woman with long red hair and a green dress, sits at a grand dining table as Richard confirms the detection of the beast. She reviews the file with a cold, calculated interest, finding the situation interesting. She doesn't hesitate, her face remaining shadowed as she gives the command to send a hunter to investigate the signature. A weary crowd of survivors trudges down a mountain path as the sun begins to set behind the jagged peaks. Their shadows stretch long across the dusty trail, highlighting the group's slow and painful progress. The crowd of villagers suddenly freezes in their tracks as they spot a figure trudging toward them from a distance. Chief Leon leads the group, looking like he's barely holding it together. His fur-trimmed armor is heavily stained with blood, and his face is a mask of exhaustion and grief. The villagers gather around their chieftain, their voices desperate as they ask if it's finally safe to return to their homes. They look to him for a glimmer of hope that everything might go back to normal. Leon hesitates, his gaze dropping as he struggles to face the expectant and fearful eyes of his people. The silence stretches on, heavy with the weight of the bad news he's about to deliver. He grits his teeth, his expression twisting into one of intense pain. The physical wounds are nothing compared to the guilt etched into the lines of his face. A single tear escapes and rolls down his cheek, cutting a clear track through the grime and dried blood. He looks completely broken by the losses they've suffered. The chieftain turns his back to the crowd, his voice hollow as he tells them there is absolutely nothing left for them to go back to. The devastation is total, and their village is gone forever. The news hits the villagers like a physical blow, leaving them stunned and speechless in the fading light. Faces that were once hopeful are now masks of pure shock and despair. Leon stands alone in his grief, admitting his failure as their leader and wishing he had died alongside the others. Around him, the survivors look on in a daze, their world completely shattered. The somber silence is broken when young Thomas cries out in joy, spotting a familiar face in the distance. He can hardly believe his eyes as he shouts Derek's name. It really is Derek Hunt, and the boy doesn't waste a second before sprinting forward and throwing his arms around him in a desperate hug. Derek looks remarkably unscathed compared to everyone else. Thomas clings to him, admitting he was terrified after hearing Leon's grim descriptions of the monster. He looks up at Derek with a mix of relief and lingering fear in his eyes. Derek gives a casual greeting as he approaches Mallory and little Brandy. He offers a quiet word of sympathy, acknowledging the tragedy they've just endured. He gestures to the storage bracelet on his arm, explaining that he managed to recover Mallory's husband's body before the village was lost. He tells her she can give him a proper burial once they find safety. Mallory and Brandy are left speechless, stunned by the unexpected kindness. The fact that he went back for her husband's body amidst a massacre is a gesture they never expected. Tears well up in Mallory's eyes as she softly thanks him. The grief is still there, but his actions have clearly provided her with a small, vital sense of closure. Derek simply gives a solemn nod, his ice-blue eyes remaining calm and unreadable. He doesn't linger on the moment, turning his attention back to the road ahead. Night falls over the dense forest, the moon hanging full and bright in a sky filled with shimmering stars. The air grows cold, and the silhouettes of the trees loom like silent giants. The survivors set up a makeshift camp, huddled around several crackling fires for warmth and light. They stay close together, the orange glow of the flames highlighting their tired, haunted faces. Leon warns everyone to stay close to the light, noting that the world beyond the camp is far from safe at night. He keeps a watchful eye on the surrounding darkness. An owl perched on a high branch watches the camp with unblinking golden eyes. Below it, the campfire spits and crackles, the only sound in the otherwise quiet forest. Leon sits by himself on a wooden crate, hunched over and staring deep into the heart of the fire. He seems lost in his own thoughts, the burden of leadership weighing heavily on his shoulders. His brow furrows as the memories of the village's destruction continue to haunt him. The flickering firelight dances across his face, emphasizing the deep lines of stress and sorrow. Curiosity finally gets the better of Thomas, and he asks Derek what actually happened to that terrifying void beast. He leans forward, eager for any detail about the monster that destroyed their home. Derek acts as if the encounter was no big deal, casually claiming the beast just realized it couldn't hurt him and flew back into the sky. He continues eating his meal with total indifference. Thomas isn't buying the story, pointing out that his grandmother's tales described these things as unstoppable forces of nature. He looks at Derek with a skeptical and confused expression. Derek's memory paints a much more terrifying picture, a massive, crackling entity of void energy looming over him like a dark god. The reality of the fight was clearly far more desperate than he's letting on. Mallory joins the conversation, agreeing with Thomas that void beasts are legendary threats that almost nobody lives to see. She looks at Derek with a mix of awe and suspicion. Derek just shrugs it off, suggesting he probably just got lucky and summoned a weak one by mistake. He keeps his tone light to avoid any more difficult questions. He jokes that he certainly won't be using that particular skill again for a very long time. The small icons of their faces highlight the light-hearted, albeit tense, nature of the exchange. While Leon watches him with a piercing, suspicious gaze, Derek finishes his meal and claims that legends are overrated. He remains the picture of nonchalance in the face of their disbelief. The next morning, Mallory climbs onto a wagon and rouses the group, calling out that it's time to get moving. She points the way forward, determined to reach Reyna's village before sunset. The line of refugees resumes its slow trek through the valley, the early morning sun casting long shadows across the dusty road. Derek and Brandy walk together at the back of the line. Derek feels a small tug on his arm and glances down, surprised to see little Brandy looking up at him. She seems hesitant but determined to speak. The young girl asks if she can have some of the animals Derek has stored in his bracelet. She looks up at him with wide, pleading eyes, clearly having thought about this all night. She explains that she overheard him talking to Thomas and knows he has them in his bracelet. Derek looks down at her, a bit puzzled by the strange request from such a small child. He decides there's no harm in it and summons a small, dead creature from his storage with a burst of blue energy. He holds it up by the ears, looking somewhat confused himself. He hands the creature over to her, telling her he can provide some of the larger ones later once they stop for another break. Brandy reaches out to take it, her expression solemn. Derek watches her closely as she cradles the dead monster, wondering why a child would want to carry such a thing. The sun shines brightly behind them as they continue their walk. Brandy remembers a man from her village happily showing her how to hunt and handle local game. It's a bittersweet memory of a life that's been completely destroyed. With tears streaming down her face, Brandy explains that she put her skill point into leatherworking. She wants to use the creatures to make armor so she can protect what's left of her village. As Brandy shares her dream of protecting her people, a bright memory of a happier time flashes through her mind, a time when her family was whole and full of laughter. Derek Hunt listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he contemplates the heavy weight of his own existence and how one even begins to piece themselves back together. Standing against the backdrop of a fading sunset, Derek looks down at little Brandy and promises her she can have all the creatures he has stored in his bracelet. Watching her walk ahead, Derek has a rare moment of introspection, wondering if maybe he can't actually do everything entirely on his own after all. The scene shifts to the village gates, where a gloved hand taps impatiently on a wooden ledge, while a dismissive voice declares for the 12th time that they don't care about the refugees. Wallace Gracefall, an arrogant young noble, complains loudly about being stuck in what he calls a pigsty, and how he can't even get a decent scented bath. Looking down from the gatehouse with a sneer, Wallace tells the desperate survivors that he can't let them in without proper identification, regardless of their plight. Mallory Fields is at the front of the crowd, her face twisted with a mix of frustration and growing anger at the man's blatant indifference. The massive wooden gates loom over the displaced villagers, adding to the pressure. Derek urges Chief Leon to speak up and help them. Leon looks utterly defeated, wondering how he can still call himself a chieftain when he failed to protect his village and his people. Mallory continues to plead at the gate, her voice small against the towering walls as she cries out that they have lost everything they ever owned. Wallace just crosses his arms and smiles condescendingly, citing a graceful decree as the reason he won't lift a finger for them. The atmosphere suddenly shifts as Derek steps forward, his eyes crackling with an icy blue light that cuts through the dimness. Up close, the protagonist's face is a mask of cold fury, his glowing gaze fixed on the arrogant noble as he asks what would happen if he simply broke the decree. Mallory watches him with wide, terrified eyes, wondering if Derek is actually prepared to kill a noble right here in front of everyone. Unaware of the danger he's in, Wallace just laughs and goads him, thinking a little peasant lesson might actually make his boring trip worth the effort. Mallory quickly grabs Derek's shoulder, urging him to stop and reminding him that killing a noble would only bring even more disaster down on their heads. Wallace scoffs and looks away, mockingly nodding that at least the wench has some common sense to keep her friend from doing something stupid. A heavy groaning sound echoes through the air as the massive village gates slowly begin to creak open. From inside the walls, a firm and commanding voice demands to know what the devil is going on out at the gates. Two new figures emerge, Raina West, the village chief, and Wallace Graceful, who is identified as the youngest son of a powerful lord. Raina spots the survivors and immediately recognizes Mallory, asking what happened and nodding that her hunters reported seeing smoke in their direction. After hearing the news of the village's destruction, Raina's expression softens with genuine compassion as she welcomes everyone inside, promising them a place to stay. She then turns a sharp gaze on Wallace, telling him to control his thugs and making it very clear that these people are now under her personal protection. Mallory thanks her old friend as they walk through the gates, and Raina suggests they talk more privately once they reach her home. As they walk, Raina leans in close to whisper a warning to Mallory, telling her to tread softly because there's a different manner of beast now prowling within their walls. Chief Leon follows the group into the safety of the village, his head hanging low as he carries the heavy burden of his lost home and people. Wallace isn't about to let it go, yelling at Raina for openly flouting his authority and reminding her that he's there on official business. Raina doesn't even flinch, telling him to finish his business and get lost, asserting that while her place is here, his is back in the city of Torith. Losing his cool entirely, Wallace clenches his fists and threatens to squash her and the entire village like bugs, claiming the law won't protect them. Raina just stares him down, asking if he really wants to bring even more shame to his house and what his father would think of his behavior. The threat of his father's disapproval hits home, and Wallace stands frozen with a look of pure shock and fear on his face. Watching the exchange from a distance, Derek realizes his contract to bring Thomas home is complete and starts to wonder if he should stick around for a while. He decides to stay, rationalizing it by telling himself he'll learn more about this world here than by just wandering alone through the woods. Raina calls out to him, noticing the stranger and inviting him in as well, stating that any friend of Leon and Mallory is welcome in her village. Derek pauses for a moment before looking back and calmly agreeing to take her up on the offer. As Derek walks past her and into the village, Raina watches him closely, her expression shifting from curiosity to something much more guarded. She breaks into a cold sweat as she senses something terrifying from him, wondering if the powerful aura she's feeling is actually coming from this man. Inside the meeting hall, Thomas's grandparents, Delilah and Richard, wait anxiously around a large table. The room is quiet, lit only by a single window overlooking the village. Richard taps his foot on the wooden floor, trying to settle his nerves. He tells his wife to relax, but his own posture shows he's just as worried as she is. Delilah isn't interested in staying calm while her grandson is still missing. She snaps at Richard, her voice filled with the stress of the situation as she demands a reason for the wait. Suddenly, the heavy door at the end of the hall creaks open, catching both of their attention. The couple looks toward the entrance as Raina and the others finally arrive. Delilah is already on her feet, bracing for whatever news they've brought. Delilah lets out a gasp, tears immediately welling in her eyes at the sight of the group. Thomas comes sprinting into the room, his face lit up with a massive grin as he calls out for his grandparents. He leaps into Delilah's arms, and even Richard can't hide his relief as he reaches out for the boy. Delilah wipes her eyes, the terror of the last few hours finally washing away now that Thomas is safe. The three of them pull into a tight hug, a brief moment of peace in the middle of all the chaos. Raina walks in the lead, followed by Derek and the other survivors. She looks at Delilah and gently asks if this reason is worthy enough for them to have waited. Thomas looks over his shoulder with a satisfied smile, and Derek gives a slight, rare grin in return. Everyone moves to take their seats at the table. Thomas is still being fussed over by his grandparents, much to his slight embarrassment. Raina takes her place at the head of the table, her expression shifting back to the serious business they need to discuss. She turns her attention to Derek, formally acknowledging that he is the one responsible for saving Thomas and the refugees. Raina looks down with a solemn expression, telling him that for his actions they are eternally grateful. Richard ruffles the boy's hair, and Thomas complains about how embarrassing it is while the adults talk. Derek shrugs off the praise and tells Raina to drop the Sir title, saying just his name is fine. Raina's expression hardens as she speaks about the heavy duty a chief carries to protect their people. She places her hands on the table, her tone becoming more somber as she addresses the next point. She admits that she can't offer him any formal payment for his heroics, as she's afraid they have nothing to give. Standing near the window, Raina explains that the village is stretched to its absolute limit just trying to survive. Far away in a luxurious garden, a blonde noble named Wallace lounges on a sofa looking bored. He dismissively offers a copper coin to a farmer just to get the man to leave him alone. Back in the hall, Derek looks confused by the mention of payment. He repeats the word like he never expected anything in the first place. Derek gestures toward the boy, saying that as far as he's concerned, Thomas already covered the cost by helping him out earlier. Thomas beams, happy to have been useful. The conversation shifts as Derek tells them that the real issue they should be worried about is the ongoing forest problem. Raina leans in, her brow furrowed as she asks if he actually knows what's happening to their land. Derek stares at the map, thinking back to his knowledge of the system and how it typically operates. He says he has an idea. He states his theory plainly. They're in the middle of a dungeon break. Derek explains that dungeons are the very lifeblood of the system, manifesting as cores of pure energy. They are primary sources of treasure and power, but they are also incredibly lethal to the unprepared. Each one is a self-contained world, designed by the system to test and reward those brave enough to enter. Derek notes that normally, dungeons have level caps to ensure the challenge remains at its peak for adventurers. However, if the system weakens or a dungeon is left to fester for too long, everything descends into chaos. A violent surge of light occurs as monsters begin pouring out of the dungeon and into the surrounding world. The dungeon's power then begins to leak, infecting the land and corrupting everything it touches. Raina is hesitant to believe it, arguing they would have known if a dungeon was there. Derek just asks who says new ones can't suddenly appear. Richard ponders the idea, admitting that while rare, a dungeon spawning deep in the untouched forest is entirely possible. The old man breaks out in a cold sweat as the realization sinks in. It would explain everything they've been seeing. Raina asks Richard for his honest opinion, and he tells her that as far-fetched as it sounds, it's the only thing that makes sense. She points to the map again, pressing Derek for more information about where he's actually from. Derek doesn't take the bait. He scoots his chair back and tells them that now that they know what the problem is, it's their job to find a way to fix it. Derek starts heading for the door, tossing a dismissive remark over his shoulder. He suggests that maybe the pricks outside can handle the problem. After all, that's supposedly why they're there. Raina reaches out a hand, calling for him to wait. Derek stops, his face set in a neutral, almost bored expression. Raina stands her ground at the table, acknowledging his strength. She admits they have nothing to offer him in return, but her posture is desperate. She looks Derek in the eye, her hand over her heart as she makes one final plea for his help. Derek lets out a long, heavy sigh, clearly annoyed by the persistent requests. He doesn't even look back as he grabs the door handle, giving a flat no before stepping out into the light. Thomas sits alone at the table after the meeting, looking dejected as he stares down at his clasped hands. He looks up, surprised, as Derek calls out to him from the hallway, inviting the boy to walk with him. As they head down the hallway, Derek mentions he needs to find that little girl from earlier. He's got more animal pelts he wants to give her. The heavy door shuts behind them with a loud thud, leaving the council to their own devices. Back inside, Richard turns to Raina with a weary look. He admits that, as harsh as Derek was, the man isn't wrong about their situation. Looking down at the map, Richard sighs. They need to come up with a plan, and they need to do it before time runs out. Raina leans toward Chief Leon, who is still seated at the table. Since he spent the most time with Derek, she asks for his honest opinion on the stranger. Leon, draped in a thick bear pelt, looks back at Raina, choosing his words carefully. He goes quiet for a moment, his brow furrowed in thought. He admits he isn't quite sure what to make of him. He describes Derek as sarcastic, moody, and full of basic questions about how things work. Raina leans in closer, sensing there's something more. She presses him to finish his thought. Leon looks up, his expression dead serious. He tells her the most important detail: the man can summon the void. Outside, the sun is beginning to set, casting long shadows over the village streets. Derek and Thomas make their way through the quiet town. Derek looks around, realizing the place isn't that big. He asks Thomas where the girl is, but Thomas admits he hasn't seen her yet. Derek stops at the mouth of an alleyway when he hears a sharp, aggressive voice shouting. Someone is calling a child a mangy little rat. A woman in noble military gear is aggressively tugging a large animal pelt away from a little girl. She sneers that a peasant has no business with such a high-level item. The woman yanks the pelt free and smirks at the girl's helplessness. She seems proud of herself for taking what she wants. The girl is left sitting on the ground, reaching out for her property. The bully tells her that Wallace has been looking for an excuse to teach their chief a lesson anyway. Smugly holding the stolen pelt, the woman turns to walk away, satisfied with her catch. She walks straight into a solid wall of a man, Derek. The impact is hard enough to make her head snap back as she starts to bark an insult. Derek doesn't move an inch. He starts his demand in a low, dangerous tone that makes the woman begin to tremble. Derek towers over her, his eyes glowing with a cold, blue void energy. He finishes his command, telling her exactly what to do with the pelt. A sword slams into the dirt with a heavy thud. Wallace is fuming, refusing to let this go without a fight. The noble stands with his group, demanding justice for Derek's actions. He can't believe a commoner like him dared to touch a noble. Wallace glares at the village leader, telling her to step aside before things get bloody. Raina West doesn't budge. She makes it clear that she won't allow any fighting within her village. Raina is already losing her patience. Derek hasn't even been here a full day, and he's already brought a noble's wrath to her doorstep. She realizes Chief Leon's warning was spot on. This guy is nothing but trouble. Tommy clings to the gift Derek gave him, fighting back tears as the situation escalates. Wallace draws his blade, done talking. He's ready to force his way through. Before he can even swing, Derek grabs one of the noble's guards and tosses him aside like a sack of grain. He throws the man back toward Wallace, telling the noble he can have his lackey back. Derek turns to the crowd, casually mentioning that he was planning on leaving the village anyway. Tommy's face drops. He didn't expect his new mentor to actually go. Derek gives the kid a small smile, promising he'll be back soon. He tells him to train hard and listen to his grandparents while he's away. He hands Tommy a set of clippers, telling him to practice using them while he's gone. As Derek starts walking away, he gives one last instruction: don't unlock the system until he returns. Wallace tries to get the last word, shouting that Derek is lucky he's leaving before things got serious. Derek stops him cold, turning around with a look that kills the noble's momentum instantly. He leans in close, making sure the idiot understands exactly what's at stake. If Wallace even touches a single person in this village again, Derek is going to kill him. Plain and simple. The guards freeze. Just the weight of his presence is enough to choke the air out of their lungs. Raina and the villagers watch in silence, feeling the sudden shift in the atmosphere. To them, he looks like a monster. As he walks off, the word terror, hangs over him like a physical shroud, leaving the nobles trembling. Wallace isn't ready to let it go just yet. He nods to his archer, Jeffrey, telling him to tail the guy. Out in the woods, Derek is focused on his own goals. He's thinking about a specific achievement for taking down a monster over 100 levels higher than himself. To find a monster that's strong, he knows he'll have to push deep into the forest. Perched on a branch above, Jeffrey watches his target, laughing at how easy this is going to be. He draws his bow, the wood creaking under the tension as he prepares to fire. The archer aims for a clean kill, certain that a peasant like Derek won't even realize what hit him. He releases the shot. A single arrow streaks toward Derek's head. Derek is busy scrolling through his system windows, noting that he's already gained several levels from the trip. His current stats are impressive for level 11, but he still has 40 points left to distribute. The arrow streaks through the air, just inches away from his face. He catches the movement out of the corner of his eye. It doesn't even faze him. He's known he was being followed for over an hour now. He's just surprised it took the guy this long to actually take a shot. While the arrow whizzes past, Derek casually starts dumping his points into wisdom, intelligence, and dexterity. The stat distribution triggers two massive achievements, Jack of All and Meat Shield. Derek's eyes light up when he sees the rewards, 2 free skills just for balancing his build. Up in the trees, Jeffrey is sweating. He never misses, yet somehow he's just staring at empty space where Derek's head should have been. He tries to play it off, thinking Derek is just an idiot who didn't notice the shot. He readies another one. He lets another arrow fly, this one glowing with mana. It's much faster than the first. The arrow streaks straight down at Derek, but he bats it aside with a swift swat, genuinely annoyed now. Derek looks over his shoulder, genuinely annoyed. He tells the guy to back off. He's in the middle of picking a new skill. Jeffrey is sweating bullets, staring at Derek with wide eyes. He can't wrap his head around how his target survived that. Realizing his sneak attack is completely useless, the archer spins around, preparing to bolt. The noble archer decides he's seen enough. He leaps into the air, desperate to put some distance between himself and this monster. Jeffrey bounces from branch to branch, moving through the canopy with a series of frantic leaps. He stops for a second, glancing back over his shoulder to see if he managed to lose the guy. He's genuinely terrified. Derek is right there, sitting calmly on a branch just a few feet away. He's chin in hand, deep in thought about which skill to pick. Jeffrey screams and throws himself into another jump, practically falling out of the tree in his panic. Derek effortlessly keeps pace, his expression bored as he wonders if thorns is a better choice than the others. Jeffrey, meanwhile, is losing his mind. Jeffrey's hands scramble for purchase on a rough branch as he tries to stabilize himself. He manages to land on a thick limb, looking around frantically for any sign of his pursuer. Running out of options, he prepares his most powerful move, Deadeye's Barrage. He's putting everything into this last stand. Dozens of magical arrows rain down from the sky toward Derek. Derek just watches, unimpressed that the guy is actually shouting the name of his attack. A massive explosion of light and splinters erupts as the barrage hits the tree. The impact is enough to shatter the upper half of the trunk. Jeffrey clings to a nearby tree, gasping for air and hoping that he finally took the guy down. Smoke and debris fill the air around the destroyed tree. It's a total mess. Derek's voice comes from right behind him, dry and mocking. He says it was a good effort, but he'd already chosen magic resistance. With a swift thwack, Jeffrey is knocked out of the tree. He falls toward the forest floor, completely defeated. As twilight settles over the village, a trembling foot limps forward, dragging its battered body toward the gate. Jeffrey stumbles through the gate, leaning heavily on the wooden fence as he groans in pain. Wallace rushes over, demanding to know what happened and if the target is dead. Jeffrey is a complete wreck. The archer looks up, his face covered in bruises and blood. He admits with a trembling voice that he couldn't even scratch him. Wallace is speechless. He can't believe his best hunter was broken so easily. The noble realizes they're in over their heads. He orders everyone to pack up. They're heading back to Torith immediately. One of his followers is shocked, asking if they're really fleeing from a single commoner. Wallace's expression is grim. He clarifies that it's not a retreat. It's a tactical withdrawal to get reinforcements. He's not letting this go, but he's not stupid enough to stay. As the sun sets over the forest, the noble group clears out, leaving the area in a tense silence. Deeper in the woods, Derek is walking along a small stream, surrounded by ancient, moss-covered trees. He continues his practice, repeatedly using his identify skill on everything he sees. He's determined to level it up. His system highlights objects like rocks and trees as he analyzes them. A notification pops up. His identify skill has leveled up. Something moves in the underbrush, catching his attention. He turns and points his finger, calling out, "Identify," one more time. A small, white rabbit with a single purple horn on its forehead hops out. It's a level 54 horned rabbit. Derek crouches down, his expression softening. He asks the little fella what it's doing out in such a dangerous place. The creature just stares at him with big, innocent eyes. It looks completely harmless despite its level. Derek chuckles, telling the rabbit it's actually pretty cute. He even considers letting it live, even if it met his level requirement for the achievement. Suddenly, the rabbit's innocent look vanishes. It lunges forward with surprising speed, its horn glowing as it aims straight for Derek's head. Looks like the little guy is more aggressive than he thought. Despite his surprise, Derek Hunt's eyes remain locked onto a white blur streaking through the forest. He leans back just enough for the void rabbit to whistle past his face, the air from its speed ruffling his hair. "What the hell?" he says, genuinely surprised by the little creature's sudden burst of aggression. The rabbit doesn't stop, slamming headfirst into a tree trunk with a bone-jarring crunch that cracks the wood. Derek barely manages to dodge the next pass, the rabbit moving like a living projectile. It skids across the grass, kicking up dirt as it turns back for another round. The creature looks absolutely livid, its tiny body huffing with every breath as it glares at its summoner. Derek smirks and wipes his mouth. "All right, fine, you wanna go." He settles into a combat stance as the rabbit tenses up, ready to strike again. A blue light flares as the rabbit launches itself with explosive power. Derek moves through a series of fluid dodges, the rabbit becoming a blur of energy as it tries to pin him down. In a split second, he times it perfectly and snatches the tiny beast right out of the air. He holds the rabbit firmly, watching it squirm. "You're a little daredevil, aren't you?" The rabbit responds by sinking its teeth into his hand with a sharp bite. A system notification pops up showing he took 26 damage. He chuckles, thinking the number is laughably small compared to his total health. His smile fades as he considers the math. 26 damage is nothing to him, but for a normal person, it's a serious wound. He has a flash of memory showing Thomas, realizing the boy would have been in real danger from a simple bite like that. He holds the rabbit up, realizing that his pet is actually a lethal weapon he needs to be careful with. "I'm just gonna leave you right here," he decides, placing the rabbit back on the ground. He waves it goodbye, calling it a psycho-murder bunny, and telling it it's not worth the effort to kill. The rabbit stays behind, looking thoroughly annoyed by being dismissed so easily. As he walks deeper into the woods, Derek Hunt summons his status screen to look for a restorative skill. He ponders the choices, knowing he needs a way to sustain himself without relying on others. 3 options appear: Cure Toxin, Life Leech, and Rejuvenation. He mutters about the system being stingy. He quickly passes on Cure Toxin, figuring he can handle a little poison on his own. Life Leech seems useful for solo combat, healing him based on the damage he deals to enemies. Then there's Rejuvenation, which provides a targeted heal. It's a classic support skill. He weighs the benefits of healing himself versus having the ability to help others, looking deeply conflicted. He finally makes his choice, tapping the screen to finalize the skill selection. The system confirms he's learned Rejuvenation. He tells himself it's just a backup in case he needs to heal someone else, as memories of his former teammates resurface. He immediately regrets the thought, sighing at his own hypocrisy. Why did he bother leaving if he's still worried about people? He stands alone in the dark forest, wondering why he's acting so strange after years of isolation. He grits his teeth, the memory of his past failures and the danger he poses to others weighing heavily on him. He convinces himself that being alone is the only way to keep people safe from the trouble he brings. He stares into the distance, his resolve hardening as he prepares to continue his solo journey. Without warning, something slams into his back with a heavy thwack, catching him completely off guard. "What the hell?" he snaps, spinning around with a glowing blade of energy already in his hand. He's stunned to see the void rabbit has followed him all this way, looking just as grumpy as before. "You're still following me?" he asks, wondering if the creature has a grudge against him. Before he can argue, an undead forest wolf leaps out from the trees, its body a mess of rotting flesh and exposed bone. The rabbit glares at the intruder, its eyes glowing with a predatory intensity. A spray of blood fills the air as the wolf is torn apart in an instant. Derek Hunt looks on in shock as the little rabbit makes quick work of the monster. Derek Hunt looks down at the blood-soaked rabbit, completely baffled. "I thought bunnies were herbivores," he mutters, clearly having a hard time squaring his knowledge of biology with the carnage before him. He watches the rabbit hop around playfully after its kill. "This bunny is a psychopath and an idiot," he adds, realizing he's stuck with a very dangerous, very small companion. The void rabbit sits perfectly still, its white fur stained with crimson. Despite its cute appearance, those purple eyes hold a level of predatory focus that doesn't belong on a house pet. Derek Hunt finally gives in with a shrug and a thumbs up. "All right, fine, tag along, but you better not slow me down," he warns, though he seems more amused than annoyed now. The two continue their journey through the woods, with Derek Hunt leading the way and the rabbit following close behind in a series of energetic hops. As night falls, they set up a small camp. Derek Hunt huddles by the fire, cooking a piece of meat on a stick, while the rabbit watches the flames with curious, unblinking eyes. The rabbit isn't just for show, as it later intercepts a massive, tusked boar. It strikes with such force that a huge gout of blood erupts from the beast's side, ending the threat instantly. Back at the camp, Derek Hunt gives the murder bunny a rare bit of affection, scratching it behind the ears. The rabbit looks thoroughly unimpressed but doesn't pull away. The next morning, Derek Hunt wakes up feeling refreshed, lying by the dying embers of the fire with the rabbit curled up nearby. They get back on the trail, but the rabbit quickly gets bored of walking and whizzes past him in a blur of white fur and energy. Derek Hunt lets out a long yawn, stretching his arms high above his head to work out the stiffness from sleeping on the ground. He looks down at his companion and whistles. "Come on, Murder Bunny, let's go," he says, ready to see what else the day has in store. But when he looks back a few minutes later, the rabbit has stopped in its tracks, sitting small and solitary in the middle of the path. Derek Hunt pauses, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Huh?" he asks, wondering if the creature has finally grown tired of his company. He looks out over the landscape ahead, which is a bleak expanse of dead trees and scattered bones. The atmosphere has shifted into something far more oppressive. He turns back to the rabbit, realization dawning on him. "I see. So this is the point in the forest where you'll no longer follow me. Is that right?" The rabbit doesn't move, stamping its foot firmly into the dirt. It's clear that it has no intention of entering the desolated territory ahead. "I'd say good luck, but I don't think anything in this forest stands a chance against you," he says with a wave, leaving his small friend behind as he heads into the gloom. As he walks through the skeletal trees, the silence of the forest begins to grate on his nerves. He keeps a hand clenched, ready for any sudden movement. He takes a deep breath, trying to steady himself. "Calm down, Derek," he whispers, though the mounting tension makes it hard to follow his own advice. Memories of being trapped begin to surface, and for a moment he feels like he's back in that dark place, running with a portal looming behind him. He pushes through the mental haze, his silhouette framed against a bright clearing at the end of the path. "You're not trapped anymore," he tells himself. "You're alone, but only because you want to be." In the center of the clearing, he finds a swirling sphere of green energy, pulsating with an eerie light that illuminates the surrounding rot. He steps closer, curious despite his growing unease. "There it is," he mutters, calling upon his system to identify the mysterious object. A blue window pops up, identifying it as an undying dungeon, a level 100 challenge in a state of extreme overflow. He stares at the notification, tempted by the high-level rewards it likely contains. He considers going in for an achievement, but ultimately decides there's no way he's stepping inside. His past experiences weigh heavy on him. I have no gauge for how strong dungeons are in this world. What if I get trapped again? The reward isn't worth the risk. He decides to call it a day and head back, thinking about how Thomas and the villagers are probably safe now. He's done enough for one trip. Just as he turns to leave, a drop of sizzling green acid falls from the canopy, landing on the ground right next to his boot. This whole journey was a waste, he grumbles, completely unaware of the threat above. Suddenly, a massive creature drops from the trees, a skeletal horror clad in blue armor and wreathed in green flames. The acidic ghoul towers over him, letting out a deafening roar. Instead of panicking, Derek Hunt wipes a smudge of acid from his cheek, a sharp, dangerous grin spreading across his face. Ah, hello there. The system identifies the monster as an acidic ghoul, level 115. It's exactly the kind of challenge he was hoping to avoid, yet exactly what he needs. He looks up at the monster, his eyes gleaming with battle lust. You're exactly what I've been looking for. Derek Hunt wipes a smear of blood from his cheek, looking completely unfazed as he greets his target. Standing before him is an acidic ghoul, a level 115 nightmare radiating a toxic green glow. Gripping his spear tight, he admits he's been looking for something like this to vent some serious frustration. The undead horror lets out a distorted screech, its long tongue dripping with corrosive slime. Blue energy starts crackling around Derek as he shifts his weight, getting ready to launch into action. The monster lunges forward with incredible speed, its bone-like claws reaching for its prey. He dances around the attack with practiced ease, his silhouette trailing faint wisps of light. With a precise swing, he severs one of the beast's massive, glowing limbs. The guy just smirks, finding the creature's speed to be a bit of a disappointment. Just as Derek scoffs that he expected way more from a level 115 monster, the beast's severed arm suddenly regenerates at an alarming speed. Even worse, the monster is one step ahead. It snags his body, and the acid immediately starts eating through his protective armor. The beast slams him into the earth, the sheer force creating a massive crater beneath them. His clothes sizzle as the green liquid melts through the fabric, burning the skin underneath. Derek manages to flip away, just in time to avoid a follow-up bite from the snapping jaws. He skids across the clearing, resetting his stance while finally giving the monster some credit for its power. Despite the blood and burns on his face, his eyes stay ice-cold and focused on the kill. Summoning a new set of armor with a wave of his hand, he mutters to himself that a bit of a struggle actually makes the game way more entertaining. He rockets forward like a bullet, aiming his weapon right for the center of the ghoul's chest. The monster swings its claws frantically, trying to swipe at him again, and its sheer speed catches even Derek off guard. The boss's vicious swipe unleashes a massive shockwave across the ground, kicking up blinding clouds of dust everywhere. After endless dodging, Derek finally takes a brutal blow straight to the chest, gritting his teeth against the immense impact as he is skidded backward. A violent swirl of blue and white energy begins to condense around Derek's form. As Derek fires a concentrated beam of magic directly into the boss's torso, a world-shaking explosion of power rocks the entire forest, its blinding light dazzling every creature in the vicinity. The ghoul lets out a final, pained roar as the energy starts to tear its skeletal body apart. But this boss is no pushover. It rapidly regenerates and lunges forward to retaliate. Derek mocks the thing as it hisses acid everywhere, asking if this is really what passes for strength in this system. The acidic fumes have turned his shirt into a tattered mess, the cloth literally melting off his shoulders. He looks down at his opponent with a mix of boredom and disdain, clearly over this little dance. Derek's grip tightens until his knuckles turn white, and a strange, dark void energy begins to crackle. A manic grin spreads across his face as his eyes start to glow with a terrifying, otherworldly light. The ghoul cowers in the presence of the overwhelming power, realizing too late that it's completely outmatched. A colossal beam of void energy erupts from the ground, vaporizing everything in its path. The forest trembles from the discharge, leaving nothing but a charred, empty crater behind. Standing amidst the wreckage, Derek exhales slowly as the glow in his eyes begins to fade. System windows start popping up in rapid succession, detailing the massive experience gain and multiple level-ups. He even unlocks a rare achievement for slaying a monster over 100 levels above his own. The quiet returns to the woods as the dust settles around the victorious hunter. He stares down at the steaming patches of acid on the ground, clearly annoyed by the collateral damage. His armor is ruined beyond immediate use, the metal plates warped and corroded by the monster's blood. He begins unequipping the broken gear, knowing he'll have to find someone to repair it later. Derek pulls off his shredded shirt, revealing the strange, cracked patterns across his muscular torso. He searches through his inventory with a frown, wishing he'd stocked up on more earth clothes instead of those terrible tunics. Derek stands in the quiet woods, his torso smeared with grime and blood as he stares at the rags that used to be his clothes. Far from the carnage of the forest, the story shifts back to the peaceful outskirts of Reina's village, 2 weeks after his departure. Life goes on in the settlement, where young Thomas is busy putting the finishing touches on a haircut for Leon. With a confident swipe of his trimmers, the boy announces he's finally done with the job. He pulls the device away, satisfied with the precision of his work. Thomas holds up a wooden mirror for Leon, and the older man excitedly checks out the incredibly sick lightning bolt designed freshly shaved into the side of his head. Leon clearly a fan of the new look, while Thomas enthusiastically offers his barber services to anyone else passing by. Brandy watches the display with a heavy sigh, unable to believe the villagers are actually letting the kid near their heads with a blade. When Thomas dares to offer her a trim, she fixes him with a terrifying glare and a hand on her weapon, shutting him down instantly. The boy immediately retracts the offer, his hands raised in a frantic apology as he realizes he crossed a line. Brandy leans over her workbench with another weary sigh, the weight of their current situation clearly pressing on her. She admits to the boy that she's reached her limit, having used up every single hide Derek brought back before he left. Her tools sit idle on the table, useless, without the raw materials needed to craft new gear for the village. Thomas shares her concern, mentioning that his 13th birthday passed 2 days ago and he's itching to finally unlock the system. Brandy asks if his grandfather managed to catch him a frog to kill for the initiation, but Brandy wasn't impressed with the level of the target. He explains that while he was disappointed, he's sticking to the promise he made Derek to wait for his return before unlocking his potential. The two of them look out toward the horizon together, holding on to the hope that the man will return with exactly what they need. Meanwhile, the scene cuts to the charred remains of a nearby settlement known as Leon's Village, still smoldering in the fatting light. A heavy boot crunches onto the scorched earth as a newcomer arrives at the site of Derek's recent battle. A gloved hand sweeps across the dirt, a faint purple glow erupting as the figure begins to read the residual energy in the air. From beneath a dark hood, the stranger notes that the void beast was indeed slain in this very spot. The figure clenches a fist, sensing a second, far more powerful energy signature that lingers among the ruins. They flick the dust away, their senses finely tuned to the trail of power leading away from the battlefield. Enveloped in a golden aura, the mysterious hunter turns their gaze toward the horizon, tracking the energy straight toward Reina's village. Derek Hunt trudged through the woods, still annoyed about his gear. That ghoul's acid had done a real number on his armor, eating right through it with no problem. He figured clearing the rest of the dungeon was going to be a massive headache. Just as he was complaining to himself, he heard something behind him and spun around. He froze, eyes wide, as a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Something was definitely tracking him. Standing right there on the path was that strange rabbit, just staring him down with its single horn. It clearly wasn't planning on letting him leave. The creature gave the ground a solid thump, looking surprisingly intense for a little fluffball. It seemed to be making a point. Derek couldn't help but smirk at the sheer audacity of it. He started wondering if this thing actually liked him, or if it was just looking for a chance to finish the job. Before he could finish the thought, the rabbit launched itself like a rocket. Derek was faster, though, snatching the torpedo right out of the air. He held the critter up by the scruff of its neck, giving it a stern lecture. He'd promised someone he'd bring back a high-level monster to kill, and this little menace was making things difficult. A wicked grin spread across Derek's face as he leaned in close. He told the rabbit it was currently looking like the prime candidate for that hit list. The threat clearly landed, leaving the rabbit wide-eyed and shaking in his grip. It wasn't looking so tough anymore. Derek gave it a poke, laying down the law. It could stay with him while he was in the forest, but the village was strictly off-limits. He didn't trust the thing not to turn every villager into a target the second it saw them. He asked the dazed creature if it actually understood a word he was saying. With a heavy sigh, Derek finally gave up on the interrogation. Trying to reason with a rabbit was proving to be a waste of energy. He set the rabbit back on the ground, deciding he'd dealt with enough for one day. On GI letter 1EDDI, it finally stayed put. He waved for it to follow along, calling it an idiot as he started walking again. It hopped right after him without hesitation. But as they moved, Derek started to reconsider. He was getting pretty tired of just calling it bunny or idiot all the time, so he decided it was time for a real name. The rabbit hopped along happily, oblivious to the fact that it was about to get an upgrade from its current derogatory title. Later that night, Derek lay by the fire with the rabbit curled up asleep on his chest. He threw out a few options like Snowball or maybe Bella. His train of thought came to a screeching halt the next time they encountered a monster. Those names just didn't feel right for what happened next. The rabbit had absolutely shredded a level 59 undead forest bear, leaving nothing but a bloody mess. Derek realized those cute names didn't fit a literal psycho. Standing on a cliffside at sunset, he kept brainstorming. Dingbat felt too weird and Beelzebunny was just a mouthful, then he hit on something perfect. He finally had it. A grin spread across his face as he realized he'd found the perfect name for his murderous little companion. He took a knee and made it official, declaring that from now on, the bunny formerly known as Idiot would have a real title. He named her Sylvie. The rabbit looked up at him, her eyes practically sparkling with the recognition of her new name. Derek stood back up and gestured for Sylvie to come along. After all, there were plenty of other things in the forest that needed a good head-butting. A week passed as the duo continued their trek. Eventually, the trees began to thin out as they approached the outskirts of civilization. Derek stopped at the edge of the woods, looking down at Sylvie with a toy in his hand. He knew this was as far as she could go. He explained that he couldn't let her into the village. With her temper, it would turn into a total massacre in minutes. He told her to stay put in the forest and promised he'd be back in just a few days. Sylvie just stared up at him, looking unimpressed. To keep her occupied, he dangled a squeaky chipmunk plushie in front of her. Sylvie's eyes locked onto it with a terrifying, predator-like focus. Derek gave the toy a little rub, admitting that despite all the chaos, he was actually going to miss her. Then things took a turn. Sylvie's response was to immediately launch herself at a nearby tree. The impact sounded like a bomb going off, nearly knocking Derek back. The tree snapped like a toothpick, leaving Derek yelling at her to stay in the woods. He was starting to think he was traveling with a total psychopath. He walked away across the wooden bridge, still clutching the level 50 woodland chipmunk. He grumbled about how they were having a moment and she had to go and ruin it. Reaching the massive wooden walls of the village, Derek waved up at the sentry post. He was finally home. The guard immediately shouted for him to halt, demanding to know who he was. Derek just casually introduced himself, saying he was just getting back. Instead of waiting for them to open the gates, Derek dropped into a low squat on the dirt path. He launched himself into a massive leap, soaring right over the sharpened logs. The guard could only watch in pure shock as Derek flew past. The sudden surprise caused the poor guy to lose his footing and slip right off the platform. He went tumbling through the air. Derek caught him by the arm midair, stopping his fall before he could hit the ground. Talk about a close call. He told the guard to be careful and even threw in a compliment about his haircut. The guy was too stunned to do anything but stare. With a final leap, Derek touched down inside the village walls, leaving the bewildered guard thanking him from above. Mission accomplished. Derek Hunt stepped back into the familiar streets of the village, letting out a loud shout to catch everyone's attention. He was finally back, and he wanted the whole place to know it. The sound of his voice sent the locals into a frenzy. Thomas came skidding around the corner, nearly losing his balance in his rush to greet the returning hunter. Brandy Fields wasn't far behind, nearly colliding with a villager carrying a load of hay. The excitement was palpable as the two youngsters raced toward Derek, shouting his name. The kids practically tackled him, both of them talking at once. Thomas eagerly reported that he'd been practicing with his mana clippers and had already pushed his leatherworking skill to level 5. Thomas didn't stop there, bragging that his skill level was now among the highest in the village. He admitted he'd tried to practice on Brandy's hair, but she wouldn't let him anywhere near her. Brandy piped up next, her eyes wide with anticipation. She'd run through her entire supply of hides while he was away and was desperate to see if he'd brought back any high-level materials like he promised. She practically bounced on her heels, asking if he had a knife she could use. Her grandfather had offered one, but she'd been holding out specifically for something from Derek. Both children stared up at him with pure admiration, practically begging for a bit of praise. Derek could only nod along, feeling a bit overwhelmed by the sudden barrage of questions. Thomas shoveled forward, declaring his ambition to become as strong as Derek someday. The two kids were a whirlwind of energy, competing for his attention as they thanked him over and over. Their constant chatter finally reached a breaking point, and Derek had to step in to quiet them down. He looked at the pair, his expression a mix of amusement and exhaustion. He let out a heavy sigh, giving them both a light pinch on the nose to get them to focus. He marveled at how much they could talk after being apart for just a short while. Derek pulled a few knives from his pack, handing one over to Brandy. He warned her that they weren't exactly designed for leatherwork, but they'd be more than sharp enough if she was careful. He promised her that he had plenty more hides waiting for her to practice on. If she could reach level 10 in her leatherworking skill, he'd even help her secure a formal class for it. Brandy looked up at him, her eyes practically sparkling as he mentioned a special project he had in mind for her. She was all in, humming with excitement at the prospect. Then Derek turned his attention to Thomas. He asked if the boy had given any more thought to the conversation they had before he left. He reached into his pack, his hand brushing against the squeaky chipmunk toy as he told Thomas he had something special planned for him too. He told Thomas to meet him at the front gate the next morning so they could finally unlock his system. The boy looked like he'd just been told he won the lottery. Both kids were practically vibrating with joy as Derek confirmed the plan. They shouted their agreement, the excitement of the deal finally settling in. Derek held up a finger, a playful smirk on his face as he told them there was one condition for getting those gifts. He had a question that only they could answer. He simply asked if the village had a tavern. He'd been dreaming of a proper drink since he left the dungeon. Derek pushed open the heavy wooden doors, and the familiar scent of stale ale and wood smoke hit him immediately. He took a deep, satisfied breath, finally feeling at ease. He stepped into the dimly lit room, his eyes scanning the bar. He muttered to himself that this planet better have some decent beer, or the whole trip would be a bust. As he moved toward the counter, Derek accidentally bumped into a cloaked figure. The impact was solid, catching him completely off guard. He instinctively stepped back, letting out a surprised whoa as he tried to regain his balance. The tavern air felt heavy all of a sudden. Derek quickly offered an apology, saying he hadn't seen the person there. But as he looked at the stranger, a chill ran down his spine. He felt a familiar, powerful surge of energy radiating from the cloaked figure. His eyes widened as he realized he felt this void energy once before. The stranger's eye began to glow with complex system data, locking onto Derek. The hunter's breath hitched as he whispered the words, "It's you." The hunter stares Derek down, sensing something familiar in the air. Purple energy swirls around the protagonist as he realizes he's being scrutinized by someone far from ordinary. The hunter's eye glows with a mechanical-looking interface. He's convinced he's finally found his target, whispering that it is indeed the person he's been looking for. Derek tries to play it cool, asking the stranger who the hell he even is. The man is fully geared up like an elite scout, towering over Derek with a serious weight to his presence. Derek sizes him up, noticing the high-end equipment the guy is carrying. He wonders if he's dealing with another arrogant noble looking to flex some authority in this small village. The hunter isn't interested in small talk, claiming he's been tracking it for a while now. Derek just leans back, confused why the guy is referring to him as an object instead of a person. A close-up of the hunter's sharp green eye behind the mask shows his intense focus. He flat out asks Derek if he's actually a void beast in human form. Derek gives a deadpan denial, but the hunter isn't buying it. He can sense the unmistakable stench of the void clinging to Derek, and he isn't letting it go. Derek grits his teeth, realizing this guy is far more perceptive than most. He tries to play dumb, hopping to avoid a scene that might put the villagers in the middle of a fight. The questioning continues as the hunter probes for Derek's origin and current level. Derek starts getting visibly annoyed, pointing out that for a mysterious tracker, this guy sure likes to talk. The hunter's patience snaps, calling Derek a liar to his face. He lunges forward, aiming a finger directly at the protagonist as things escalate. Instead of a strike, the hunter grabs Derek's arm in a firm, unrelenting grip. The air between them practically crackles with the sudden surge of tension. Derek doesn't flinch, meeting the hunter's gaze with cold, ice-blue eyes. He asks the man what he actually plans to do even if his suspicions turn out to be right. A golden ring appears in the hunter's eye as he activates a specific skill. He's determined to peel back Derek's secrets by force right here in the middle of the tavern. A bright pillar of light erupts as the Identify skill washes over Derek's body. The hunter expects a full stat sheet to pop up any second, confirming everything he suspects. Instead of answers, a red system box flashes a blunt, Identify failed. The two just stand there in an awkward, silent standoff for a few seconds. Derek casually breaks the tension, pointing toward the bar and asking if he can finally get that beer. The hunter is left reeling, completely stunned that his high-level skill didn't reveal a single thing. Bart, the bartender, chimes in and addresses Derek by name, confirming his identity to the room. He mentions he's heard quite a few rumors circulating about the newcomer lately. The hunter realizes he's looking at the man who supposedly took down a void beast. He decides to back off for now, muttering about having to report this unusual development to someone named Stella. Bart slams a bottle onto the counter with a friendly grin. He introduces himself properly while admitting his home-brewed ale isn't exactly premium quality, but it gets the job done. Derek watches the hunter finally walk out the front door, leaving the tavern in peace. He lets out a breath, relieved that the immediate threat is gone, though he knows that was a close call. Bart slides a foaming mug across the bar and asks for 2 copper coins. Derek realizes with a bit of a start that he doesn't actually have any local currency on him yet. To cover the bill, Derek slams a massive, high-quality badger pelt onto the wooden counter. Bart's eyes nearly pop out of his head when he hears it's from a level 52 beast. That's more than enough for a drink. As Derek asks how much a room would cost him for the night, a pair of red leather boots clicks across the tavern floor. A familiar voice tells him not to worry about the price. The drink's on the house. Derek turns around to see who's speaking and finds Mallory Fields standing there. She looks much more composed than when they first met, and she's clearly looking for him. Mallory stands with her arms crossed, offering Derek a place to stay with her and her family. She considers it fair payment for all the valuable pelts he's been generous enough to give her. She gives him a warm smile, mentioned she's currently in the middle of making some stew for dinner. It's a much better offer than spending the night in a dusty tavern room. The two head out into the village square, which is buzzing with evening chatter and activity. Derek walks alongside her, comfortably carrying a couple of mugs of ale. Mallory gets serious for a moment, asking what that mysterious hunter wanted with him. Derek just shrugs it off with a smile, claiming the encounter was nothing important. Mallory isn't convinced by his casual attitude, warning him that he should stay on that guy's good side. She reveals the archer works for an incredibly powerful organization called the Crown. Derek takes a long sip of his beer while mulling over the name she just dropped. He asks if that means the guy is an official representative of the kingdom's royalty. She explains that it's actually much more complicated than that. The Crown is one of the most powerful groups in Sideria, but they operate completely independently of the government. A glowing shield appears as she talks, showing a crown positioned above a crossed fork and knife. Despite their prestige and name, they aren't actually affiliated with the king. Mallory reveals the surprising truth. The Crown is technically just a restaurant, but she warns him in no uncertain terms not to let that simple label fool him. Their influence stretches across the entire kingdom, holding massive sway over politics and social status. They basically run the high society scene for the elite. Receiving a membership, there is the ultimate dream for many nobles. Only the wealthiest and most powerful people in the world are even allowed to dine at their tables. Derek gets curious about what kind of dish could possibly give a restaurant that much power. Mallory looks him right in the eye, ready to drop the real bombshell. She says the words plainly, "Void beast." An image of a monstrous, cooked creature appears on a plate, looking both exotic and deeply unsettling. Derek immediately spatters his drink everywhere in pure shock. He can't believe people in this world are actually eating the same things he spent years of his life fighting just to survive. Mallory explains that consuming properly prepared void beast meat provides insane permanent bonuses to a user's stats. Gifting a carcass to the restaurant is a guaranteed way to earn a high-tier membership. Derek wipes his mouth, trying to regain his composure while the sun sets behind them. He asks why everyone doesn't just go out and hunt them if the rewards are so incredible. She tells him it's because most people would rather face an entire army than one of those things. Even a weak, void beast could easily level a whole village without breaking a sweat. Mallory clutches her chest, noting how incredibly rare they are to even find. They only come through portals from the void, and most folks are too terrified to even hear the name mentioned. A chaotic flashback erupts with a blinding explosion, showing villagers desperately fleeing as buildings crumble into debris. It's a sharp, violent reminder of the destruction that often follows the void. Stella is shown in a tight close-up, her amber eyes reflecting a deep, somber thought. She seems to be contemplating the weight of the secrets and power currently converging on the village. Back in the present, Derek's expression is soft and reflective as he looks down, a single bead of sweat tracing his jawline. He's clearly thinking about the potential danger his presence might bring to the people around him. The sun dips low as Derek and Brandy walk together through the quiet village streets toward her home. Derek holds a mug of ale, appearing more at ease than he has in a long time. Night settles over the village as warm, golden light pours from the windows of the Cozy Fields family residence. The sounds of distant laughter and friendly chatter drift through the cool evening air. Inside, Derek is absolutely burying his face in a bowl of stew, taking a massive gulp with an appetite only years of survival could produce. The simple pleasure of a hot meal is clearly something he hasn't had in ages. He slams his hand onto the table after finishing his portion, letting out a satisfied shout. He declares it's the best thing he's eaten in years, bringing a wide smile to everyone at the table. The entire family sits together for dinner, enjoying the meal in the warm glow of the room. Mallory humbly dismisses the praise, noting that her cooking skill is still only at level 8. Thomas's grandfather agrees with Derek, jokingly telling Mallory how delicious it was while starting to compare it unfavorably to Delilah's cooking. The grandmother immediately shuts him down with a sharp, warning glare. Young Thomas leans in close to the table, his eyes wide with anticipation. He's eager to know if tomorrow morning is finally the day Derek will help him unlock the great system. Derek gives the boy a small, supportive nod, confirming that he's ready to follow through on his promise. He makes it clear that as long as the grandparents approve, they'll start first thing in the morning. The grandparents exchange a soft look before turning back to the table with a smile. They agree that after seeing how much the boy has been looking forward to this, it would be cruel to make him wait any longer. Thomas throws his hands up in a victory cheer, his face lighting up with pure, unadulterated joy. The dream of finally becoming a system user is finally within his reach. The grandfather raises a finger, cutting through the celebration with one final condition. Thomas's face instantly falls as he prepares for the extra chore he knows is coming. Derek explains that it's been far too long since he's had a proper warm bath. He looks over at his grandson with a cheeky grin, clearly enjoying the leverage he has. Thomas is out of his chair in a heartbeat, dashing off to get the water ready before his grandfather can even finish the thought. He yells back that he's starting the fire now, determined to get to bed early. The adults share a laugh at the boy's relentless energy and single-minded focus. Brandy watches him go, nodding with a smile that Thomas really only ever has one thing on his mind these days. Derek turns away from the table, gazing out of the window at the fatting purple hues of the sunset. His reflection in the glass looks peaceful, a far cry from the haunted man who first arrived at the village. Suddenly, a finger pokes him in the shoulder, breaking his quiet trance. He looks back in surprise, his guard momentarily dropping as he sees Brandy standing there. She surprises him by presenting a small gift she's been working on. She tells him she made it specifically as a thank you for everything he's done for her family lately. Brandy holds out a handmade pendant on a simple cord, her face illuminated by a warm, gentle light. She hopes the small token shows just how much his presence has meant to them. A flashback shows Brandy and Mallory by Travis's grave. She tearfully shares that losing her father left her completely broken, but working with Derek's hides helped her heal and move on. Derek looks down at the pendant resting in his palm, his expression one of quiet, genuine gratitude. He thanks Brandy softly, clearly touched by the meaning behind the simple gift. In the background, Thomas's voice booms through the house as he shouts about needing more wood for the bath. The rest of the family continues their dinner, the home filled with a warm sense of belonging. Derek clutches the necklace to his chest, a soft smile playing on his lips. He thinks to himself that for the first time in a very long time, he isn't alone in the world. The final shot shows the village nestled safely behind its walls as the sky turns dark over the mountains. Derek reflects that he has finally, truly escaped the emptiness of the void. Derek and Thomas blast through the countryside, leaving a massive plume of dust in their wake as the sun begins to set. Derek has Thomas tucked under his arm. The boys face a blurred mess from the sheer velocity of their travel. Skidding to a halt, Derek kicks up a cloud of dirt and announces they've found the perfect spot. Thomas hangs limp, looking like his brain is still several miles back. Derek sets him down, but the kid's world is still spinning. He can barely manage a coherent response while his eyes swirl in his head. The dizziness vanishes the moment Derek asks if he's ready to unlock the system. Thomas is practically glowing with excitement. Derek hands over a sharp, silver dagger, warning him to be careful with the edge. Thomas takes it with both hands, looking at the ornate blade in awe. Reaching for a sack at his waist, Derek tells him it's time to get started. Something inside the bag is squealing and thrashing around. Derek holds the struggling sack aloft with a calm, almost predatory smile. He gives Thomas a simple, brutal instruction: kill it. Thomas takes a steadying breath and nods, tightening his grip on the dagger. He's nervous, but the look on his face shows he's ready to do what needs to be done. A massive pillar of blue energy erupts from the boy as he completes the task. A system notification pops up, confirming that Thomas Stewart has officially unlocked the great system. Derek takes his dagger back, the blade now stained red. He casually checks in on the kid, asking how the experience felt. Thomas is in total shock, staring at his hands as he tries to process his new status. He's just received an achievement for killing a level 50 creature and can't wrap his head around how he pulled it off. Derek looks at the glowing weapon in his hand. He explains that the knife was made by the same master smith who forged his own glaive, making it the sharpest blade he owns. The atmosphere turns serious as Derek points a finger at the boy. He tells Thomas there's a vital question he needs to ask before they go any further. Derek acknowledges Thomas's desire to leave the safety of the village and grow stronger. His usual cocky grin is gone, replaced by a rare moment of sincerity. For a second, Derek seems to look right through the boy as he thinks about his past. He admits that he's been alone for a very long time. He confesses that the solitary life is finally starting to feel stale. He looks Thomas in the eye and asks if the boy wants to travel with him when he leaves. Thomas is completely caught off guard, his eyes going wide as he stares up at Derek. He never imagined he'd get an invitation to join someone so powerful. Inside, the kid is losing his mind with joy, thinking about how legendary his journey is about to become. He tries to suppress his excitement so he doesn't look like a total amateur. He lets out a quick cough and manages a casual sure. He tells Derek he doesn't see any reason to turn down the offer. Derek's expression shifts into mentor mode as he lays out his conditions. First, traveling with him means Thomas will learn his secrets, and he can never share them with anyone. Thomas adopts a grim, determined expression and vows to protect those secrets with his life. Derek thinks the "guard them with my life" part is a bit much, but he appreciates the spirit. The second rule is all about self-reliance. Derek promises to keep him safe, but only if Thomas commits to a brutal training regimen so he stops depending on anyone else. Holding up 3 fingers, Derek delivers the final rule: absolute obedience. If he gives an order, Thomas follows it instantly without asking a single question. Thomas looks a little unsettled by the intensity of the gaze. He asks for clarification, wondering if that really applies to anything. Derek raises his hands in a reassuring gesture, explaining that he isn't evil, just pragmatic. Every command he gives will have a logical reason behind it. With a determined shout and 2 clenched fists, Thomas makes his choice. He tells Derek he's all in and wants to travel the world with him. Derek reaches out and they share a firm, celebratory handshake. He welcomes the kid to the team as the twilight settles over the hills. A bit later, the two are lounging in the tall grass under a bright sky. Derek gets down to business, asking Thomas how many skill points he has to spend. When Thomas says he has 3, Derek tells him he's only going to have 1 left. Thomas is stunned by the news, but Derek just tells him to follow orders. Following the plan, Thomas puts his points into meditation and identify. Glowing icons appear as the system confirms the skills have been learned. Derek notices the kid's slumped shoulders and tells him not to feel bad. He promises that while they aren't flashy, these are actually some of the most powerful skills a user can have. He breaks down the benefits, explaining that high-level meditation allows for health and mana recovery even during combat. Meanwhile, high-level Identify protects his own data from prying eyes. Thomas imagines a warrior meditating and a mysterious eye peering out. He still thinks the skills are incredibly boring compared to what he was hoping for. Derek asks what kind of class Thomas sees for himself in the future. The boy's face lights up as he describes his vision of becoming a high-speed assassin. He wants to be so fast that he hits his targets before they even realize he's there. Derek nods and tells him to spend his last point on light weapons mastery. Thomas taps the blue interface, locking in his first combat-related skill. For his stat points, Derek tells him to dump everything into vitality and endurance. He warns the boy that he's going to need the extra stamina if he expects to keep up. Thomas is confused by the warning until Derek suddenly takes off at a run. He calls out, asking if Derek is going to carry him back like before. Derek doesn't even slow down as he becomes a blur on the horizon. He just shouts a flat nope and keeps going. Derek yells back that they're racing and Thomas is already losing. The boy scrambles to his feet, shouting that the head start is totally unfair. Back at the village, a serious meeting is underway at the council table. While the leaders talk, Thomas is a crumpled heap on the floor, desperately trying to catch his breath. Derek sighs, tapping his fingers rhythmically against the wooden table. He has some grim news to break to the village leaders. Looking up with a cold intensity, Derek delivers his blunt assessment. If the silver-ranked team goes into that dungeon, they're all going to die. Raina West looks over at him, confusion and concern written all over her face. She explains that she already sent a request to the guild for level 50 silver-ranked adventurers. Derek doesn't sugarcoat it. He tells them flat out that during his trip into the forest, he found the actual dungeon and it's level 100. The news sends a shockwave through the room. Leon and Richard stare at him in total disbelief, realizing how outmatched their planned reinforcements would be. Derek's eyes narrow as he confirms the threat level. This isn't a silver rank problem anymore, it's a gold rank nightmare. Leon and Richard exchange worried glances. The elder realizes they have to pivot immediately and start writing a new request for level 100 gold-ranked adventurers. Derek cuts in, asking Richard if there's a map of the surrounding area available. He needs to show them exactly what they're dealing with. Richard points toward a nearby bookshelf and tells Thomas to fetch the map from the top drawer. The boy immediately snaps to attention and runs to get it. Derek spreads the map across the table and points out a series of red X's. He explains that these mark the dungeons they already know about, along with details on monster types and party limits. The map shows Raina's village and a nearby marked area labeled for level 25 insects. It's clear the village has been surrounded by lower-level threats for a long time. Derek points to a blank spot on the parchment. Based on his trip, he estimates the undead dungeon should be located right in this unexplored territory. Derek pulls a pen from his belt and looks at the leaders for approval. He asks if he can mark the location of the new threat directly on their map. With their permission, he circles the spot and scribbles 100 undying next to it. He mentions that he'll also need a copy of the map for his own use. He rolls the map back up and hands it to Raina West. As he does, he mentions that he has one more question for her. Derek looks her over, genuinely curious. With all these high-level dungeons and monsters nearby, he asks why she's still only level 31. Raina's face flushes a deep red as a system window appears, confirming her stats. She's embarrassed that he used his identify skill on her without asking. She explains that her class, Tempest Blade, is incredibly rare. Because of its nature, it takes her much longer to level up compared to standard classes. Looking out the window, Raina West sighs. Most of the creatures in this immediate area are too low-level to give her any significant experience points. She glances at the weapons mounted on the wall. Even if she found stronger prey, the basic weapons forged in the village would break long before she could finish a high-level hunt. Derek doesn't say a word, he just tosses a curved, ornate sword toward her. Raina catches it out of the air, looking completely stunned by the gift. Derek tells her he wants her to join him and Thomas for a training session tomorrow. Thomas looks up from the floor, totally caught off guard by the sudden change in plans. He points a finger at her, a knowing smirk on his face. He's already figured out that she can use magic, making her the perfect person to help Thomas grow. Raina West stares at the weapon, running a hand along its fine edge. She knows a sword of this quality must have cost a fortune and can't believe he's just giving it away. She gives a firm nod, her gaze sharpening. She agrees to his terms and accepts the training offer. Derek waves a hand dismissively as he walks toward the door. He tells them he'll see them in the morning, but for now, he's going to go catch up with his friend Bart. The scene shifts to a grand, dimly lit throne room. Wallace is standing in the center of the hall, shouting at his father for more reinforcements. Lord, the father of Wallace, sits at his desk and doesn't even look up from his papers. He asks his son if he's really so small of a man that he needs a whole army to bully a tiny border village. Wallace stands there, fuming and clenching his fists. His father mentions that the village has already sent their own request to the guild for a silver rank team. The Lord looks up with a gaze that could cut glass. He tells Wallace he won't tolerate another embarrassment and orders him to go back and handle the situation himself. Wallace tries to protest, stepping forward with his hand on his chest. He starts to plead his case, but his father isn't interested in excuses. The Lord slams his hand onto the desk and points toward the door. He gives a final, absolute command for Wallace to leave and get the job done. Wallace clenches his jaw so hard it looks like his teeth might crack. He spins on his heel, his cape swirling as he stomps away in a rage. As he storms out of the library, Wallace's expression is pure venom. He mutters to himself that if his father wants him to deal with the village, then he'll deal with them once and for all. Raina hesitates, looking at Derek with genuine concern. He's standing there completely unprotected, and she's worried her next move might actually do some damage. Derek isn't hearing it and tells her to hit him with everything she's got. He's fully committed to this bizarre durability test. He gives her a confident smirk, telling her to just trust him. He's clearly not worried about getting a scratch. Plus, he jokes that he'd much rather lose these old shorts from his storage bracelet than ruin another good shirt. That's one way to prioritize your wardrobe. Raina reluctantly agrees and starts channeling her power. Glowing blue energy swirls around her blade as she prepares to strike. She takes a stance and swings, sending a massive crescent of wind magic flying forward. Even though she's attacking, she's still planning to hold back just a little bit. The magical blade tears through the air, heading straight for Derek's exposed chest. He doesn't even flinch as the attack closes the distance. Derek watches the blue light approach with total calm. He looks like he's just waiting for a breeze rather than a lethal spell. Thomas watches from the sidelines, looking absolutely horrified. He's starting to wonder if traveling with this guy was actually a good idea. The wind blade hits Derek dead-on, exploding in a splash of bright blue mana. The force looks like it should have cut him in half. The dust settles, and both of them are stunned to see that the attack didn't even leave a mark. Raina can't believe he's this much of a monster, while Thomas is just pure fanboying. Derek casually brushes off his shoulder, looking completely bored. He tells Raina it wasn't bad, but next time she better not hold back. Raina gets a look of intense focus in her eyes. The kid gloves are officially coming off. She leans into a massive overhead swing, promising she won't hold back this time. A huge vortex of mana erupts around her as she goes all out. 10 minutes later, the training session comes to an abrupt halt. Raina is slumped over, completely drained of mana after throwing everything she had at him. Derek checks on her and tells her to start meditating until she's recovered. He's not done with her yet, but now it's someone else's turn. He calls Thomas over, who's been busy trying to pick out a weapon from the pile on the ground. It's time for the boys' training to begin. Derek tells him to pick whatever he wants and do his absolute best to kill him. It's a pretty intense way to start a lesson. Thomas is completely thrown off by the request to literally kill his mentor. The thought of it has him sweating and looking totally overwhelmed. Derek just sighs, reminding him that he just tanked 30 wind blades without a scratch. He asks Thomas if he really thinks his puny strength could even make a dent. The reality of the situation sinks in, and Thomas gets a determined look on his face. He repeats the order to kill, locking in his focus. Thomas takes a combat stance with a sword while Derek stands ready, completely relaxed. He goads the boy to come at him. With a loud scream, Thomas charges forward with a dagger in hand. He's putting every ounce of effort into this one strike. He swings the blade with everything he has, but Derek doesn't even move. The dagger just whistles through the empty air right in front of him. There's a long, awkward silence as Thomas realizes his big attack didn't even make contact. Derek just stands there looking completely unimpressed. They both just stand there for a moment, the silence stretching out between them. It's a pretty embarrassing start for the aspiring fighter. Derek can't believe it and points out that Thomas somehow missed a target that wasn't even moving. Thomas is mortified, stammering out a quick apology. Derek isn't interested in apologies and tells him to be better instead. Thomas gets fired up, vowing that he'll never miss a strike again. He tries again with another desperate swing, but it's another total miss. The blade doesn't get anywhere near Derek. Derek rubs his eyes in frustration and suggests they try a different weapon. Thomas is immediately defensive, insisting that he really wants to use daggers. Derek shuts down the argument, reminding him that he has to do as he's told. He orders Thomas to pick up a spear and try again. This routine becomes their life for the next several days. Training starts early and goes late out in the fields. Raina keeps blasting Derek with her wind magic, which is a win-win. Her skill levels up, and his magic resistance keeps climbing. Derek just stands there and takes the hits to grow stronger. The only problem is Thomas, who is still absolutely struggling to get the hang of daggers. Derek looks at the minor scratches on his chest, sighing at the slow progress. It's frustrating for Derek to watch. He knows Thomas is putting in the work, but it's just not clicking with that specific weapon. Oddly enough, Thomas is actually pretty impressive with a sword or a spear. Between sessions, Derek takes him out to hunt beasts so the boy can get the final kills and level up. Derek also makes sure to bring back plenty of hides for Brandy to practice on. He's becoming a bit of a provider for the group. When night falls, the group returns to the village to share dinner with the locals. The atmosphere is warm and full of laughter as they relax after a long day. One of the village elders chats with Derek, admitting that Thomas can be a bit stubborn. He suggests Derek go a little easy on the kid, mentioning that Thomas's father also used daggers. Thomas is nearby, excitedly telling Brandy how much better he's getting at training. He's clearly proud of his progress, even if it's slow. The elder explains that the boy just wants to be like his dad. It's more about legacy than logic for him. Finally, the big day arrives. Derek stands with Thomas under a large tree and announces that since he's finally reached level 10, it's time to choose a class. Derek gives the kid some last-minute advice, telling him to be smart and pick the most effective class rather than just what looks cool. Thomas flashes a confident grin, giving a thumbs up and promising he's got it under control. Derek stands back with his arms crossed, watching as the boy interacts with the floating system interface under the shade of the tree. He can't help but feel a bit of hope for the kid, knowing how much effort Thomas has put into his training recently. Thomas hesitates for a second, his finger hovering just inches away from the blue screen as he prepares to make his choice. With a final click, he locks in his decision, the screen glowing as it processes the new class assignment. Green mana swirls around Thomas in a violent rush of energy, signaling that the system has officially recognized his new path. A dagger flips through the air, glinting in the sunlight as Thomas tests out his new equipment. He catches the blade with a smug look on his face, clearly satisfied with how things turned out. Derek isn't sharing the enthusiasm, narrowing his eyes as he senses something might be off with the boy's choice. Thomas jumps for joy, excitedly announcing that he chose the rogue class simply because it was what his father used to be. The mentor's face darkens as he asks if there really weren't any better options, like a rare or growth-type class. Derek rubs his temple in frustration, questioning if Thomas really threw away a better future just for some sentimental attachment to his dad. Thomas looks down at his dagger, his guilt plain to see as he admits there actually were some rarer options available to him. He stares at his own reflection in the steel, remembering how legendary his father seemed when he was younger. Derek's patience snaps, standing over him and bluntly stating that his dad is dead and that Thomas is objectively terrible with daggers. Tears start to well up in Thomas's eyes as Derek wonders aloud if he should even bother taking a child like him on the journey. Desperate, Thomas throws himself at Derek's feet and clings to his leg, begging to be taken along so he can grow strong enough to protect people. Derek looks down with a cold expression, asking how he's supposed to trust someone who ignores direct orders and can't be trusted with secrets. The boy is a complete mess now, sobbing and pleading for one more chance to prove his worth. In a final act of desperation, Thomas shouts that he swears on the great system to keep every single one of Derek's secrets. A massive blue notification erupts between them, detailing a binding oath that will strip Thomas of everything if he ever breaks his word. Derek is genuinely surprised, noting that this is even harsher than the contract skills he remembers from his previous world. He asks why Thomas would ever do something so extreme, and the boy simply sniffles, stating he just wants to follow him. Derek gives him a final warning, telling him he has exactly one strike left before he's sent back home for his own safety. They start the walk back to the village, with Derek announcing they'll leave for a dungeon in a few days to see if Thomas actually meant his oath. Miles away, a pair of luxury carriages rattle toward a massive fortified city as the sun sets over the horizon. Inside one of the carriages, a group of elite system users is relaxing with glasses of wine in a very lavish interior. The woman beside him looks disgusted, complaining about having to return to what she calls a pigsty of a village. The man in the fancy hat grumbles in agreement, annoyed that he only just managed to get the rural smell out of his hair. The other woman fans herself with a bored expression, demanding a much better welcoming party than the pathetic one they got last time. A quiet man with tanned skin stares out the window, seemingly ignoring the petty complaints of his companions. The white-haired leader finally snaps, shouting at the entire group to just shut up and stop their constant whining. He leans back against the velvet cushions, promising them that this whole boring ordeal will be finished in just a few days. Derek, Hunt, and Thomas arrive at a grassy clearing where a green portal sphere hums with power. The air around the entrance ripples as they approach the dungeon. The man considers their progress, nodding they can only run a level 25 dungeon a couple of times. He needs to manage his level carefully to ensure they get the maximum benefit from the training. The glowing orb pulses with a steady green light, ready to transport them into the depths. Derek explains that this run will give the boy plenty of much-needed experience before they face anything more dangerous. Thomas stares up at the portal, his expression filled with confusion and a hint of dread. He still hasn't grasped why his mentor chose this specific location for their next lesson. Derek gives him a confident, sharp grin that doesn't do much to ease the kid's nerves. He simply states that they're here to conquer the dungeon, making it sound like a walk in the park. Thomas scratches the back of his head, looking completely lost. He points out that this is a level 25 dungeon and wonders how a low-level pair like them is even supposed to survive inside. The mentor reminds his pupil about the secrets he's sworn to keep, his tone shifting to something more serious. He tells the boy he's about to see the first one in action. Derek places his hands near the glowing core, and a blue system screen flickers to life between them. The display lists the participants, revealing that he is only at level 18. The status window provides more details, confirming the dungeon is filled with insect-type monsters and is currently stable. It lists the reward as a support skill, with a maximum participant level of 25. Thomas's jaw drops as he stares at the level readout, his face pale with shock. He can't wrap his head around how someone as terrifyingly strong as Derek is only at level 18. The kid starts to sweat, the gears turning in his head as he processes the information. He realizes that this level gap shouldn't be possible given what he's seen. Thomas suddenly bursts into a grin, clenching his fists with newfound excitement. He figures that with Derek's unnatural strength, they'll be able to breeze through every lower-level dungeon without a hitch. The protagonist's smile takes on a much darker edge as he looks down at his enthusiastic student. He calmly asks who said anything about him doing the fighting. A blinding white light erupts from the portal as the transport sequence begins. Derek gives Thomas a playful shove toward the center, telling him he's just going to watch while the boy fights for his life. A system prompt appears against the digital darkness, counting down the seconds until they enter. 3, 2, 1, the world around them vanishes in a flash of green energy. They arrive in a damp, dark cave where water drips steadily from the stalactites. The sound of shifting insects echoes through the tunnels, signaling that the hunt has officially begun. A small bird with bright yellow and blue feathers chirps and takes flight as they emerge into a sun-drenched jungle. The dungeon's interior is a lush, overgrown wilderness that masks the danger lurking within. They stand in a clearing surrounded by giant ferns and towering trees. A massive, toucan-like bird watches them from a branch as Derek turns to the kid and asks if he's ready. Thomas clutches Derek's arm, his eyes wide with genuine terror as he looks into the dark cave entrance behind them. He asks if his mentor is really serious about letting him face this alone. Derek points toward the pair of high-level daggers strapped to the boy's waist. He reminds him that he's already been provided with the best gear possible for his level. The boy looks down at his new leather and metal armor, which feels a bit heavy for his small frame. Derek reassures him that the gear Brandy made should be enough to keep him from getting squashed. He adds with a casual shrug that Thomas has plenty of vitality to tank a few hits. Besides, he needs to level up his own rejuvenation skill, and some fresh injuries on the kid would be the perfect practice. The man gives a tiny peace sign, declaring it a perfect win-win situation. He seems entirely too pleased with the idea of his student getting beat up for the sake of efficiency. Thomas gives a heavy gulp and draws one of his daggers, his hand shaking as he echoes the phrase. He tries to convince himself that he's fine, even though his face says otherwise. Derek leads the way into the dense forest, telling the kid to try and have some fun. Neither of them seems to notice the giant blue centipede crawling just a few feet away on a tree trunk. The fun starts immediately as a giant flying insect drops from the trees and pins Thomas to the ground. He lets out a muffled scream for help as he struggles against the creature's weight. He scrambles to his feet and runs, only to have a massive black beetle charge at him from the brush. It scuttles across the forest floor with terrifying speed, forcing the boy to dodge for his life. A giant purple and red centipede lunges out of the leaves, coiling its segmented body around Thomas's chest. He gasps for air, his face turning blue as the monster begins to squeeze the life out of him. The situation goes from bad to worse as a giant ant-like creature clamps its massive black mandibles onto the boy's shoulder. He screams his mentor's name in desperation as the monsters close in for the kill. Derek finally makes his move, a blue blade of energy cleaving through the air in a single, fluid motion. He effortlessly slices the monster apart, sending bits of chitin and ichor flying as he saves his student. Thomas collapses onto the forest floor, his clothes torn and his left arm bloodied from the encounter. He gasps for breath, his eyes wide with shock as he asks what part of that was supposed to be fun. Derek leans on a long black spear, looking down at the traumatized boy with a bored expression. He tells the kid to relax, pointedly nodding that he didn't actually die. The kid winces as he clutches his injured forearm, certain that the bone is snapped. Derek kneels beside him and tells him to show him the arm so he can get to work. The man activates his skill, a vibrant green light flowing from his palms and wrapping around the boy's mangled limb. The air hisses as the magic begins to mend the broken bones and torn flesh. Thomas lifts his arm, staring in disbelief as the wound completely vanishes before his eyes. He admits that it feels much better, though his confidence is still in tatters. Derek gives him a firm, heavy-handed clap on the back and tells him to get back out there. He reminds the boy that the dungeon isn't going to clear itself while they sit around. Thomas stays crouched on the ground for a moment, looking like he's about to cry. He realizes that his mentor is genuinely insane for putting him through this kind of hell. He reluctantly stands up and draws his dagger again, a dark, gloomy aura hanging over his head. Behind him, Derek pumps a fist in the air and cheers him on with a cheerful shout. A giant rhinoceros beetle chitters in a small clearing, its single yellow eye scanning the surroundings for movement. It stands its ground, unaware that it's being watched from the thick brush. Thomas hides behind a cluster of leaves, his hands trembling as he grips his knife. He tells himself he can do this, trying to summon every bit of courage left in his body. The boy suddenly lunges from his hiding spot, dashing toward the beetle's side with surprising speed. He aims his blade at a gap in the monster's armor, hoping for a quick kill. The beetle reacts instantly, its glowing eyes snapping toward the charging attacker. It lets out a high-pitched chitter, completely unfazed by the kid's attempt at a sneak attack. Thomas lunges with all his strength, but his dagger only cuts through the air as the beetle easily evades. A large whiff sound effect emphasizes his complete lack of precision. Derek Hunt groans, leaning against a tree and rubbing his temple in frustration. He can't believe his student is making such basic rookie mistakes after all their training. The monster retaliates instantly, slamming its massive horn into the boy's chest. The impact sends him flying backward through the air with a painful gasp. Thomas grunts as he hits the forest floor, skidding across the dirt and leaves. The force of the blow has left him gasping for breath, his vision likely swimming. The giant insect screeches, towering over its prey as it prepares to finish him off. Its yellow eyes glow with a predatory light in the dim jungle shadows. The kid doesn't stay down, rolling through the grass to dodge another lethal strike. He managed to sever one of the beetle's smaller legs, though the main threat is still very much alive. Derek cheers from the sidelines, finally seeing a spark of competence in the boy's movements. He yells out a word of encouragement, hoping the kid can maintain this momentum. The beetle ignores the mentor and launches a full-speed charge, its massive body tearing through the undergrowth. Thomas braces himself, realizing he can't dodge this one in time. A sickening crunch echoes through the clearing as the beetle slams straight into the boy. He cries out in pain, the monster's massive weight pinning him against the ancient tree trunk, leaving him completely immobilized. Thomas looks down in surprise, realizing he hasn't logged out of life just yet. The specialized armor and the tree trunk came to his rescue, though deep cracks have already begun to form on the surface from the immense pressure. He offers a silent thanks to Brandy for the high-quality gear as he finds his second wind. He grits his teeth, determined to prove he can handle this on his own. With a sudden burst of energy, the boy lunges upward, his blade glowing with a bright green and blue light. He delivers a powerful upward slash that cuts deep into the monster's carapace. The giant insect lets out one final, deafening screech as the killing blow connects. Orange fluid sprays from the wound, signaling the end of the struggle. Thomas plunges his dagger into the top of the beast's head, putting all his weight behind the strike. The monster goes limp instantly, collapsing into a heap of twitching legs. Exhausted and covered in dirt, the boy slumps against a large tree trunk. He breathes heavily, his chest heaving as the adrenaline starts to leave his system. He wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead, looking at the dead beetle with a mixture of pride and relief. It wasn't a clean victory, but it was certainly an improvement over his last attempt. Derek Hunt walks over and offers a hand to pull his student up. He tells the boy it's time to review that spectacular performance and identify where things went south. Thomas rubs the back of his neck, guessing that his biggest mistake was putting too much power into his swing. He admits that missing his mark threw him completely off balance. The protagonist crosses his arms, telling the kid he was wrong even before he reached the beetle. He stares him down, waiting for the boy to realize the obvious flaw in his strategy. Derek points out that since Thomas chose the rogue class, he should have a stealth skill available. He asks the boy directly why he didn't bother using it during the fight. The boy freezes, his mind racing as he tries to process the question. Mathematical formulas and logic symbols float around his head in a comedic display of mental overload. A long, awkward silence follows as leaves drift slowly past the stunned boy. He stands perfectly still in the middle of the clearing, his brain finally making the connection. Thomas finally looks up at his mentor, a sheepish, embarrassed grin spreading across his face. He begins to stutter out an explanation, though it's clear he's already lost this argument. He admits with a nervous laugh that he completely forgot he even had a stealth skill. Derek just stares at him, clearly wondering how someone could be this forgetful during a life-or-death battle. Derek Hunt's expression turns into one of pure disbelief. He reminds the kid that he forgot the only actual skill he has, from a class he chose specifically against Derek's own advice. Thomas just keeps grinning, though he's sweating profusely under the weight of his mentor's judgment. He can only offer a weak yes in response to the scolding. The man stares at his student in stunned silence, his face a mask of disappointment. He mentally concludes that the kid is simply dumb as hell, leaving him wondering if there's any hope for this training at all. A heavy wooden carriage rattles along the dirt path, its wheels kicking up dust as it nears the town gate. The horse-drawn transport comes to a sharp halt right before the wooden entrance of the settlement. A heavy metal-plated boot thuds onto the ground as someone steps down from the carriage. Up on the ramparts, a guard leans over the spiked fence and shouts for the newcomers to state their business. A sudden blast of blue energy erupts from below, tearing through the gate and sending the guard flying into the air. The explosion shatters the wooden barrier completely, leaving a path wide open through the settling smoke. Inside the town, the locals stop in their tracks, looking on in confusion as a group of armed strangers approaches. Gracefall leads his team through the debris, loudly announcing that the city lord of Torith has sent them to end the town's dungeon troubles. Gracefall flashes a smug, predatory grin, his red eyes glowing as he tells the peasants they're here to save them. Reyna isn't buying the act and draws her blades, blue energy swirling around the steel. The frost from her magic begins to hiss against the wooden fence, showing just how much power she's channeling. Reyna stands her ground with her daggers ready, making it clear they don't want or need Gracefall's kind of help. With a swirl of magic around her, she flat-out orders the noble to turn around and leave the town. Gracefall just stares back at her, his expression twisting into a menacing scowl as his eyes flare bright red. Meanwhile, deep inside a level 25 dungeon, a massive spider ant lets out a piercing shriek. Thomas ducks under a pair of sharp, glowing red pincers, having spent the last few days fighting for his life in these tunnels. Thomas grits his teeth, determined to handle the monster on his own now that he's reached level 17. He let out a shout and lunges forward, swinging his dagger with everything he's got. The blade sinks deep into the creature's head, sending a spray of thick yellow blood across the clearing. Thomas lets out a triumphant cheer, thrilled to have finally taken down one of the larger bugs. His celebration is cut short when a second spider ant emerges from the brush right behind him. The monster bellows as it prepares to charge, forcing the boy to snap back into combat mode. Thomas panics, pulling at his dagger only to realize it's wedged tight in the first bug's carapace. The second insect closes the distance in a blur, its massive body looming over the unarmed boy as he screams for help. Before the bug can strike, a streak of energy tears through it, ending the threat in an instant. Thomas falls back onto the ground, breathless and frustrated as he looks at his empty hands. He stares at his weapon still stuck in the dead monster, realizing his fight was going well until he lost his leverage. He looks at the pool of yellow ichor and starts to doubt himself, thinking he should have chosen a different class entirely. Derek Hunt casually retrieves the weapon, flipping the dagger in the air with a calm, practiced ease. He reaches out to heal Thomas, green energy pulsing from his hand as he tells the kid to stop mopping. Derek gives him a slight smirk, telling him that he's made massive progress and is actually ready for what's next. They stand before a massive stone gate wreathed in blue lightning, the final obstacle in the dungeon. Derek goes over the plan one more time, telling Thomas to use stealth to sneak up and target the head. As the heavy doors groan open, Derek stands with his arms wide, ready to face whatever is waiting inside the light. A shockwave of purple energy suddenly blasts out from the room, whipping past them with a loud whoosh. Derek doesn't even flinch, blocking a massive blade-like limb with his bare forearm while Thomas watches in awe. The dungeon boss, a giant armored insect, hisses as it prepares to strike again, its eyes glowing with malice. Derek decides to change the plan on the fly, telling Thomas he'll pin the creature down so the boy can land the final blow. He charges forward in a blur of blue energy, moving much faster than the massive boss can react. Derek grabs the creature by its neck and upper body, using his raw strength to wrestle it toward the ground. The monster hisses as Derek forces its head down, its eyes glowing as it struggles against the overwhelming grip. With a final, powerful thrust, Derek slams the boss's head into the floor, shattering the stone and pinning it in place for Thomas. Derek Hunt steps back from the pinned monster, telling Thomas that he's got it held down and the rest is up to him. Thomas gives a firm nod, sweat beading on his face, as he prepares to deliver the finishing blow. The boy let out a shout and rushes forward, gripping his weapon tight as he closes the distance. He drives the blade deep into the monster's head, causing a violent burst of purple energy and ichor to spray everywhere. The massive insectoid's leg gives one last, feeble twitch before it finally goes still. The boss's body begins to dissolve into a swirl of blue light particles, signaling the end of the encounter. A system notification appears in midair, officially declaring the dungeon boss defeated. Thomas lets out a relieved laugh, still catching his breath after clearing his very first dungeon. He slumps over slightly, just glad to finally be getting out of the dark, dangerous tunnels. Derek congratulates him with a neutral tone, but warns the boy that things only get more difficult from here. He adds that they took a bit longer than he expected, and Thomas's grandmother is probably getting worried. Thomas stays behind for a second, tugging at the weapon still wedged into the dissolving corpse. Derek looks down with a curious expression, wondering what on earth is going through the kid's mind. Derek speaks up and asks what Thomas is planning to do, noticing the boy just standing there while he prepares to head out. Frustrated that his knife is still stuck, Thomas gives the dead monster a hard kick with a loud thud. A new window pops up, rewarding him with the Cure Toxin skill for completing the dungeon. The system explains that the skill can remove toxins and infections from himself or others at the cost of 1 skill point. Another notification flashes, granting him an achievement for finishing his first dungeon crawl. As a lesser dungeon explorer, Thomas earns an additional 2 skill points to bolster his abilities. Derek asks if he's ready to head back, and the boy gives a quick confirmation. They walk through the hills toward the town at sunset, with Thomas admitting he wants to change his class once he hits level 25. Derek tells him he has a high-quality spear he can have, since its previous owner has no more use for it. Suddenly, Derek's expression shifts and his eyes sharpen as they reach the outskirts of the settlement. He notices the town gate is completely abandoned and sees several high-end carriages parked near the entrance. A look of grim realization crosses Derek's face as he realizes something has gone horribly wrong. He takes off at a sprint, moving so fast he leaves a trail of dust and debris in his wake. Derek rushes into the ruined town square, shouting for Raina and Mallory amidst the wreckage. He finds Brandy Fields unconscious on the ground, a system window labeling her status as critical. Panning over to Mallory Fields, the display screen shows she is at level 18, flashing a red alert that she only has a mere 13 minutes left to live. Thomas finally catches up, gasping for air as he asks Derek what happened to everyone. Derek kneels and casts a powerful healing spell, green light washing over Mallory and Brandy Fields to stabilize them. He places a steadying hand on Thomas's head and tells the boy to stay exactly where he is. Thomas looks at him with wide, trembling eyes, asking where his mentor is going. Derek walks off toward the center of town, purple lightning and shadow beginning to ripple around his body. Nearby, Raina is forced to her knees, blood running down her face as a sword is held to her throat. Gracefall stands over her, telling her that since she won't cooperate, she's brought this execution on herself. In front of the remaining villagers, he formally sentences her to death by beheading for disobedience. The executioner raises a massive blade high above Reina's head, the steel gleaming under the red sky. Suddenly, a crackling wave of purple energy interrupts the scene, making the nobles turn around in shock. Derek's face appears through the darkness, his expression cold as he warns them not to touch anyone else. A massive demonic shadow looms behind him as he unleashes his full power, telling them plainly that he will kill them all. The noble leader looms menacingly over a fallen villager, ordering his subordinates to execute everyone. Derek Hunt steps in, his gaze cold as blood trickles down his forehead. He warns them that if they touch anyone else, things are going to get ugly. Derek stands tall, spear in hand, as a thick purple aura of void power swirls around him like a storm. The noble warrior points a trembling finger, shrieking for his men to kill the intruder right now. Derek doesn't even flinch as a female warrior charges at him from the side. The woman charges forward with her dual daggers, screaming for him to pay with his life as she closes the distance. With a single brutal swing of his spear, Derek sends her flying. The impact is so heavy it cracks the air itself. She hits the ground with a heavy thud, her body going limp instantly. The fire mage watches in horror, tears of rage stinging her eyes as she screams out in denial. She conjures a massive ball of flame, cursing Derek as a low-born peasant while preparing to incinerate him. She unleashes a torrent of fire, promising to burn him down to ashes. The blast is massive, engulfing everything in a sea of blinding orange flames and flying debris. An enormous explosion rocks the village square, forcing the crowd to shield their eyes from the heat. A thick plume of smoke and fire rises into the sky, leaving a trail of crackling embers behind. The mage stares into the inferno, breathing heavily as tears fall, hoping her sister has been avenged. The remaining nobles watch the devastation, wondering if the attack finally finished him off. The smoke begins to clear, revealing only flickering orange light and charred ground. Suddenly, two glowing purple eyes pierce through the fatting flames like a predator in the dark. Derek walks out of the fire, his clothes and skin completely untouched. He didn't even get singed by the blast. The noble warrior's jaw drops as panic sets in, and he starts yelling at his men to keep attacking. An arrow whistles through the air, aimed directly at the center of Derek's forehead. Derek doesn't even break his stride. He just reaches out and snatches the arrow right out of the sky. Up on the roof, the archer Jeffrey freezes, his hands shaking as he realizes his best shot did absolutely nothing. Terrified, he turns to run, shouting that he isn't about to die for Wallace's pride. But Derek is faster. He hurls the arrow back with lethal precision, and it sinks deep into Jeffrey's skull. The archer tumbles off the roof, his body falling into the darkness below with a final, sickening drop. Richard and the other villagers rush forward, desperate to stop Derek before things go too far. Richard begs him to hold back, reminding him that these people are nobles and the entire village will pay the price. Derek turns his head slightly, his expression grim as he tells the old man that they already had their chance to leave. In the reflection of his glowing eye, the terrified face of the noble warrior is all that remains. Roaring in sheer desperation, the noble swordsman charges straight at Derek with his sword raised high above his head. Derek effortlessly blocks the slash with his bare hands, the deafening crackle of bursting mana echoing throughout the square. The noble stares at his blade, unable to believe his full-force attack was stopped with a single hand. Derek exerts a burst of void energy, and the noble's sword shatters into 1,000 glowing shards. With them dealt with, Derek strides imposingly toward the ringleader, the pressure radiating from him so heavy and suffocating that the terrified noble stumbles backward. The leader grits his teeth, sweating as he curses his fallen comrades for being useless. Determined to survive, he taps into his hidden strength, a bright blue aura erupting around him. He screams about the superiority of his bloodline, as the energy swirls into a massive, jagged vortex. Derek just watches the display with a cold, unimpressed stare as the blue flames roar. A dark smirk plays on his lips as he decides to show him what real power looks like, beginning to channel the void. A blinding pillar of purple light explodes from the ground, dwarfing the noble's aura and shaking the very earth. When the light fades, Derek is standing there, holding the gasping noble warrior off the ground by his throat. Wallace gasps for air as Derek Hunt lifts him off the ground by his throat. The noble manages to choke out that he'll leave and never return if Derek lets him go. Derek stares back with cold, glowing eyes, his expression unreadable. He simply agrees, saying he won't be seeing the noble again. Wallace continues to struggle, his face turning pale and his hands clawing at Derek's iron grip. A tear rolls down the noble's cheek as he begs for his life, his voice reduced to a pathetic whimper. Suddenly, a female noble screams from the background, holding a dagger to Richard's throat. She demands Derek drop Wallace or the old man dies. Richard, his head already bleeding, pleads with Derek to stop. He knows that these people are powerful nobles and their deaths wouldn't be worth the consequences. The old man warns that the punishment for killing a noble is severe, and he doesn't want Derek or the village to pay that price. Derek listens in silence, his gaze shifting back and forth between his hostage and the scene unfolding. Seeing him hesitate, the female noble gets bolder, screaming at Derek to do as he's told and calling him a dog. Richard continues to beg, explaining that the entire village could be held complicit and put to death if a noble is harmed. The female noble presses her blade harder against Richard, shouting for Derek to release Wallace immediately. Suddenly, a massive sword blade erupts through the female noble's chest from behind, spraying blood across the square. She gasps in shock as she feels her life fading away, while Chief Leon stands behind her, his own gaze fierce and determined. With a heavy thud, the female noble slumps to the ground. Chief Leon declares that it's a chieftain's duty to protect his people, no matter the cost. Derek turns his attention back to Wallace, who is now trembling in his grasp as the fire crackles behind them. Derek asks if Wallace will swear there will be no retaliation against the village if he's allowed to walk away. Wallace nods frantically, sobbing and swearing that he'll do exactly as Derek asks just to survive. A faint smirk crosses Derek's face as he says, "Good," his expression darkening as he prepares to finish the job. In one swift, brutal motion, Derek snaps the noble's neck. The sound echoes through the silent square. Richard is paralyzed with shock, his hand reaching out as if he could undo the moment. He can't believe Derek actually went through with it. The old man slumps down, whispering that they are all doomed now that a noble has been executed. Wallace's body lies lifeless in the dirt. Derek casually brushes himself off and looks down at the corpse, simply saying his hand slipped. The woman in red lies unconscious on the ground, blood trailing from a fresh wound on her temple. Embers and a strange golden light drift around her, the only remnants of the chaos. A hand reaches down to support her head, lifting her gently from the dirt. Derek Hunt carries the injured woman through the wreckage of the village, his expression unreadable as he walks past the burning debris. Villagers watch in silence as he passes, whispering amongst themselves as the smoke clears. The atmosphere is thick with shock and confusion. Chief Leon and Richard are still on the ground, reeling from what just happened. Derek tells Richard to get to his feet, but Leon can only stare, muttering that Derek has doomed every one of them. A young man in the crowd watches Derek's back with a grim, uncertain look. Derek carries the woman into a large building, his silhouette framed by the harsh light from the doorway. Chief Leon, leaning on Richard for support, shouts to the remaining villagers. He tells them there's no time to stand around, they have work to do. The recovery begins as people start sweeping the streets and clearing away the rubble. Everyone is trying to focus on anything other than the bodies. Across the village square, teams of people work to put out the remaining fires and haul away the wreckage. The cleanup is frantic and silent. Inside the village chief's residence, Derek sits by the fireplace, keeping watch. The woman is resting on a sofa nearby, tucked under several thick blankets. She's still unconscious, but her breathing has steadied. The blood has been cleaned from her face, leaving only the fatting wound on her temple. Derek watches her for a moment before turning his attention back to his own business. He knows things are about to get complicated. A series of blue system windows chime into existence in front of him. He lets out a heavy sigh as he scans the new notifications. The screens confirm he's leveled up significantly from killing the noble warriors. Most people would be thrilled, but Derek just looks annoyed. He groans and rubs his head, realizing this ruins his plan. He was supposed to clear low-level dungeons with Thomas, but now his level is way too high. The woman finally starts to wake up, weakly calling out Derek's name as she regains consciousness. She winces in pain as she tries to sit up, her first thought immediately going to the village. She needs to know if they're okay. Derek holds a hand out to steady her, calmly assuring her that the village is safe for now. She lets out a shaky breath and sinks back into the sofa, whispering a quiet thank you. The tension finally leaves her shoulders. Derek doesn't want the credit, telling her he didn't actually do anything. He casually claims the nobles just spontaneously died, and it was all very strange. She isn't buying his casual attitude. She grabs his arm, her eyes wide with fear as she reminds him that those were nobles he's talking about. She knows the stakes. If word gets out about what happened here, the entire village will be wiped off the map. This is as serious as it gets. Derek remains perfectly calm, looking her in the eye and telling her they simply won't let anyone find out the truth. He reveals that he already has a plan in motion. All he needs is for every single person in the village to keep their mouths shut. Chief Leon enters the room, leading a group of villagers inside. He's ready to follow Derek's lead, no matter how dangerous it is. Leon reports that they've hidden the corpses of the nobles in the next room, out of sight just like Derek ordered. They've even rounded up the carriage drivers and forced them to swear oaths to the great system to ensure they never speak of this night. Derek nods, planning to stash the remains in his storage bracelet later to make the evidence disappear forever. Richard sits down heavily, his head bandaged. He tells Derek he doesn't see any way for them to get out of this mess alive. Richard looks down, full of regret. He wishes Derek had just listened to him and let the nobles live, no matter how arrogant they were. Derek stands firm, telling Leon not to worry. He has a plan to save them, but he admits he can't pull it off on his own. He looks at the group gathered in the room: Raina, Brandy, Mallory, Richard, and Leon. He tells them he'll need help from every single one of them. Derek's gaze is cold and focused. The reality of the situation is starting to sink in for everyone. There's no turning back now. Outside, the work continues as villagers clear the area. Derek's voice echoes the hard truth. This is going to require the cooperation of the entire village. Derek turns to Richard, asking for a realistic timeline. How long before a noble house or the guild comes looking for their missing people? Richard looks uncertain, telling him it's tough to say for sure. They could have days or they could have weeks. Derek considers this. He decides they'll have to hope they have a few weeks to make their cover story stick. Soon after, a village meeting is held. Derek insists that everyone needs to understand exactly what's at stake if they slip up. The woman and Chief Leon stand before the crowd, ready to sell the lie. The story they've concocted is simple. The nobles came for a map and then left immediately for the dungeon. She tells the villagers that the nobles were barely even in town. As far as the rest of the world is concerned, they simply disappeared into the dungeon and never came back. Back inside, Derek breaks the bad news to Richard. To make the story work, Richard has to lose his precious map. It's a small sacrifice to keep the village safe. Derek addresses the group, his tone serious as he drops the next bombshell. He tells them he needs every person in the room to swear an oath to the system. Richard stares back, skeptical and clearly not thrilled with the idea. He immediately asks what the purpose of such a thing would be. Derek explains that it's a simple vow to keep his secrets, the same one Thomas already took. In the background, Thomas gives a firm nod to show he's already on board. Richard isn't convinced, crossing his arms as he flat-out refuses to take part. He admits he knows Derek is honorable, but he's seen exactly what the system can do to people who break these oaths. Chief Leon sits nearby, looking tired and weary from the night's events. He says he'll do it if there's no other choice, but he'd much rather stay out of any magical contracts. From her bed, the injured woman looks up at Derek with a sharp, questioning gaze. She wants a guarantee. If she swears this oath, will he actually keep the village safe? Derek doesn't hesitate, his face hardening as he gives his word. He promises to protect them all to the absolute best of his ability. Mallory steps forward, leading the way for the younger group. She tells Derek she doesn't need an oath to keep a friend's secret, but she'll do it anyway just because he asked. Brandy Fields doesn't want to be left behind, shouting out her agreement. She figures if Thomas was brave enough to do it, then she can handle it too. Derek looks over the girls, giving them a small, appreciative nod. He quietly thanks Mallory, Brandy, and Raina for their unwavering trust. He turns back to the older men, acknowledging their hesitation without pushing them further. He tells Leon and Richard he understands their choice, but invites them to stick around and hear the rest of the plan. A sudden flash of blue light fills the room as the system processes the deal. A notification window appears, confirming that Raina, Brandy, and Mallory have sworn oaths that are now binding until death. With that troublesome magical business wrapped up, Raina pulled herself up slightly. She shot Derek a tired look and demanded that he finally reveal what this grand plan of his was really all about. Derek lets out a small, confident smirk as he looks back at her. He's clearly been waiting for this moment and is more than happy to explain. An illustrated scene appears, depicting a peaceful village under a golden, stylized sun. Bright ribbons of light weave through the sky, setting the stage for the story Derek is about to tell. The tale begins with an illustration of Chief Leon graciously handing over a map. He's shown giving it to a tall, noble-looking warrior decked out in black and gold armor. The fabricated story claims that a man named Mr. Noble Gracefall led his elite team toward a high-level dungeon. The image shows the group walking through a forest of golden trees, looking every bit like the heroes they weren't. A glowing blue crest marks the entrance to the level 100 dungeon tucked away in the hills. This is the spot where Derek's fictional battle supposedly took place. According to the lie, the noble team fought valiantly against a horde of skeletons and flying monsters. Their efforts were said to be the only thing that stopped a dungeon overflow from wiping out the region. The illustration shifts to a darker tone as the team is overwhelmed by a massive skeletal boss. Gracefall is shown taking a fatal blow from the creature's green, toxic breath during the climax of the fake battle. The story ends with Gracefall supposedly escaping the dungeon, only to collapse under a tree in the moonlight. He died alone, believing his sacrifice was the only thing that saved the village. A final glowing memorial image shows the hero lying in state, surrounded by white flowers with his sword clutched to his chest. The text hammers home the point. He gave the ultimate sacrifice and died a legend. Back in the room, Derek breaks the silence with a laugh as he rubs the back of his head. He points out that this is the version of events every official investigation is going to find when they arrive. The room falls into a stunned, heavy silence as the group processes the sheer scale of the lie. They all just stare at Derek, unable to believe the audacity of his heroic cover-up. The entire group explodes at once, their collective "what?" filling the room. Their faces are a mix of pure shock and terror at the elaborate web Derek is spinning. Deep within the dungeon, Derek Hunt checks his status screen, muttering to himself, "I wonder how many levels I've," when a sudden notification stops him mid-thought. Huh. A brilliant flash of purple energy erupts around him as a system window declares, "Level 25 reached. Please choose new class or upgrade current class." A slow smile spreads across his face as he remembers. That's right. As the void's energy swirls around him, he thinks, "I reached level 25 when I killed the nobles. I can upgrade my class too." The system immediately confirms his choice. Champion of the Void upgraded, 20 stat points GAINED, 15 skill points GAINED, 2 new SKILLS available to unlock. Power surges through Derek's body, his eyes glowing with purple light as he feels the immense increase in his strength. A confident smirk plays on his lips. 2 new skills, hopefully they're better than Void Call. The first new skill appears, Void Shift. Become one with the void, shift yourself out of a corporeal state and move through the void and out of time and space. It costs 7 skill points. The system gives him a visual preview, showing a central glowing figure surrounded by shadowy copies of itself, hinting at the skill's incredible potential. Then the second skill is revealed, Void Sense. A passive skill, your familiarity with the void allows you to feel it wherever you are and sense abnormalities within it. This one costs 6 skill points. Another visual demonstrates the skill, portraying a being with heightened awareness, perceiving the void as a web of interconnected energy and strange, dark orbs. Derek contemplates the new abilities, the purple aura of the void dancing around him. Interesting, these both sound quite powerful, moving through the void and being able to sense it all around me. Without hesitation, he makes his choice. Don't mind if I do. His finger touches the screen, and both Void Sense and Void Shift are instantly learned. The moment the skills are acquired, a jolt of information floods his senses. His eyes widen in shock as he exclaims, "What the?" As the new passive skill activates, ripples of void energy expand from his hand, and a wave of sensory data washes over him. I can feel everything. He clenches his fist, feeling an entirely new level of connection to the world. It's like I've become connected to all of the space around me. This is incredible. He decides to be cautious with his new powers. Though I think I'll wait to try Void Shift until I'm alone. Don't want another Void Call incident. He glances over at the villagers playfully sparring. A woman with her hair tied back grins, her arms crossed confidently. Ready for Wave 2? She asks. A young boy with a spear cheers enthusiastically, pumping his fist in the air. Yeah! The others around him look on with a mix of excitement and nervousness. Derek takes the lead, running alongside one of the village warriors. Same plan as before, he commands. Let's kill some monsters. As a world-shaking roar echoes through the air, the second wave officially begins. Derek and the female warrior bravely charge into the fray, their weapons glowing with blue energy as they slice through the beasts like butter. Derek moves like a whirlwind, grabbing one monster by its horns and using it as a living club to bash the others. He easily sends the red-skinned beasts to their graves, flipping one over his shoulder and using its own momentum to take it down. He moves with a newfound grace and speed, a smirk on his face as he easily carves a path through the horde. Derek and the female warrior coordinate in perfect sync. He clings to a tree trunk to gain momentum while she swings her sword, slicing through the base of the tree below. From high above, Derek clings to the tree trunk and brings it crashing down, delivering a thunderous strike that crushes the monster's head, bringing the battle to a definitive end. With the last monster defeated, Derek straightens up as his companion catches her breath. He gives her a thumbs up. Well done, she exhales. Thanks, I think I'm spent. He surveys the carnage, nodding. All that's left now is the... Before he can finish his sentence, a deep, earth-shaking roar rips through the air. Derek finishes his thought with a grim smile. Boss. As the ground rumbles, a colossal armored beast with glowing red eyes emerges from the dust cloud, dwarfing Derek and the warrior. The beast huffs, steam billowing from its nostrils, its eyes burning with pure rage as it glares down at the two humans. A system window pops up, identifying their new foe. IRONHOOF level 65, a boss monster spawned in a mid-level beast dungeon, a colossal horned beast that wields an earth-shattering axe. Ironhoof stands at its full, terrifying height, its massive frame and heavy axe promising a brutal fight. Derek turns to the exhausted warrior beside him. I think I'll take this one. You get back to the cabin. Understanding the massive gap in power, she readily agrees. No complaints from me. Now alone, Derek faces the behemoth. As Ironhoof takes a heavy step forward, void energy begins to crackle and swirl around Derek's fist. He summons his glaive, its blade now wreathed in the same purple energy, and smirks at the boss. You know, you're only over 30 levels higher than me. Not exactly a fair fight. The beast snorts angrily as Derek continues his taunt. But don't worry, I'll go easy on you. I have some new toys I want to try out. Enraged, Ironhoof lets out a thunderous roar and swings its enormous axe with incredible speed. The axe slams into the ground, carving a trench and sending a shockwave of energy tearing across the battlefield. Derek, already in motion, narrowly dodges the devastating blow. As the dust settles, Derek's eyes glow a menacing purple. A dark orb of energy forms below him as he activates his new skill, Void Shift. An explosion of void energy erupts outwards from Derek, and in an instant, the entire world seems to freeze around him. Debris from the axe attack hangs suspended in the air. He looks around in astonishment at the frozen landscape, tapping a floating piece of rock. Did my skill just freeze time? He turns to the motionless boss. Hey, buddy, you okay? Ironhoof is caught mid-swing, a translucent blue phantom locked in place. Derek confirms his suspicion. Yeah, he's frozen all right. The boss's face is a perfect mask of frozen rage. Its attack halted just moments before it would have struck. Derek's attention is drawn to several glowing, swirling circles of energy floating in the air. What is this thing? A portal? he wonders aloud. Curiosity getting the better of him, he reaches out and cautiously pokes his finger into one of the strange portals. To his complete shock, his own hand emerges from another portal that opens up right behind his head and pokes him. "Ahhh," he yells, whipping around in shock, completely startled by his own disembodied hand. He stares at his hand and then back at the portals, the pieces slowly clicking into place. Huh, wait a second. The full, insane potential of his new skill dawns on him. As his hand emerges from a portal in front of him, he bursts into laughter. Haha, holy shit, this is awesome. He calmly summons another portal to conveniently scratch an itch on his own head, a satisfied smile on his face. But it'll sure take a lot of getting used to. His amusement is cut short by a blaring red pop-up. Warning, mana at 10%. He recoils in shock, exclaiming, "Ah, crap, this skill drinks mana." Realizing he can't stay in the void any longer, his mind flashes the command, deactivating void shift, and the frozen world around him begins to warp and rush back into motion. Derek reappears in the real world just as time resumes. Ironhoof's axe finishes its swing, smashing violently into the ground right where he had been standing moments before. The beast looks at the empty crater, letting out a confused grunt, MRR, completely baffled as to where its target vanished. Standing safely behind the monster, Derek gives a smug smile. "Missed me," he says, realizing the implications of his new power. "To everyone else, it must look like I just teleported. Man, this'll be fun." Letting out a furious bellow, Ironhoof spots him and charges forward, raising its axe high for another devastating attack. The axe swings in a deadly red arc, but Derek effortlessly leans back, the blade passing harmlessly in front of him. Ironhoof follows up with a lightning-fast horizontal slash, but Derek calmly raises his hand, halting the 1,000-pound blow with a deafening explosion. A brilliant green aura begins to flow around him, his expression turning serious. "Slow down, I'm not done yet." He closes his eyes, entering a state of deep focus as he activates another skill, meditation. The green energy intensifies, shimmering around him. Now refreshed and surrounded by a calming green glow, Derek faces the growling beast and smirks. "Let's try this again, shall we?" He activates his power once more. A swirling portal of void energy opens at his feet as he utters the words, "Void Shift." The boss swings its axe in a massive, sweeping arc, but its target is already gone, leaving only empty air. In a blink, Derek materializes from the void behind the beast, completely unharmed. "Missed me," he taunts, his voice cool and confident. The beast turns, snarling in frustration, but Derek is already preparing his next move, calmly saying, "Again." As Ironhoof leaps into the air for a crushing overhead slam, Derek simply takes a calm step into a newly formed void portal. He sinks into the swirling purple energy, disappearing from reality just as the monster's attack is about to connect. And again, Ironhoof's axe slams into the ground, hitting nothing but dirt as Derek's voice echoes through the frozen void. And again. He toys with the beast, blinking in and out of existence, appearing on a ledge to land a quick slash before vanishing once more. And again. And again, he says, this time opening portals all around the confused monster, striking from multiple angles at once, completely overwhelming its senses. Driven mad after being toyed with, the monster erupts in fury, channeling all its pent-up rage into a single target. It unleashes a devastating vertical slash toward Derek, a strike so infused with void power that it cleaves through the very fabric of space itself. A blinding flash of red and white fills the screen, signaling the end of the overwhelming assault. However, it doesn't even leave a scratch on our protagonist. Derek stands calmly amidst the ruins, his greatsword resting on his shoulder. He decides it's time to bring this little experiment to an end. With a single, game-breaking move, Derek leaps into the air and delivers a decisive strike that decapitates the boss, sending a trail of blood spraying through the air. As the boss's body hits the floor, a brilliant blue light envelops Derek. 2 system messages appear, level UP, and dungeon complete. He stands tall, a look of satisfaction on his face. There, now I've gotten used to it. With the battle won and the dungeon cleared, a final message appears on screen. ASSIGNING REWARDS. With the dungeon cleared, the system announces his rewards. Level up, dungeon complete, assigning rewards. A glowing scroll materializes out of thin air, descending towards Derek's outstretched hand. It's a scroll of restoration, a one-time use item that can fully restore a being to a perfect state, though it doesn't work on anyone already in a dying state. Derek frowns, looking at the glowing item in his hand. He thinks to himself, that's it. Guess I shouldn't be surprised. It was a low-level dungeon after all. Oh well, maybe the next one will be. But a sound catches his attention. Huh. He turns to see Mallory, her eyes filled with tears. What's wrong, Mallory? He asks. She holds up a glowing green scroll, her voice trembling. I got a scroll of resurrection. This one is different. It can pull someone out of a dying state and fully heal them. Mallory sniffles, clutching the scroll as a memory of a younger girl surfaces. If only I'd had it before. Travis, she whispers, the name hanging heavy in the air. Derek watches her, a grim expression on his face. Damn, he thinks, this system really likes to mess with people. Meanwhile, the others are checking out their rewards. The system reveals a skill scroll, Chain Strike, a one-time use item that teaches the skill without needing to spend points. Raina holds her scroll up happily. I got a skill scroll for a skill called Chain Strike. But Thomas is less than thrilled with his reward, complaining, I got a stupid scroll of restoration. I wanted something cool. Brandy looks at her own reward, a glowing pink scroll. I don't know what mine is, something about a contract with an animal. The system calls it a contract scroll, Beast, which binds a consenting beast to the user's soul. Derek's eyes widen, an idea sparking in his mind. Bind a beast, he thinks, a frantic energy behind his gaze. I'm not seriously considering that, am I? His mind flashes back to a certain creature. That bunny tried to kill me. It was psychotic, uncontrollable, fluffy, and the memory of him struggling with the small but ferocious beast is still fresh. The memory of that menacing, demonic bunny looms large in his mind. Oh my God, he thinks, a look of horrified realization on his face. I am considering it. He immediately turns to Brandy, scratching his head nervously. Brandy, could I, have that scroll, please? He asks, pointing at the item in her hands. Really? Derek asks, surprised. Brandy smiles brightly and holds it out to him. Of course, here, she says with a cheerful yeah. Mallory speaks up from behind them as Derek takes Brandy's scroll and gives her his own. There's no need to be embarrassed about asking something of us, Derek. All you've done is help us. Of course, we want to give back. Derek rubs the back of his neck, a bit flustered. Haha, right, I guess I'm just not used to that. Mallory puts a hand on his shoulder. Well, get used to it. That's how friends work, isn't it? Now let's get moving. You said we have more dungeons to clear. Derek agrees, turning to the group. Right, you all ready to start running again? As the group makes their way across a rickety rope bridge, Thomas whines. Can't we walk to the next one? My legs were jelly after last time. Derek's voice cuts through, firm and unyielding. Not a chance. Thomas lets out a long ugh. With no time to rest, the system begins its countdown. Entering dungeon in 3, 2, 1. They're transported to a hellish landscape of fire and brimstone. The system announces their new challenge, a level 50 fire dungeon. Immediately, they're swarmed by monsters. Giant crabs made of magma and obsidian crawl towards them, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on the intruders. In the distance, a large, ornate door marks the end of the fiery cavern. Derek remains calm amidst the chaos, standing beside Raina. Same as before, he says, his eyes focused on the enemy. Lead the way. Raina nods, her expression serious. A bright light gathers in her hand, ready to unleash an attack. As his team engages the enemy, Derek focuses on his own growth. His void shift skill levels up as he slams his fist into a magma crab surrounded by purple energy. The system immediately follows with another notification. Level up. The battle rages on. Raina cuts through the air with her blade, unleashing a wave of energy. She lands gracefully, her sword slicing through 2 more magma crabs. With each victory, she grows stronger as system notifications announce level up and wind blade level up. Mallory isn't far behind, bringing her massive blade down on another monster, instantly earning a level up of her own. Thomas joins the fray, repeatedly stabbing at an enemy with his spear, leveling up twice in quick succession. Their training montage continues as they enter the next dungeon, a level 45 feathered dungeon. Raina is already in the thick of it, battling avian creatures on a high bridge. Derek, meanwhile, seems to be having the time of his life, casually riding one of the giant bird monsters through the sky. After the battle, the group takes a moment to recover, and a notification appears. Meditation level up. The rest of the group finishes off the remaining birds. Thomas takes down one last enemy, leveling up his soul spear skill in the process. Brandy, meanwhile, is happily gathering the spoils, plucking valuable feathers from the fallen beasts. "Yes, more," she exclaims. Without a moment's rest, they're on to the next challenge, a level 55 underwater dungeon. Deep beneath the surface, Reina finds herself fleeing from a massive, terrifying shark monster. She watches in horror as Derek, protected by a small bubble of air, is caught directly in the path of the beast's gaping maw. The massive jaws snap shut. Reina can only scream his name in a panic. "Derek, no." But something's wrong. The shark's jaws are stuck, unable to close completely. The giant beast begins to sweat, a confused "irk" escaping its throat as it struggles against an unseen force from within. Suddenly, Derek bursts out from between the shark's teeth, surrounded by crackling purple energy. "Ha ha!" he laughs, delivering a devastating blow. The system lights up. Channel void level up, followed by another level up. Their journey takes them to the next area, a serene-looking, level 50 flower dungeon, where Derek and Mallory are seen resting peacefully in a field of beautiful purple blossoms. But the peace is short-lived. As they stand up, Reina looks around the empty field and asks, "Where are all the enemies?" The ground begins to rumble, and monstrous, thorny flowers erupt from the earth, their glowing cores pulsing with dangerous energy. The scene shifts, showing that the non-stop dungeon crawling has been going on for a while. A caption reads, "3 days since the Beast Dungeon." The team is seen climbing a steep cliffside. Brandy is struggling, carrying a heavy load. Derek asks, "Sure you don't want me to put that in my storage bracelet, Brandy?" She grunts with effort, replying, "No, I can at least carry some of it myself." Leaning on her staff, Mallory smiles. "We've been clearing dungeons for days, but I don't even feel sore. In fact, I feel great." Derek turns back with a confident grin. "Welcome to the world of higher stats and meditation. Enjoy your stay." This reminds him of his own progress. "Speaking of higher stats," he thinks to himself, "I have a ton I need to allocate." A blue, digital energy begins to glow on his chest. He brings up his status window, which shows he's now level 41. He looks at his accumulated points and can't help but think, 618 unspent points? This almost feels like I'm cheating. He grins, forming a plan in his mind. "I bet I can get another free skill if I get my strength and dexterity to 500, like I did for endurance and vitality." He imagines a ridiculously muscular version of himself, both strong and flexible. "Heh, this is going to be fun," he thinks, rubbing his hands together with glee while Thomas watches on, completely bewildered. Without hesitation, he allocates his points. 140 to strength, bringing the total to 500, 240 to dexterity, also reaching 500. The remaining 235 go to wisdom. A series of notifications pop up. Achievement unlocked, offensive powerhouse, for gaining at least 500 stat points in both strength and dexterity. He's prompted to choose 2 new offensive skills. He flexes his bicep, feeling the surge of new power. "Oh yeah," he thinks with satisfaction, "that's what I'm talking about." Now for the fun part, the system displays his available offensive skills. He immediately dismisses the first one. "Let's see. Glass cannon. Glass cannon is definitely out, not my style." Next up is sweeping slash, an ability that projects a crescent of energy from his weapon. He then considers rapid movement, but quickly discards it. And void shift, I think, makes rapid movement a bit obsolete. Another option appears, whirlwind, a 360-degree attack that leaves a cutting circle for 5 seconds. Finally, the system presents multi-strike, which allows a strike to hit twice. He mulls over the last 3 options, thinking, that leaves sweeping slash, whirlwind, and multi-strike. He strokes his chin thoughtfully. "I've got to pick sweeping slash, right?" he muses. A memory flashes through his mind, a vision of his past self using a similar ability. "I had a similar skill way back in my other system, which means this one will likely merge with it. And if I'm picking sweeping slash, then there's no need for whirlwind. They're both AoEs." His decision is made. Sweeping slash and multi-strike it is, he thinks with a grin, reaching for the system screen. "Come to Papa." He selects his choices. The system confirms, sweeping/learned successfully, skill points remaining 10, followed by multi-strike learned successfully, skill points remaining 9. And just as he predicted, another notification appears. Dormant skill similar to sweeping/discovered, merging skills. Red lightning crackles around him as the process begins. He grits his teeth, but the sensation is familiar. The pain of my skills merging is nothing to me anymore. The system chimes in, skills successfully merged. Suddenly he calls out to the others, everyone hold on a second. Reina turns, her brow furrowed in confusion. Huh. He summons his polearm, which materializes in his hand, crackling with blue, electrical energy. A confident smirk spreads across his face as blue flames of energy begin to surround him. There's something I need to test. With his weapon in hand, he addresses the group watching from a distance. Give me some room. He grips the polearm tightly, pouring his newfound power into it. The energy intensifies, lightning arcing up and down the shaft. His eyes glow with power as he lets out a battle cry, R-A-H-H-H. The energy around him explodes outwards. He swings his weapon, activating his new merged skill, Sweeping Slash. A colossal wave of blue energy tears through the landscape with a deafening boom. The ground itself trembles from the force of the attack, rocks and earth exploding into the air. His companions can only watch, completely stunned into silence by the incredible display of raw power. The attack carves a massive, glowing canyon into the earth, the sheer destructive force leaving a permanent scar on the terrain. Standing in the glowing aftermath of his attack, Derek looks back with a faint smile. Oh yeah, I think we're ready for the undying dungeon. The scene shifts to a grand, dark hall, where a formidable-looking lord with a thick beard dines, alone at a long, candle-lit table. He chews his food slowly, his expression unreadable, the only sound in the vast room being the clinking of his fork. After a moment of silence, he speaks, his voice low and steady. Still no word from my son. A timid servant peeks into the room, bowing his head. No, sir. The last message we received was when he told us he was an hour out from the village. The lord's calm demeanor shatters. I see, he mutters, before violently stabbing the piece of meat on his plate. His eyes narrow with a dangerous glint as he calls out a name. Bronson. A knight in full armor who had been sitting quietly in the corner rises to his feet. Yes, my lord, Bronson replies, his voice full of deference. The lord's face contorts with barely suppressed rage, his voice a low growl as he gives his command. Find my son. A sinister energy hums in the air as a swirling red portal opens before a twisted, ancient tree, unleashing streaks of ominous power into the world. Derek Hunt and his team step out of the portal's light. As they arrive, he immediately senses the danger, nodding, "This one feels different than the others." His companion agrees, confirming, "It is different, it's far more dangerous." Putting his hand over the glowing core of energy, Derek makes a firm decision, telling his team, "I'll be doing this one on my own. You all will just stay in the safe house for the dungeon rewards." With the plan set, Derek asks his team, "Everyone ready?" United, they all respond with a simple ready. The portal flares with intense light as the system announces their entry with a countdown. Entering dungeon in 3, 2, 1. The group is transported into a vast, eerie, blue-lit hall covered in cobwebs. Derek leads the way up a grand staircase, leaving his team at the entrance. Before proceeding alone, Derek turns to his team with a stern warning. "No one is to open this door, understood? The monsters out there can likely kill you without a second glance." With a heavy grating sound, the massive stone door slides shut, sealing Derek off from the rest of his party. He steps out into the dungeon proper, finding himself alone in a vast, desolate graveyard under the pale light of a full moon. Taking in the grim scenery, a slight smirk appears on his face as he mutters to himself, "A graveyard? Fitting." Just as Derek begins to wonder, where are all the... A skeletal hand violently bursts from the earth, cutting him off mid-sentence. He casually stretches his arms, completely unfazed by the emerging threat. "Skeletons," he says with a groan. "I always hated fighting them back in my old system." From the ground, an entire army of the undead rises, their eyes glowing with a menacing green light. A system window pops up, identifying them as level 100 skeleton warriors. And the threat wasn't just on the ground. A screech fills the air as a swarm of level 98 vampire bats descends from the moonlit sky. Sighing, Derek gets into a combat stance, already anticipating the outcome. Dang it! This dungeon is going to level me up a bunch, isn't it? Without wasting a moment, the first skeleton warrior charges forward, raising its massive sword to strike him down. Relying on his monstrous defense stats, Derek swiftly raises his arm to tank the hit while simultaneously gearing up for a seamless counterpunch. But this skeleton is unexpectedly fast and powerful. Its blade manages to graze Derek's arm, leaving a crimson gash. He stares down at the bleeding wound, a flash of genuine surprise crossing his face. Angered, Derek retaliates with a powerful, glowing slam, smashing the skeleton warrior into a pile of bones. His eyes begin to glow with a brilliant blue light. "Damn, I guess they're level 100 for a reason, huh?" he remarks. "I might need to take this a tiny bit more seriously." He begins to summon his greatsword, and a brilliant blue energy crackles to life in the palm of his hand. With a mighty roar, he unleashes a sweeping strike, sending a massive arc of energy tearing through the skeleton horde. The skeletons are ripped to shreds by the force of the attack, their bones scattering across the battlefield. He crashes forward, driving his fist directly into the chest of another skeleton warrior, shattering its ribcage with raw power. The fist, now glowing with an intense purple aura, cracks and completely obliterates the monster. In the wake of its destruction, a new notification appears. Level up. Derek continues his assault, effortlessly tossing aside another destroyed monster, its parts dissipating into purple smoke. He spins his weapon with blinding speed, creating a vortex of blue energy that pulls in all the nearby enemies. The vortex acts as a shield, deflecting the swooping attacks of the vampire bats as they try to swarm him. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashes blades of energy that slice through the bats like butter, even pinning a falling skull directly onto a bat soaring through midair. Another level up notification appears, but this time Derek's expression is one of alarm. The dungeon is reacting to his power. He realizes with a start, they're coming from below, as skeletal arms and swords burst through the ground around him, trying to trap him. Surrounded with blades just inches from his neck, Derek freezes time itself, stopping the skeletons in their tracks. As time resumes, the skeletons lose their target, and Derek lands safely on a nearby structure. Surveying the battlefield, he thinks to himself, "This isn't half bad." He stands confidently amidst the cracking ruins, continuing his thought. Because the dungeon's in a severe overflow state, there's a lot of enemies, but nothing I can't handle. Suddenly he stops, a look of disbelief on his face. "Oh, you've got to be kidding me," he groans. "Seriously." He stares in annoyance at the skeletons he destroyed. They're reassembling themselves, bone by bone. They can just put themselves back together, he asks in frustration. How the hell is that fair? All around him, the shattered skeletons begin to clatter and rise again, ready to continue the fight as if nothing happened. Just as frustration sets in, a realization dawns on him. His eyes widen as a thought cuts through the chaos. Hold on. He remembers the first skeleton he destroyed, the one killed with his purple energy. He thinks, the skeleton I used Channel Void to kill, it's staying dead. A wicked grin spreads across his face as he's shrouded in a powerful purple aura. He's found their weakness. Perfect, he says, as the void energy crackles around him. Wasting no time, he leaps high into the air, his weapon glowing with void energy, ready to strike down on the undead horde below. He brings his weapon down in a devastating overhead slam, channeling all his void power into the attack. The attack hits the ground with a massive boom, sending out a shockwave of pure purple energy that engulfs the entire area. The result is a cascade of notifications. Level up, level up, level up. The sheer number of enemies destroyed sends his level soaring. Derek stands amidst the aftermath, the remains of the skeletons hissing and sizzling away into nothingness. He declares to the empty battlefield, and stay dead. He cracks his neck with a confident smile, looking completely refreshed. All right, he announces to the silence. I'm ready for round 2. As if on cue, the entire graveyard begins to rumble violently, shaking under his feet. The ground cracks and splits open, signaling the arrival of a new, more powerful wave of enemies. From the newly formed chasms, strange green beams of light erupt, as even more bizarre creatures begin to crawl their way out, summoned by the dungeon's shift. A grotesque, hulking monster is the first to emerge, its body radiating a sickly green energy. The system identifies this new, stronger threat. Acidic ghoul, level 112. These new ghouls let out a guttural growl, their bodies wreathed in the same sickly green flame as they prepare to attack. Derek, however, looks on with a smirk, completely unintimidated. He remarks coolly, "I was wondering when you were going to show up." He tightens his grip on his weapon, purple void energy crackling around his hand as he prepares for the next wave. The ghouls charge, swarming him from all sides against the backdrop of a crumbling clock tower. Derek counters with a vertical blast of void energy, catching the charging ghouls and sending them flying. He pants slightly, the continuous use of his power starting to take a toll, but he remains focused. He raises his weapon high in a badass stance, activating multi-strike to unleash waves of energy that tear through the demons who just took the hit. With the last of the ghouls defeated, 2 more level up. Notifications appear, and Derek stands alone in a field of dissipating monster parts. He's hit a major milestone. The system announces, level 50 reached, please choose new class or upgrade current class. Derek looks at the prompt with a bit of surprise. Already, he thinks to himself, I basically just upgraded my class. While he's weighing his options, the monster remains scattered on the ground begin to twitch and reform. As he reads the system prompt, a monstrous ghoul looms behind him, fully regenerated. He thinks out loud, 2 more skills. The ghoul raises its claws and slams its fists down, intending to crush him into a pulp while he's distracted, busy studying the system. This system is starting to grow on me, he says with satisfaction. With a casual backhand swing of his weapon, he obliterates the ghoul without even looking. He leaps away, dodging the attack, and yells in frustration. Why can't anything in this dungeon just stay dead? The horde of ghouls and skeletons turn their heads in unison, their glowing eyes locking onto a new target. Suddenly, the sound of a massive clock tower bell rings out, a deep dong that echoes through the graveyard. On the clock's face, a fiery figure materializes with a sinister laugh. Hearing the bell, Derek looks up, realization finally dawning on him. Ah, he says with a grim smile, that's why. The source of the undying curse is revealed. A terrifying lick, its entire being engulfed in raging orange flames, its eyes burning with malevolent power. Standing atop the clock tower, the lick roars, and its power flows through the battlefield, reanimating all the fallen monsters which let out a collective roar of their own. The system finally identifies the true enemy. The boss is a lick. In a desolate graveyard, shattered skeletons glowing with a menacing red aura begin to pull themselves back together. With a chorus of creaks and groans, the undead horde rises once more, their empty eye sockets burning with green light. But their resurrection is met with a simple, decisive nope, as a powerful punch shatters one of the skeletons instantly. Derek Hunt sends a skull flying with a kick, shouting, "Just stay dead. It's already enough that I have to kill you once. I don't even get experience after the first time." His patience worn thin, Derek points his weapon towards the source of the unending horde and says, Can we finish this?" Atop a clock tower, silhouetted by the full moon, the lick boss floats menacingly. It seems to taunt him, "I'm sure everyone's getting tired of waiting on me." The lick boss unleashes its power, its flaming skull head roaring a single command, "Die." On its command, the resurrected skeletal minions let out a collective roar and charge forward. In response, Derek dashes straight into the fray, his eyes glowing with purple energy. He leaps into the air, unleashing a whirlwind of slashes that cuts through the entire horde in an instant. With a final, devastating downward slash, he activates his skill, multi-strike, reducing the remaining skeletons to nothing but bone fragments. His eyes narrow, focusing his power as he prepares his next move, Channel Void. The lick boss watches, its fiery skull crackling with rage at the sight of its minions being destroyed. With a resounding clap of its skeletal hands, it begins to cast another spell. Red tendrils of energy shoot out, gathering the shattered pieces of bone and reassembling them with eerie green magic. Once again, the skeleton warriors are revived, standing ready as the lick boss hovers above, preparing to continue the endless fight. Seeing the horde rise yet again, Derek's face contorts with utter annoyance. "Oh, hell no," he mutters. Ignoring the minions completely, he charges directly at the Lick boss, shouting, "We are not doing this again." With a single, powerful slice, Derek's void-infused weapon cuts straight through the Lick boss. The attack is so immense it doesn't just vaporize the boss. It tears through the entire clock tower behind it in a massive explosion. As the purple energy from his strike fades away, a brilliant blue light begins to crackle in Derek's hand while he coolly retracts his weapon. He stands atop the crumbling remains of the tower, the battle finally over. With a final toll, the ruins of the ancient clock tower collapse, scattering debris across the silent battlefield. Derek looks down at the lifeless body of the Lick boss, his gaze fixing on the glowing phylactery hanging around its neck. The source of the Lick's power shines with a brilliant golden light, completely exposed. With a decisive stomp, Derek crushes the phylactery under his boot. "Dumbass," he scoffs, "don't wear your phylactery around your neck." He stands over the now permanently defeated Lick boss, shaking his head. "You're supposed to hide it. That's licking 101. Walking away from the scene, Derek casually notes, "Hey, I hit level 50. I can upgrade my class again." He dismisses the thought just as quickly. I'll do it later. Is this gonna become like a daily occurrence?" Turning towards a large crypt, Derek calls out, "You guys can come out now." With a heavy creak, the stone doors begin to open, bathing the entrance in a bright blue light. His companions step out, taking in the sight of the now cleared battlefield. A young blonde boy named Thomas looks around in amazement, uttering a single, "Whoa." Mallory, a woman with reddish-brown hair, is already inspecting a dead monster bat with glee. "Oh my gosh, these will make great materials," she exclaims. Derek gives a small smile and a peace sign, saying, "Part 1 of the plan is done. Let's see what the dungeon reward is before Part 2. As if on cue, a wave of blue energy washes over the area as a system message appears. "Dungeon complete. Assigning rewards. Congratulations, as you are the first to complete this dungeon, rewards are doubled." 2 golden rings materialize out of thin air, shining brightly. The system announces the reward. "You have received Storage Ring X2. A woman with her hair in a ponytail gasps, her eyes wide with disbelief as one of the rings floats into her hand. "Storage rings!" she cries out. The entire group is stunned into silence, staring at the magical items. Derek, however, is clueless about their reaction. "Huh?" he asks. Holding the rings in his palm, he looks at his companions with a confused expression. "What? Is that good?" The woman with the ponytail, Raina, stares at the item in awe. "Incredibly," she answers. "I've never even heard of a dungeon giving them as a reward." Raina continues to explain the gravity of their find, saying, "When people find out, everyone is going to want to come here." Her expression turns serious as she considers the consequences. "I don't know if this will be a boon or a calamity for the villages." Derek simply replies, "I see." Internally, though, he's unimpressed, thinking, "And it's not even half as big as the space in my bracelet." Thomas, however, is ecstatic. "Whoa, this ring is huge. Are they all this big?" he shouts. "I can hold so many more materials now." Mallory is already putting him to work. "Thomas, help me collect all of the corpses," she says as she dashes off. "Okay," he replies, running after her. Raina clicks her tongue, still worried. "Damn, they're large storage rings, too. This will cause an even greater commotion." But the other woman beside her offers a different perspective. "Or an even greater boon. The village isn't so weak anymore, Raina. We don't have to always be afraid." After a moment of thought, a small smile appears on Raina's face. "You're right," she concedes. Raina looks over at Derek and adds, "Thanks to him." Derek overhears and gives a confident wink, chuckling to himself as he thinks, "They consider this big." He smugly imagines the tiny storage ring compared to the vast space inside his own storage bracelet, which is filled with all sorts of items. "I wonder what they'd think if they saw the inside of my bracelet," he muses. Panting, Thomas and Mallory return. "And that's the last one," Thomas says. "Can you make me something cool because I helped, please?" Mallory playfully replies, "Maabe." With the battlefield cleared, Derek gathers everyone and gets right to business. "All right. For step 2 of the plan, I'm going to need someone to give me one of their storage rings." He holds his hand out, beginning to explain. "Now, I know that's a big ask of all of you, but I promise I will more than." Before Derek can even finish his sentence, his entire team offers him their rings without hesitation. "Just take one, you oaf," Raina says, catching him completely off guard. With a sparkling grin, Derek takes the ring from a very reluctant Thomas. "This one will do," he says as Thomas sighs, "Aw, man." The group places their hands together over a glowing spot on the ground, channeling a powerful red energy to exit the dungeon. A system message confirms their departure. Exiting dungeon. Dungeon status lowered from extreme overflow to stable. The red energy dissipates, leaving them standing outside the dungeon, where the land is still dark and blighted by its corrupting influence. Thomas looks around at the twisted trees, confused. Why is everything still so diseased? Shouldn't it be better now? Raina places a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "It will take time," she explains. "We've stopped the cause, but the forest still has to heal." Thomas understands, replying, "Oh, okay." Derek ruffles the boy's hair with a smile. "Patience, Tommy." His expression then shifts, becoming serious and focused. "Time to do what we came here for." As he gets to work, one of his hands begins to shine with an intense, holy-looking light. The rest of the group reacts with disgust at the sight before them. Thomas grimaces, "Ew, gross," while one of the women covers a younger girl's eyes, saying, "Close your eyes, sweetie." With a chilling grin, Derek lifts the body of a fallen, silver-haired hunter named Wallace, revealing the true nature of his plan. "Let's make Wallace here look like a hero." With the scene set, he props up the corpse, muttering, "Come on, sit up straight." He carefully applies the ghoul's acid to the body, explaining his methods out loud. "Some wounds from the ghoul's acid for authenticity. Make it look like this is what killed him." The potent acid sizzles as it melts through the armor, creating the perfect illusion of a desperate battle. He places 2 potions beside the body, adding another layer to the fabricated story. Got to make it look like he tried using some of his supplies. Finally, he places the last piece of the puzzle. "And of course, your reward, oh valiant hero, one from me and one from Thomas." With his work complete, he stands back, hands on his hips, and asks his companions, "On, done, how's it look, everyone?" His companions are impressed by the morbidly realistic scene. One stammers that it looks great, while another adds, "Very convincing, remind me not to piss you off in the future." The scene is perfectly staged. The fallen hero, slumped against a dead tree, evidence of a brutal fight all around him. With a final, sickening flop, the head of the corpse falls forward, completing the gruesome display. One of his companions cringes at the sight, and he casually pats her on the back, saying, "They're there." Several days later, the sun sets over a quiet village. With a loud groan, the village gates swing open. The group returns and young Mallory Fields yells out, "We're back. I'm going to tell my grandparents. I'll see you all for dinner," before running off into the village. Watching him go, one of the women asks, "Does that boy ever get tired?" To which he simply replies, "Never." The female warrior looks around, letting out a sigh of relief. "I'm just glad to see the village is still standing," she says before adding, "Leon's done a solid job holding down the fort while we were gone. Speaking of which, I need to go check in with him." With that, she strides ahead, taking a step forward and leaving Derek's group behind. Suddenly, the child grabs Woman B's arm. "Can I finally choose it now?" "Choose what?" her mother asks. The girl insists, "Don't play around. I hit level 10 on the walk back, and you said I could select my class once we got home." She eagerly pulls them along, buzzing with excitement. "Come on, let's see what I get." He watches her with a knowing smile, thinking to himself, "This is the whole reason I brought her with us to the dungeons." His thoughts continue as she runs ahead, with everything she's experienced. The materials she's used, items she's crafted. All before hitting level 10, he muses, thinking of all the monster parts she's handled. A glimmer of anticipation shines in her eyes as he concludes his thought. There's no telling what the system might offer her. Later, as he sits outside, he thinks to himself, she's certainly taking her time to choose her class. He smiles seeing Brandy so absorbed in her system interface, thinking to himself, good, that shows she's way more serious about this than Thomas was. While he waits, he decides to check his own progress. I should go through everything from the dungeon, my class upgraded again. A series of notifications flash before him. His class, Champion of the Void, has been upgraded to Legend of the Void, a legendary class. He's also received 25 skill points, 30 stat points, and 2 new available skills. He can't hide his excitement, a grin spreading across his face. Holy shit, a legendary class. The first new skill available is Absolute Nullify, a wall of void magic that absorbs any and all magic that touches it. It costs 11 skill points. He's stunned by the sheer power of the ability, muttering any and all magic, as he immediately learns the skill. The second skill is Void Storage, a simple but useful ability to store items within the void. He learns that one too. He reflects on the new storage ability. Not the most exciting, especially considering my bracelet and ring. But it never hurts to have more storage, he concedes. Clenching his fist, he turns his attention to his stats. Now for my stats. As he allocates his points, 2 more dings ring out. He successfully increased both his intelligence and wisdom to 500 points, unlocking the Magical Glass Cannon achievement. The achievement rewards him for gaining at least 500 stat points in both stats, granting him a choice of 1 new active magic skill and 1 new passive magic skill. He instantly selects Chain Lightning as his active skill, picturing the arcs of electricity decimating hordes of enemies. For his passive, he learns Physical Resistance, a skill that will surely come in handy for a magic-focused build. He lets out a satisfied sigh, feeling the surge of new power course through him. Leaning back on the bench, he feels a sense of ease. Everything will turn out all right. Richard was worried for nothing. Just then the child's voice cuts through his thoughts. Derek, can you help me? He looks over and replies, sure. What do you need help with? He asks. The young girl explains, well, after looking at all the classes, I have 2 that I want. One sounds amazing, but the other is, well. With a troubled look, she says the other option is odd. One is called Talon's protege. A spectral, bird-like figure manifests behind her as she explains. It's an epic rarity leatherworking class. Inside the house, a plate of food shatters on the floor as it slips from someone's grasp. It's Woman B, the child's mother, who overheard. She stands in the doorway, completely stunned. An epic class. She rushes out to her daughter, beaming with pride. That's incredible, honey. An epic class is more than most people ever dream of. I'm so proud of you. But the girl's expression remains troubled. But it says, as a protege, you will never surpass your master while under her wing. He nods in understanding. I see. You'll always be standing in the shadow of the class's original owner. Her mother waves a dismissive hand. Oh, who cares? It doesn't matter if it won't become legendary. It's an epic class. He watches them, a realization dawning on him. So I was right. The system has seen everything Brandy's done and experienced and is rewarding her accordingly. An epic class is great, but... He asks, what's the other class? She replies, it's called All-Smith, a rare growth-type class. A vision of a smith at an anvil, surrounded by various crafting tools, flashes before her eyes. But the only thing the class says is, become an all-smith. She looks down, conflicted. That's it, nothing else, I don't know what to choose. He offers some advice. Well, I don't think you can go wrong with either option. They are both great choices. Her mother adds, just follow your heart, sweetie. The girl sighs in frustration. You're both no help. She closes her eyes, taking a moment to think and make her decision. The 2 of them wait in silence, letting her make up her own mind. With a click, she makes her selection on the system screen. A brilliant pink light erupts from the screen, engulfing her as her eyes widen in shock. The light fades and she faints, collapsing to the ground. Her mother cries out her name, Brandy. A short time later, Brandy begins to stir, groaning as she wakes up. MRMM, what happened? Her mother holds her, asking with concern, Are you okay, sweetie? How do you feel? Brandy pushes herself up, replying, I'm fine. A smile slowly spreads across her face as she says, I got them. I got the skills. He leans in, intrigued. You got them already? Were they free? How many? 3, 4. She sits up, a wide, triumphant grin on her face, and declares, 42. The wind blows gently, as an old farmer leads his water buffalo along a dusty path at sunset. As the farmer passes by, a heavily armored figure gives a nod and a simple greeting, Good day. The farmer returns the pleasantry, unaware of the imposing presence that has just arrived. The armored man, Wallace, stands confidently, a slight smirk on his face. All right, Wallace, he says to himself. He turns and walks towards the village gates as the sun sets behind them. Let's see what kind of trouble you got yourself in this time. 1 hour later, Derek sits in the tavern, lost in thought. 42 skills, my hunch was right. He reflects on the girl's incredible growth, thinking, all the experience she got from going into high-level dungeons before level 10 gave her a huge boost. His mind conjures an image of her crafting with powerful magic. She could become an unkillable monster with everything she crafts. He continues to list her potential, enchanted armor and weapons, runes, as an image of her smithing flashes in his mind. Accessories, he concludes, picturing her surrounded by an arsenal of powerful items. He shudders at the thought of her other skills, buffs from cooking and drinking potions. A bead of sweat rolls down his temple. Terrifying, he thinks, but even more importantly. He stares at the mug of beer on the table, a glint of hope in his eyes. She can learn to make beer that doesn't taste awful. With that thought, he grabs the mug and chugs the entire thing in one go. He slams the empty mug down with a loud smack, yelling to the bartender, "Disgusting as ever, Bart, like drinking piss from a boot." The bartender, Bart, simply replies, "Glad you like it." Suddenly, the tavern door swings open and a voice shouts, "Derek!" His eyes dart towards the entrance. Derek turns back to the counter and asks, "Thomas?" Bart, the bartender, looks past him at the young boy and says, "I already told you, kid, I ain't selling you a beer." The boy, Thomas, pants in the doorway, catching his breath as he stammers out, "A man, Torith, big sword, Raina." Bart leans forward, urging him, "Come on, boy, spit it out." Thomas rushes over to Derek, his face pale with worry. "Derek, there's someone here. I think he's an adventurer from Torith. He has a gold badge and a giant sword." As a large, armored man comes into view in the background, Thomas adds, "He's talking with Raina and my grandpa right now." Thomas finishes his report. "They sent me to tell you." Derek's expression hardens. "I see." Outside, Derek stands in the doorway, arms crossed, as the villagers chatter amongst themselves. The armored adventurer, Wallace, strides confidently through the town square, his presence commanding the attention of everyone around. Derek watches him approach, his eyes narrowed in focus. He thinks, my identify isn't working on him, figures he's probably high level. Derek turns to the young boy beside him. "Go back inside, Tommy." As the door swings shut behind Thomas, Derek steps out to confront the armored stranger. A confident smirk spreads across Derek's face. "We're going to have ourselves a good old-fashioned standoff." Derek greets the knight with a sarcastic remark. "That's quite a big sword. Can you actually use it, or are you just compensating for something?" The knight's eyes glint with challenge as he retorts, "Want to find out?" Derek's joke falls completely flat and he grimaces internally. "Damn it, I don't think he got my joke. Do they not have dick jokes in this world? A shame." The armored man crosses his arms. "I'm guessing you're Derek." After Derek confirms, the man introduces himself. "The name's Bronson. I'm with the Gracefall family." Derek groans, running a hand through his hair. "Ugh, God, those assholes." He then gestures toward Bronson. "Are you that kid's daddy or something? You'd better teach him some manners before he gets himself killed." Bronson's expression is grim. "The chief told me you didn't like him, but I'm afraid it might be a bit late for that." Derek is taken aback. "Huh, what? The kid's dead?" Bronson clarifies, "Missing, but I wouldn't be surprised if he were." "Strange," Derek muses. "Why's that strange?" Bronson asks. Derek explains, "Well, he should have cleared the dungeon by now." As Derek begins his narration, a vision of the surroundings manifests. "The corruption has receded significantly over the last few days," he explains. An image of a glowing, magical tree appears as Derek's voice continues. "I would have cleared it myself, but it was only level 100. You know how it is." Bronson's surprise. "Wallace completed the dungeon?" He then adds, "Yeah, I assume so. Didn't think the bratty noble had it in him." Bronson immediately asks, "And you've seen this dungeon? Can you take me to it?" The two of them start walking together through the village. A sly grin spreads across Derek's face. "Maybe, if you can do something for me." Bronson eyes him suspiciously. "A favor," Derek replies smoothly, "of a sort." Derek lays out his condition. "I'm leaving for Torith soon. I'll let you show me around when I get there." Without waiting for a firm answer, he turns and says, "Come on, I'll lead the way." He leads Bronson deep into a lush, green forest, heading towards the glowing entrance of the now-cleared dungeon. Suddenly, Bronson stops dead in his tracks, his eyes fixed on something just ahead. Shit. Kneeling beside Wallace's body, Bronson begins to assess the scene. He's truly dead. It looks like he fought with everything he had against whatever killed him. Derek plays along smoothly. Bummer. There, propped against a tree and overgrown with flowers, lies the corpse of the young noble, Wallace. Bronson reaches out a hand, and a bright blue light envelops the body, pulling it into a storage spell. I'll take his body back with me. With the body secured, Bronson says, we should return soon. Master Gracefall will want to know of this. Plus, I'm sure the Adventurers Guild is eager to learn of a dungeon that rewards storage rings. As they walk along a ridge at sunset, Derek makes small talk. So Gracefall, eh? Quite the name. Are all the nobles in your house as noble as that kid? Bronson lets out a heavy sigh. No, Wallace was extra conceited. The name was too heavy for him to carry. He continues with a somber look. The master always feared his actions would do him in. Who would have thought the boy would die trying to save others? A bead of sweat trickles down Derek's face as he remembers the truth. He forces himself to agree, yeah, who would have thought? Bronson looks toward the setting sun, his voice filled with emotion as he delivers a heartfelt eulogy. I pray his sacrifice inspires all of us to never stop striving to be better versions of ours. But his tribute is cut short by a massive explosion of purple energy erupting from the ground, the force of the blast sending him flying backward. Bronson barely manages to skid to a halt, crying out as the shockwave hits him. He quickly recovers, drawing his sword, which crackles with energy. To arms, Derek, a wicked creature is. He stops mid-sentence, his battle-ready expression turning to one of pure confusion. The source of the explosion is revealed to be Derek, casually presenting a glowing scroll to a small, horned rabbit. Okay, Sylvie, just sign here and we'll be contractually obligated friends. A system window pops up, announcing, you have initiated a contract and requested that the level 64 horned rabbit become your contracted beast. Please wait while it makes a decision. Bronson is flabbergasted. A contract beast scroll? Those things are incredibly rare and you're using it on a rabbit. Why not a wyvern or a direwolf or a lightning hawk? As the bunny, Sylvie, presses its paw to the scroll, Derek gives a simple, deadpan response. I like the bunny. The system announces the successful contract. Congratulations, you have successfully made a contract with level 64 horned rabbit. As part of the contract, you are required to name the beast. In a cute, stylized interface, Derek gives his new companion her name, Sylvie. The system confirms the change. Level 64 horned rabbit has been named Sylvie. The system then presents an incredible offer. Would you like to initiate a bond with your contracted beast, Sylvie? Because of your legendary class, your bonded beast will gain stats equal to 75% of your own. A note clarifies that he can only bond with one beast at a time. Derek smirks. Well, yeah, that was always the plan. But then comes the strange part of the ritual. Bond initiated. Please share your blood with the contracted beast. Derek recoils slightly. Gross, the heck are you, a vampire? With a sigh of resignation, he mutters, fine, whatever, and bites down hard on his own finger, drawing blood. As Sylvie licks the drop of blood from his fingertip, her eyes begin to glow with a menacing purple light. Bronson yells from the background, what are you doing? Derek holds Sylvie aloft as she transforms into a shadowy version of herself amidst the swirling purple energy. Initiating a bond, he calmly explains. Is there something wrong with that? Derek asks nonchalantly. Bronson, struggling against the force, yells back, of course there's something wrong with that. Why would you waste your only soul bond on a tiny bunny? If it dies, it could cripple you. Surrounded by the raging energy, Derek simply shrugs off the warning with a dismissive, oh, The bonding completes and Sylvie's paw hits the ground with a powerful stomp. A single, ominous word echoes through the void. Hungry. Derek clutches his head as he hears the voice in his mind for the first time. Did I just hear something in my mind? Sylvie, now radiating an intense, dark aura, speaks directly into his thoughts with a bloodthirsty proposal. We kill human. Meat will be tough, doesn't matter, chewy meat is good. Bronson watches in horror, asking himself, is that bunny stronger than me? but Derek just throws his head back and laughs. Ha ha ha, this is awesome. Skipped, CREDITS. Under the light of a crescent moon, a man in full plate armor sits by a campfire. Suddenly, a sound from nearby makes him turn his head. The source of the sound is a bizarre sight. A massive boar sizzles over the fire, tended to by a tiny unicorn-horned rabbit who hops merrily around the flames, showing off its culinary skills right before his eyes. The armored man, Bronson, scratches his head in disbelief, muttering, "I don't believe it." Derek, sitting across the fire from him, casually asks, "What?" Bronson points with a trembling hand at the scene, exclaiming, "The bunny is cooking." Derek calmly confirms, "Of course she is. I bought her the cooking skill, kinda expensive though. It cost me 2 skill points." Bronson is floored. "You spent skill points to teach a beast the cooking skill? Why?" He then stops himself, realizing the answer is obvious with Derek. "Never mind, don't answer that. Of course you did." Changing the subject, Derek asks, "Hey, Bronson, yes, could you spare one of the 2 storage rings we found on Wallace's body?" Derek explains his reasoning. "I need to give one to Sylvie." This leaves Bronson utterly baffled, stammering, "You want to give a storage ring to your bunny?" As if on cue, Sylvie struggles to add a large log to the fire, showing her dedication. "I told her I'd give her one in exchange for cooking for us," Derek says, just as Sylvie finishes a charred piece of meat and sets it before Bronson. Bronson eyes the blackened meat skeptically before remarking to Derek, "Though I'd pass on her first dish if I were you. Looks like she needs some practice." Bronson mutters under his breath, "Maybe I should have been your contracted beast instead." Derek overhears, "What was that?" Bronson quickly replies, "Nothing." The next day, Derek, Bronson, and the little bunny make their way towards a village. As they approach, Derek tells Bronson, "Head to the tavern. I'll meet you there after I catch up with some people." Bronson simply agrees, "Okay." Sylvie, seeing the villagers, excitedly asks through their mental link, "So many humans. Can we kill?" Derek immediately shuts her down. "Sylvie, no, bad bunny." "But why?" Sylvie asks. Derek patiently explains, "This is a human village full of nice people. We aren't going to kill them. Actually, we aren't going to kill any humans unless I say so, okay?" Sylvie stomps her foot in frustration, thinking no fun, before reluctantly agreeing, "Fine." In the village, a young boy with blonde hair is practicing with a spear, while a red-haired girl works at a nearby table. Derek greets the 2 of them. "Thomas, Brandy," when the girl spots someone familiar. "Is that Derek, you're back?" she exclaims with joy. Derek waves as he approaches, calling out, "Sure am, and I brought another friend." Thomas and Brandy run to greet him. Derek introduces his companion. "This is Sylvie. She's my bonded beast companion." Brandy is immediately smitten. "So cute," while Thomas thinks it's awesome to have a bonded beast. Sylvie basks in the attention, thinking to herself, "Human's right. I am awesome and cute." Derek then gets to the point. "I wanted to introduce the 3 of you since I'll be leaving tomorrow on a more long-term trip. Thomas, I'm assuming you still want to travel with me." Thomas eagerly responds, "Yes, sir." The news hits Brandy hard. With tears welling in her eyes, she asks, "You're leaving tomorrow? Are you coming back?" Derek kneels down, gently wiping her tears away. "Of course I am," he reassures her. "I don't know how long it will be, but I can't just leave Miss Master Crafter by herself." Derek's expression turns serious as he warns Brandy. "While I'm gone, you need to be smart, okay? Keep your class and skills secret. There are bad people that might try to take advantage of your gifts." Still fighting back tears, Brandy nods and promises, "Don't worry, I'll be smart." But internally, a cold fury builds within Derek as he thinks, "If another noble house even thinks about kidnapping her to work as a crafting slave, I'll wipe them off the map." His demeanor softening, he turns to Thomas. "Thomas, make your travel preparations tonight, then spend time with your grandparents. We'll be leaving tomorrow morning." Derek looks out over the village, a small smile on his face as he muses, "If everything goes well, it will be some time before you're back in the village." Later that evening, Derek and Bronson are having a meal at the local tavern. Bronson pushes his plate away in disgust, prompting Derek to ask, "What, you don't like it? You nobles and your fickle taste buds." Bronson clarifies, "I'm not a noble, I'm the guard captain and master's personal butler." Derek finds this amusing, remarking, "That's an odd combination of jobs." Bronson just replies, "It is what it is. The master trusts me, so he made me his personal butler. At the end of the table, Sylvie's nose twitches as she cautiously sniffs the food on her own plate. She tells Derek telepathically, "This food doesn't smell like food, taste good." Derek replies bluntly, "It's food, not necessarily good food, but it's edible." After taking a bite, Sylvie makes a face. "You right, not good," she says, then asks, "Can we cook to make better?" Derek grins, finding her question funny. "Huh, it's already cooked." Sylvie shudders in horror, the realization dawning on her as she thinks, already cooked. The tavern owner, Bart, overhears the complaints. "Sorry the food's not up to your city boy standards," he tells Bronson. "I'm no crown chef." Derek raises his mug with a grin, declaring loudly, "As bad as ever, Bart. You've really outdone yourself. People will come from all over to get a taste of this food. Well, that and the storage ring reward from the dungeon." Bart is stunned. "What, you serious? The dungeon gives storage rings as a reward?" Bronson turns to Derek, whispering, "You told him. I thought you wanted to keep it secret." Bart can only mutter, "Well, I'll be." Derek just shrugs. "What? There's no use in hiding it from the villagers. Besides, I like the people here, so may as well give them a head start." As he says he likes the people, a sudden, immense pressure fills the room, emanating from Derek and startling Bronson so much his mug trembles. "Ha!" Derek's eyes glow with an ominous purple light as he stares intently at Bronson, his voice dropping low as he says, "Remember." The purple aura swirls violently around him as he leans forward with a threatening glare. "I'm quite fond of the people here," he says, his voice cold and low. Bronson's eyes widen in sheer terror, the unspoken threat finally sinking in. Just as quickly as it appeared, the terrifying pressure vanishes into thin air. Derek leans back, taking a casual sip of his beer with a faint smile. Just a friendly heads up. The sun rises, casting a warm glow over the village rooftops. A new day has begun. The next morning, the sun rises, casting a warm glow over the village rooftops. It's the day of departure. Inside the main hall, the villagers have all gathered to say their goodbyes, the room filled with the sound of their chatter. Thomas's grandmother fusses over him, "And don't forget to brush your teeth twice a day." An exasperated Thomas replies, "I know, Grandma." She continues, "And did you remember to pack extra pairs of underpants like I said?" Thomas protests, "Grandma, I'm an adventurer. This is embarrassing." His grandparents pull him into a tight hug. "You might be an adventurer, but you'll always be our grandson," his grandma says as his grandpa agrees. "That's right." Thomas's voice is muffled as he says, "Grandma, Grandpa." Tears well up in his eyes as he sniffles, admitting, I'm gonna miss you guys." Nearby, the village leader, Leon, shakes Derek's hand. "You're a strange man, Derek, but a good one. I wish you well on your journeys." Derek smiles and replies, "Thank you, Leon." Brandy calls out, "Derek." He turns, "Yes, Brandy." She holds up some items. "I made you some things, and Sylvie, too." She proudly holds up a beautiful, shimmering purple cloak. "I made her a cloak, so she stays warm and protected." Sylvie dons the new garment, sparkling with delight. "I like, so comfy, so elegant." Derek observes, "I think she likes it," and a happy Brandy exclaims, "Yay." Brandy then presents Derek with another gift, gasping as she says, "And I made you more of these weird shirts you like so much." Derek's face lights up with genuine joy. He rubs one of the shirts against his cheek, declaring, "Wow, they're perfect." He thanks her, "Thank you, Brandy," just as another woman steps forward with a basket. "I also took the liberties of making you something." She presents a basket full of freshly baked bread, cheese, and other provisions. "Since I know it'll be a while until you get to eat my cooking again." Sylvie's eyes lock onto the food basket, a dangerous glint flashing within them. With a determined glint in her eye, Sylvie prepares to make her move. The woman says, "I made you some biscuits for the road," as a purple beam snatches one from the basket. Derek accepts it. "These are going to be perfect for breakfast." He then spots Sylvie already stuffing her face with the stolen goods. "Sylvie, no," he yells in panic. With a contented burp, Sylvie, her belly now round, declares, "Good biscuits, delicious." Derek can only stare in disbelief and mutter, "Oh, shut it." Another villager waves goodbye. "Don't be a stranger, okay?" Derek replies with a warm smile. "We'll miss you back here, both of you." She pulls him into a tight embrace, saying, "Thank you for everything, Derek, for saving me, for saving everyone." As the other villagers look on, she adds, "And who knows? Maybe when you come back, we could join you on your next adventure." Derek gives a confident smile and a two-fingered salute. "Don't worry, I plan on being back, and all of you are always welcome. Come on, Tommy." As they run towards the bright light of the village gate, Thomas yells, "Stop calling me that," Derek declares. "The big city awaits," thus beginning their new journey. Bronson gestures toward the massive city walls with a slight smile. "Well, here we are," he says, officially welcoming the group to the city of Taurus. Thomas stands frozen with his mouth wide open, completely dwarfed by the scale of the entrance. Sylvie huddles on the ground beside him, her little ears twitching at the sheer volume of the city noise. The city is a fortress of white stone and towering spires, stretching out against a backdrop of snow-capped mountains. It's a massive jump in scale from the quiet village life they just left behind. They step into the main thoroughfare, which is packed with stone houses and a constant flow of people. The air is thick with the smell of wood smoke and the general chaos of a bustling urban center. A street vendor waves a smoking skewer in the air, shouting about his fresh meat on a stick. It's the classic city greeting for a group of hungry travelers. The savory scent hits Sylvie's nose, and she's immediately sold. She looks like she's about to start drooling as she demands a taste of the street food right now. Derek Hunt looks down at his familiar with a skeptical smirk. "Really? Meat on a stick? That's what you want?" he asks, though he already knows the answer. She doesn't wait for an invitation. Sylvie lunges forward and takes a massive, messy chomp out of the meat, clearly not worried about her refined image. Derek and Thomas join in on the snack, but Bronson looks a bit more wary. He warns them to be careful with what they eat down here, since the quality in the lower city is always a gamble. Derek takes another bite, noticing how the crowd gives Bronson a wide berth. He asks the knight why everyone seems so incredibly wary of his presence. Bronson sighs, explaining that most nobles avoid the lower city entirely. They usually stay tucked away in the cleaner, more exclusive portions of the upper districts. He adds that the nobles who do venture down here are usually looking for someone to push around. They're either cruel or just incredibly spoiled, treating the common folk like garbage. Derek Hunt nods along as he chews, looking around at the grit and mud of the streets. Yeah, spoiled sounds about right for the types of people he's encountered so far. They reach a massive wooden gate that separates the districts. Bronson tells them they're entering the middle-class section and warns Derek not to start any trouble. The heavy doors creak open to let them through. One of the guards bows his head respectfully, welcoming Bronson back and asking how his long journey went. Once they're inside, the change is immediate. The streets are cleaner and the buildings look far better maintained, feeling a lot more like the tidy villages they passed through. It's a sharp contrast to the lower city they just left behind, which was mostly mud and misery. The divide between the social classes is literally built into the stone walls. Derek realizes that if it weren't for Bronson leading the way, they'd look completely out of place in this neighborhood. Their travel-worn gear doesn't exactly scream high society. Bronson seems to be well known around here, even stopping to greet a baker named Violet. It's clear the man has a solid reputation within the city walls. While Derek talks, Thomas and Sylvie are busy working through the rest of their snacks. The rabbit is still perched on Thomas's head, focused entirely on the meat. A light bulb goes off in Derek's head as he looks at his armored companion. He realizes he should probably start taking full advantage of having a noble servant around. He calls out to Bronson, who stops and looks back with a curious expression. Derek Hunt has a certain glint in his eye that usually means trouble for someone. Derek rubs his stomach, admitting that the street food didn't quite hit the spot. He's still hungry and wants to grab a real lunch before they continue. He mentions there's a specific restaurant he's heard quite a lot about and really wants to try. He's clearly aiming for a high-end experience for their first meal. The scene shifts to the Crown, a high-end restaurant where everything is polished and pristine. A chef named Bates stands at attention, nervously waiting for feedback on her work. At a massive desk, a woman with long red hair named Stella is finishing off a steak. She looks composed, elegant, and very much in charge of the establishment. She takes a slow, deliberate bite, savoring the flavor while the room remains deathly quiet. Every eye in the room is on her reaction. Bate is practically sweating bullets, watching Stella's expression for any sign of disapproval. Serving someone this important is high-stakes work for any chef. Stella dabs her mouth with a napkin, her expression remaining unreadable for a few tense seconds. The silence in the dining room is heavy. Finally, she smiles and gives her approval to the nervous chef. Bate practically deflates with relief, thanking the system that she lived to cook another day. Suddenly, the peace is shattered by loud banging and shouting at the entrance. Someone is trying to force their way into the exclusive restaurant. The main hall of the Crown is massive, with a giant chandelier and multiple levels of dining. It's the kind of place where people pay for quiet, and someone is currently ruining the vibe. Two guards have their hands up, blocking Derek and his group at the door. They're telling them to leave before they get hurt, claiming they don't belong in a place like this. Bronson tries to step in and calm things down, pleading with Derek to keep it cool. He knows that getting on the Crown's bad side is a death sentence for most people in this city. Derek Hunt isn't backing down, though. He just tells them he thought this looked like a good place to grab a bite, his expression totally casual despite the tension. Stella hears the noise and steps out onto the balcony, looking down at the mess in her lobby. She doesn't look particularly happy about the interruption to her meal. One of the guards looks up and explains that Derek is causing trouble. They were just about to toss him out into the street where he belongs. Stella's eyes widen when she recognizes the man in armor. She ignores the guards completely and greets Bronson, asking how his master, Walter, is doing. Bronson gives a polite bow, showing his respect for the restaurant's manager. He tells her that his master is doing well, maintaining a professional front for the group. Derek's internal monologue kicks in with a bit of dark humor. He's thinking about how doing well is a stretch considering Walter's son Wallace was a psychopath who got himself killed. Stella turns her attention to the man standing next to Bronson, her gaze sharp and curious. "And you must be," she starts, trying to place the newcomer. Derek Hunt doesn't wait for an invite. He pushes right past the guards like they aren't even there and tells her she can just call him Derek. Derek Hunt casually pushes past the guards, leaving them stumbling and confused as to how he moved so easily. He locks eyes with Stella and asks if she's the manager, mentioning he has something that might catch her interest. Stella leans in, a sharp, knowing smile playing on her lips. She confirms his identity, clearly having heard of Derek before their meeting. She gestures toward the stairs, inviting him up to her private office for a more serious conversation. She admits she's been curious about him ever since he crossed paths with one of her hunters. While heading up the stairs, Stella calls out to one of her staff members, a man named Benito. He stops what he's doing immediately and looks up to receive her orders. She instructs the server to find a table for Bronson and Derek's other companions, making it clear they are to be treated as high-priority guests. Bronson is visibly taken aback when Stella adds that their meal is on the house. Behind him, Thomas and Sylvie exchange a look of pure excitement. They're definitely ready for a free high-end feast. Once there in the privacy of her office, Derek Hunt clenches his fist, summoning a swirl of blue mana that crackles with power. Stella watches from her desk, her expression neutral but focused. A massive void beast carcass slams onto the floor with a heavy thud, the sheer size of it forcing Stella to lean back in shock. She can only manage a surprised gasp as she looks over the prize Derek just manifested. Stella stares down at the beast, her eyes tracing over the dark, armored skin and multiple red eyes of the creature. It's a rare sight even for someone in her position. She's completely stunned by the quality of the specimen, her usual composure cracking just a little. Derek Hunt holds out a knife toward her, offering her a chance to inspect the goods herself. Stella summons a knife, its blade emitting a faint green glow as she prepares to cut into the carcass. Derek leans back, radiating confidence in the item he brought. She slices into the meat, finding it in perfect condition despite the creature being dead. She calls the specimen immaculate, wondering aloud how he managed to find something so well preserved. Derek Hunt just smirks, calling his methods a trade secret, and immediately pivots to the business side of things. He wants to know exactly what kind of compensation Stella is willing to offer for such a find. Stella wipes the blood from her knife, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the value of the deal. She tells Derek that for a specimen of this caliber, he could get almost anything he wants, but she'll need to clear it with her superiors first. Derek agrees to stick around for a few days while she makes the necessary contacts. He makes one thing clear, though, he intends to keep the beast's hide for himself. Derek Hunt imagines Thomas wearing a set of custom-made void beast armor, looking like a miniature version of the monster itself. He figures Brandy could probably turn that hide into something useful. Stella offers to hold onto the beast for him while the deal is finalized, assuring him that they can keep it fresh. Derek is more than happy to agree, since it frees up a considerable amount of space in his storage. She mentions that her establishment has preservation methods that actually outperform standard storage rings. It's a subtle flex of the Crown's resources. Stella smiles, officially sealing their interim deal. She tells him not to hesitate if he has any other questions or needs anything else while he's in the city. They share a firm handshake, a mutual respect growing between the two. For Derek Hunt, this is just the first step in establishing himself in Taurus. As Derek heads for the door, he pauses with his hand on the handle. He tells Stella he has just one more thing he wants to bring up. Stella turns back, looking intrigued as to what else this mysterious traveler could possibly have to offer. She waits for him to continue. With a devious grin, Derek asks if she's ever heard of coffee. The background fills with images of beans and grinders as he prepares to introduce a whole new luxury to this world. Downstairs in the dining room, other patrons are staring in disbelief at the table Derek's group occupied. The amount of food they've consumed is clearly out of the ordinary for a refined place like this. Thomas and Bronson are slumped in their chairs, surrounded by a mountain of empty plates. Thomas groans, looking like he's about to burst after eating 10 pounds of food. Bronson isn't faring much better, his heavy armor probably feeling a lot tighter than it did this morning. Both of them are completely defeated by the feast. Sylvie, on the other hand, is still going strong. She's shoving venison into her face as fast as she can, her eyes wide with a manic determination to master this level of cooking. Benito returns with a fourth order of braised venison, looking a bit shocked at the rabbit's appetite. Derek's hand reaches into the frame, directing the server to set the plate down right in front of Sylvie. The rabbit is practically vibrating with joy as she digs into the fresh plate, drool dripping from her chin. She's completely lost in the culinary experience. Derek Hunt walks back over to the table, greeted by a very stuffed Thomas. The boy manages to ask how the conversation with the manager went between his pained breaths. Derek leans in and tells them that while the Void Beast deal is still being finalized, they've already agreed on something even more exciting. Bronson looks up, clearly shocked that Derek is already making moves with a place like the Crown. He waves them toward the exit, telling the group he'll explain everything while they're on the move. There's no point in lingering now that the business is done. Derek Hunt leads the way out, his expression determined. He tells Bronson it's finally time for him to meet his boss, Walter Gracefall. Sylvie rolls along the floor behind them, too full to even walk. The sun begins to set over the massive Gracefall estate, casting long shadows across the manicured gardens and ornate fountains. It's a display of wealth that rivals even the royal palace. Inside a dimly lit office, Lord Walter Gracefall sits at his desk, surrounded by stacks of paperwork and half-empty glasses of whiskey. Bronson stands before him, looking tiny compared to the room's grandeur. Bronson places a hand over his heart and gives a deep, respectful bow. He formally announces his return, his voice steady despite the weight of the news he carries. Walter Gracefall doesn't even look up at first, his gaze fixed on a glass of spirits. He simply demands a report on what Bronson found during his mission. The knight delivers the news with a heavy heart. He has confirmed that young Master Wallace is dead. He adds that he's already collected the remains so the family can hold a proper funeral. Walter lets out a long, weary sigh, his shoulders slumping as the reality of his son's death sinks in. He admits that this is exactly what he had feared would happen. He finally looks up, his eyes sharp and analytical even in his grief. He asks if the death was suspicious or if Bronson suspects any kind of foul play was involved. The golden light of the setting sun floods into the room through the tall arched windows, illuminating the dust motes dancing in the air. Outside, the world is quiet and still. Bronson starts to recount everything he's learned so far, but he hesitates, looking visibly nervous. There's a lot more to the story than just a simple death in the wild. Walter Gracefall glares at Bronson, his eyes cold and unyielding. He demands that the knight spit it out and tell him the truth about his son's fate. Bronson lowers his head, unable to meet the Lord's gaze. He points out that Wallace was never the type to take unnecessary risks, suggesting that his death doesn't fit his personality at all. Walter's expression hardens, his brows furrowing in suspicion. He leans in closer, asking Bronson to clarify exactly what he's implying with such a statement. Bronson gulps nervously, a bead of sweat rolling down his face as he speaks the unspeakable. He believes Wallace offended someone incredibly powerful, someone who wants the family to believe he died as a hero rather than a victim. The room falls silent as Walter Gracefall processes the claim. He looks up from his desk, asking for a direct confirmation. "You believe Wallace was murdered?" Bronson confirms with a simple, "Yes, sir." Walter's gaze is piercing as he listens to the rest of the report. Bronson adds that the killer is one of the strangest and most dangerous men he has ever encountered. Walter looks thoughtfully at the knight, his face partially in shadow. He notes that this dangerous man is currently staying in their own guest house. The scene shifts to the guest house, where a massive vortex of water swirls around Derek Hunt. He's completely unbothered, singing "Tell MEWHY" at the top of his lungs while enjoying the magically induced bath. Two mages struggle to maintain the water pressure, their hands glowing with blue mana as they blast Derek from both sides. He ignores the power of the attack, continuing his rendition of "NOTHIN, but a MISDAAKE. The mages exchange a look of pure confusion and fear. One of them thinks to himself that this is his strongest attack, yet the man in the center isn't dying. He's singing. Derek Hunt throws his arms out wide, fully committed to the chorus. "I want it that WAAY," he belts out, the water splashing around him like a stage effect. He turns his head slightly, asking the exhausted mages if they can turn up the pressure a bit more. He casually tells them he wants it to feel like a massage. The mages finally cease their attack, looking drained and terrified. One of them warns the other to never make this guy mad, now understanding why Bronson ordered them to treat him with such care. Derek Hunt walks through the hall wrapped in a simple white towel, still humming the tune. He's refreshed and clearly enjoying the luxury of the estate. He suddenly stops, his eyes widening as if he's noticed something unexpected. A small pause sound effect hangs in the air. Derek looks ahead and sees Thomas and Sylvie standing there, both in bathrobes as well. He asks what happened to the two of them, and Thomas explains that Bronson dropped off some clothes for them. Thomas looks up at Derek, appearing much cleaner than he was before. He mentions that he told the night Derek was with the guards, and then he decided to take a bath himself. Derek smirks, pointing a finger down at their small companion. He's surprised to see that they even gave Sylvie a bath and a tiny towel. Thomas leans back, thinking about the bath he shared with Sylvie and several rubber ducks. He admits that he had to talk the rabbit into the idea of getting clean. Sylvie looks absolutely pristine, her fur sparkling with a pink aura of cleanliness. Her internal thoughts are focused on the benefits. Better clean, more cute, more food. Derek Hunt lets out a chuckle, placing a hand on his hip. He admits that he can't argue with that kind of logic, especially coming from the rabbit. Thomas passes along another message, letting Derek know that Walter Gracefall wants to have dinner with him tonight. Derek smiles, saying that sounds good to him. Sylvie hops onto Derek's shoulder as they walk, her mind still firmly set on the next meal. Yes, more food, she thinks, echoing the sentiment of the group. Later that night, a gloved hand knocks firmly on a dark wooden door. Outside, a crescent moon hangs in a purple, cloud-streaked sky. Bronson stands outside Derek's room at the guest house, his massive sword strapped to his back. He announces that it is finally time for dinner. The door swings open to reveal Derek Hunt, but Bronson's expression immediately drops into one of disbelief. He notes that Derek is definitely not wearing the formal clothes he provided. Derek stands there casually in his usual black t-shirt and blue jeans. He pats the armored knight on the shoulder, explaining that he's already wearing his least holy pair of jeans and his nicest t-shirt. Derek smirks at Bronson's exasperated sigh, offering an alternative. He tells the knight that if his outfit is a problem, he could always just go back to the Crown to eat. Bronson quickly concedes, admitting he didn't have much hope anyway. Thomas comes running out of the room, waving his hand in excitement. He says he wouldn't mind going back to the Crown at all, and Sylvie agrees with a sparkle in her eyes. The scene shifts back to the Crown, its lights glowing brightly against the night sky. The prestigious establishment looks as busy as ever. Inside her private quarters, Stella sits at her desk, staring intensely at a glowing blue communication crystal. A half-full glass of wine and several scrolls sit nearby. She takes a deep breath and lets out a heavy huff, trying to calm her nerves. She reminds herself that it's just a quick report and she has to do it. Stella clenches her fist, giving herself a silent pep talk. She knows she can do it, as the person on the other end is her boss and apparently likes her. She gulps, her eyes fixed on the orb as she waits for the connection to stabilize. A bead of sweat forms on her temple. The crystal suddenly shines with a brilliant, blinding blue light, signaling that the call has been accepted. Stella holds the orb in her hands, speaking softly and respectfully. "My lady, I have some very important," she begins, trying to get right to business. A melodic voice interrupts her from within the light, calling her dear little Stella. The person on the other end, Alana, expresses how glad she is that Stella called. Stella looks weary, as if she's dealt with this kind of greeting many times before. Alana continues, telling Stella she really must make time to come to the capital. Stella huffs, her face heating up as her boss showers her with compliments. Alana says the capital lacks beauty without one of its brightest gems. Stella tries to deflect the praise, telling Alana to please stop. She humbly claims she is nowhere near as radiant as the woman she's speaking to. Alana laughs, calling herself an old woman. Stella immediately counters, insisting that her boss doesn't look a day over 20. Stella blushes deeply, her eyes downcast. She thinks to herself that even through a communication crystal, the effects of Alana's class are truly incredible. Stella thinks to herself, her eyes reflecting the glowing blue light of the communication crystal. She finds herself wanting to agree with every word her boss speaks, feeling the weight of the woman's charismatic presence. Stella lets out a soft huff, gathering her focus after the light-hearted banter. She speaks into the orb, informing her lady that she is contacting her regarding a contract she's made with a very interesting individual. Within the crystal, a hand holds a glowing orb, a soft sigh appearing in the air. Alana's voice drifts through, complaining that everyone only ever calls her about business and asking if they can't just chat for once. Alana eventually gives in, her voice sounding through a pink-tinged thought bubble. She tells Stella to go ahead and tell her, but she playfully demands that the next time Stella calls, it better be just for a chat. Stella's voice is firm as she explains the situation, her words appearing in a large white bubble. She tells her boss that she needs approval for a void beast contract for a man named Derek Hunt. Stella sits at her desk, the room bathed in the blue light from the crystal and floating mana motes. Alana's response is immediate and enthusiastic, as she finds the prospect of a void beast very good and gives her approval instantly. Alana's voice continues, her tone shifting to a more casual and familiar one. She tells Stella to drop the "my lady" formality and just call her Alana, then asks about the details of the other contracts Stella mentioned. A close-up of the crystal shows the swirling energy inside as the connection remains strong. Stella is prepared to explain the next part of her deal with Derek Hunt. Stella looks down at the orb, her expression soft as she recalls her meeting with Derek. She tells Alana that he had a type of beverage on him that she had never tasted before in her life. A vibrant image of Alana, a beautiful woman with flowing dark hair and a regal presence, floats through a void filled with coffee beans. Stella's voice describes the drink as incredible, bitter yet sweet, earthy and chocolatey, and providing a surge of energy and focus. Brown coffee beans and gold coins rain down through the dark space as Stella continues her report. She believes that if her botanists can successfully reverse engineer the dried beans Derek had, the product could easily outsell their current tea. More gold coins sparkle as they fall, representing the massive potential profit of the new venture. Stella explains the terms she offered. Derek will receive 3% of all profits generated from the coffee. The gold and beans continue to tumble over a blurred image of the crown sign. The final part of the deal includes Derek receiving an unlimited supply of the product for his own personal consumption. Derek Hunt is shown in a stylized, triumphant pose, standing atop a pile of gold sacks and coffee beans. Alana's voice echoes, nodding that it sounds like a fantastic deal for both parties, as 3% will likely net him tens of thousands of gold pieces every month. Alana's face is partially visible through the crystal, her eyes filled with pride as she looks at her subordinate. She tells Stella that her instincts have always been immaculate and instructs her to treat Derek well. Stella nods in agreement, the blue light reflecting off her face as she listens to her boss. She adds that she suspects Derek will be making quite large waves within the city in the very near future. The scene shifts to a wide view of the city, with sunlight streaming between the clustered buildings. Alana's voice notes that Derek's actions are sure to draw the attention of City Lord Malcolm Toreth. A man in a dark green cloak stands on a high balcony, his back to the viewer as he looks out over the bustling streets of his city. Alana comments that she highly doubts the two men would ever get along, as Derek seems like too decent of a man. The City Lord, Malcolm Toreth, is shown from the front, throwing his hands up in a dramatic, arrogant gesture with a sharp grin. Alana refers to him as a brat who always stirs up trouble, urging Stella to trust her gut when it comes to Derek. Stella looks determined, her eyes narrowing slightly as she accepts her orders. She gives her final confirmation, simply saying, "Yes, Alana," as her boss grants her permission to assist Derek whenever he might need it. The scene shifts to a massive, dark estate lit by lanterns. It's late at night, and the group has finally reached the heart of House Gracefall's territory. Bronson stops the group in front of a massive set of double doors. He informs Derek Hunt that the master wishes to speak with him in private for the main dinner. The knight gestures toward another path, explaining that Thomas and Sylvie will be dining with him in the secondary room. It's clear this conversation isn't meant for everyone's ears. Bronson pulls the handle and swings the door open, telling Derek that the master is already waiting inside. A warm glow spills out from the room, contrasting with the dark hallway. Derek's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowing slightly as he prepares for whatever trap or trial awaits him. He doesn't hesitate for a second. He steps into the grand dining room, his boots clicking on the polished floor as the door begins to close behind him. Bronson stays outside, leaving the protagonist to face the head of the household alone. A long table stretches across the room, with a single man sitting at the far end under a dim chandelier. The space is massive, emphasizing the weight of the man's status. Bronson makes the formal introduction, presenting Derek Hunt to the seated noble. Before he can say another word, a raised hand from the head of the table dismisses him. Walter Gracefall leans forward, gesturing with an open palm for Derek to take a seat. He looks every bit the powerful noble, draped in fine fur and regal purple. Derek takes his seat at the opposite end of the long table, looking across the vast space at his host. He keeps his posture relaxed, even as he realizes the gravity of the situation. The two men lock eyes across the table, neither one flinching or looking away. It's a silent battle of wills before the first word is even spoken. Walter doesn't waste time with pleasantries, cutting straight to the point. He asks Derek Hunt directly if he's the one who killed his son. The camera zooms in on their intense gaze, highlighting the sharp contrast between Walter's seasoned authority and Derek's cold, calm stare. The silence in the room is deafening. Walter repeats the question, leaning back in his chair with a heavy presence that fills the room. He's not looking for a denial, but a confession. Derek remains silent for a moment, his face a mask of indifference. He's clearly not intimidated by the man's rank or his direct accusation. A small, knowing smirk finally plays across Derek's lips. The tension in the air snaps as he realizes how well the knight, Bronson, had hidden his suspicion. He suddenly bursts out into a genuine laugh, throwing his head back in amusement. It's probably the last reaction Walter expected in this situation. Walter's expression doesn't change, his eyes remaining fixed on Derek Hunt with a cold, judgmental stare. He's waiting for a real answer, not a joke. Wiping away a mock tear, Derek apologizes, saying he was just thinking Bronson deserves a medal for his acting skills. He's genuinely impressed by how the knight played his part. He continues to chuckle, noting that the guy did a great job hiding his suspicion about the whole situation. It seems the whole charade of the knight leading them here had its own irony. Walter's patience is clearly wearing thin as he brings the focus back to the matter at hand. He asks again if Derek Hunt is disputing the fact that he killed Wallace. Derek settles back into his chair, his gaze sharpening once again. He tells Walter that since he sounds so convinced, there's no point in dragging things out anymore. He looks Walter straight in the eye and confirms it without a shred of hesitation. "I killed your son." Walter lets out a long, heavy sigh, looking down at the untouched plate of food in front of him. He asks what the boy could have possibly done to offend someone like Derek. Derek Hunt dismisses the idea of personal offense with a shrug, saying the boy could have offended him all he wanted. That wasn't the reason he had to die. His expression turns icy as he leans in, his eyes narrowing. He explains that there was a specific line Wallace crossed that can never be undone. A dark flashback flickers through the narration, showing the brutalized body of a victim. It's a grim reminder of the kind of monster the noble's son really was. The image shows the woman from the village, beaten half to death by Wallace's own hands. It wasn't just a simple crime. It was a display of senseless cruelty against the innocent. The flashback continues, showing Wallace standing over a woman with a sword, ready to execute her just for standing up for a child. He was only moments away from another murder. Derek Hunt's aura suddenly erupts, a massive purple shadow of a beast towering over him. He tells Walter that if he had arrived even a minute later, the entire House Gracefall would have been wiped out. Despite the terrifying display of power, Walter remains seated, calmly calling it quite a threat. He points out that making his house disappear would be harder than Derek thinks. Derek just grins, the purple light reflecting in his eyes as he challenges the noble's confidence. He's clearly not bluffing about his capabilities. In the blink of an eye, Derek Hunt vanishes from his seat, leaving only a blur of movement and a ripple of purple energy across the long table. He reappears instantly right behind Walter Gracefall, leaning over his shoulder to whisper in his ear. The speed is so incredible that the noble didn't even have time to blink. Walter flinches, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes how easily Derek could have ended him. He turns his head, but his opponent is already moving again. By the time Walter fully turns around, Derek Hunt is already back in his original seat across the table. He casually suggests they share the meal since none of that violence had to happen. Derek leans forward, genuinely curious about the noble's lack of rage. He asks Walter why he doesn't seem angry about losing his son to the man sitting right in front of him. Walter doesn't look at him, staring down at his plate as he admits that he is angry. But then he adds the twist. He's not angry at Derek Hunt. The noble looks down, his face etched with deep regret as he confesses his failure. He admits that he failed Wallace as a father, taking the blame on himself. Walter explains that he was far too soft on the boy, allowing him to turn into the monster that Derek eventually met. He's had time to reflect on where it all went wrong. He looks at Derek Hunt with a somber expression, nodding that despite the murder, the story Derek told brings honor to the family. It's a strange kind of gratitude. He concludes that Wallace's sacrifice will ensure he's remembered as something much better than he actually was in life. It's the ultimate way to preserve the family name. Walter Gracefall maintains a calm, almost gentle expression across the table. He admits that, in a strange way, he's actually thankful to Derek for what happened to his son. Derek Hunt is caught off guard, scratching his cheek as he offers a confused, "You're welcome." He wasn't exactly expecting a thank you for killing the man's son. Walter doesn't skip a beat, cutting a piece of meat as he shifts the topic. He has one question that's been bothering him, something he just hasn't been able to figure out. The noble looks up from his meal with a sharp, calculating gaze. He points out that Derek Hunt is clearly too high-level to have entered the dungeon himself, so he wants to know who actually cleared it. Derek leans back with a confident smirk, raising a finger. He tells Walter that he could explain it, but it's a massive secret that requires something in return. He demands an oath from the noble before he shares anything. Walter pauses with his fork halfway to his mouth, considering the request, and notes that it better not be too strict. Derek Hunt continues to eat casually, holding up 2 fingers to lay out his conditions. First, Walter must tell nobody the secret, and second, he can't use the knowledge to harm Derek or his companions. Walter Gracefall listens in silence, his expression unreadable as he weighs the risk of the deal. The air in the room feels heavy as he processes the conditions. Finally, the noble agrees, stating that the terms are acceptable to him. He's made much worse deals for far less valuable information in the past. Walter places a hand over his heart as a brilliant, blue light erupts around him. He officially swears to the Great System to accept all of Derek Hunt's conditions. A glowing system window appears in the air, confirming that an oath to the Great System has been made by Walter Gracefall. The magic of the system ensures there's no going back. The system message clarifies that the oath is binding until death. If Walter breaks it, he'll lose every single class and skill he's ever worked for. With the oath secured, Derek Hunt goes back to his meal, looking completely at ease. He casually asks Walter what he knows about legendary classes. There's a sharp freeze as Walter stops mid-motion, his knife hovering over his plate. The mere mention of such a rare status is enough to stop a high-ranking noble in his tracks. Walter looks at Derek with a somber intensity. He admits that he knows they exist, but he's never actually met anyone who possessed one. Derek Hunt just keeps chewing his food, offering a simple, "Well, now you do." He says it so casually that it takes a second for the weight of the reveal to sink in. Walter stares at him, completely stunned by the admission. He slowly asks if Derek Hunt would mind answering a few more questions about this legendary class. Derek gives a non-committal shrug, leaning back in his chair. He tells the noble that his willingness to answer really just depends on the questions. Walter leans forward, resting his chin on his hand as he thinks. He wants to know if Derek Hunt knows why the class was offered to him or what specific conditions he met to earn it. He theorizes that it might have something to do with everything Derek did before even choosing a class. It's a level of dedication most people can't even imagine. Derek Hunt looks serious for a moment, his hands clasped in front of him. He explains that to be rewarded extremely, a person has to be willing to go to extremes themselves. A vision of a young swordsman appears, surrounded by a whirlwind of blades under a full moon. Derek explains that someone who wants to be a legendary swordsman must live and breathe their weapon. Another image shows a woman meditating deep underwater, surrounded by glowing bubbles. To become a legendary water mage, one must fully immerse themselves in the element long before selecting a class. Derek Hunt's face is split with a dark, intense grin as he finishes his point. He believes that if someone devotes themselves with the passion of a zealot, the system will grant them greatness. Walter takes in the massive, quiet dining hall as he considers this theory. He asks Derek Hunt if he's actually tested this idea with others to unlock high-tier classes. Derek Hunt continues eating, admitting that there is one other person he's testing it with. In fact, finding a safe place for them to grow is one of the main reasons he's checking out this city. Walter Gracefall's eyes narrow as he hears this, his mind immediately jumping to a conclusion. He asks if Derek is referring to the boy who was with him earlier. Derek lets out a loud laugh, waving the idea away with his hand. He loves the kid, but he knows Thomas would never have the patience required to train and wait to select his class. Walter rubs his forehead, looking exhausted as he delivers some bad news. He tells Derek Hunt that he can't recommend Torith as a place for him or his disciple to settle down. When Derek asks why, Walter's expression turns grim. He explains that it's all because of the city lord, Malcolm Torith, who is apparently 100 times worse than Wallace. A visualization shows Malcolm Torith sitting on a throne, surrounded by luxury while servants wait on him. Walter explains that the man has never worked a day in his life and only has power through his father. Malcolm is shown laughing and drinking while using his servants as footstools. Every level he has was handed to him, and he's likely never been in a real fight. Walter warns that Malcolm is like a petulant child who throws a fit whenever someone else has a shinier toy than him. If he finds out about the person Derek Hunt wants to keep safe, he'll try to take them. The light from the chandelier overhead seems a bit dimmer as the conversation turns serious. Walter tells Derek that this city simply wouldn't be right for what he's looking for. A beautiful, sun-drenched city with palm trees and a bustling marketplace appears. Savannah. Walter suggests it as a merchant city that has strict laws and a lord that actually cares for her people. Derek looks intrigued, nodding that he'll have to check out Savannah once his business here is finished. He's always looking for the next move. The dining room is seen from a distance through a window, two powerful men alone in a massive space. Walter points out that Derek Hunt will almost certainly have to meet with Malcolm soon. He warns that Malcolm has likely already heard of Derek Hunt and might even know about this very meeting. It's only a matter of time before he sends for him. Derek Hunt lets out a long sigh, resting his chin on his hand as he thinks it over. He admits that he figured a meeting like that was inevitable. A smirk returns to Derek's face as he shares his current dilemma. He's trying to decide if it would be more entertaining to offend Malcolm by just ignoring his invitation. He raises a hand, his eyes glinting with mischief. Or he wonders if it would be better to accept the invite and just offend the city lord right to his face. Walter Gracefall stares at him, completely bewildered by his guest's attitude. He can't help but ask why both of Derek's options end with him intentionally offending the most powerful man in the city. Derek Hunt offers a confident smirk as he finishes his conversation with the noble. He's clearly unbothered by the potential conflict with the city lord, seemingly looking forward to the challenge. He steps out from the grand dining room, leaving the heavy blue doors behind him. The hallway is dimly lit, the quiet atmosphere a sharp contrast to the weight of the secrets he just shared. Raising a hand to get their attention, Derek Hunt calls out to his companions. He asks Thomas and Sylvie if they are finally ready to head back and call it a night. Derek tells them it's time to get some rest so they can be prepared for the morning. He notes that tomorrow is going to be a big day, likely anticipating his upcoming encounter with Malcolm Torith. Thomas struggles through the doorway, grunting as he tries to move. He's clearly exhausted, and the guard standing behind him seems equally tired of dealing with the group's antics. Derek Hunt stares at them in silence, his expression turning to one of pure confusion. He wasn't quite expecting his student and his pet to be in such a sorry state after a simple meal. With a heavy thud, both Thomas and Sylvie collapse onto the red carpet in the hallway. Derek and the guard look down at them, watching as they huff and puff from the exertion of simply walking. Thomas wipes sweat from his forehead, looking like he's just finished a marathon instead of a dinner. He looks up at Derek and manages to gasp out that he's ready to go, despite his obvious fatigue. Sylvie lies flat on her back, her belly comically round and full from overindulging in the noble's food. Surrounded by sparkling pink flowers, she basks in her contentment, declaring this the best day she's ever had. As pigeons take flight over the estate, the lead guard stands at the massive iron gates. He thanks Derek Hunt and his group for dining with the master, seeing them off with professional courtesy. Bronson offers a parting gesture of hospitality. He tells them they're more than welcome to return to the guest house if they find the city life isn't to their liking. Derek turns back with a casual grin, declining the offer. He'd rather find a standard, boring inn to stay in so they can get the authentic city experience instead of being pampered. The guy jokes that constant heated baths and fancy meals would probably spoil Thomas and Sylvie in record time. Thomas just stands there with Sylvie on his shoulder, looking a bit confused by the sudden change in plans. Derek waves a final goodbye as the sun shines down on the path ahead. It's time to move on and find a place of their own in Torith. They head down the long road away from the mansion gates, leaving the luxury of the noble district behind. Thomas follows close behind with Sylvie hitched along for the ride. The view opens up to show the sprawling rooftops of Torith as they descend into the more crowded parts of town. The architecture is dense, with houses packed tightly together along the hillside. They reach the lower streets where the local market is in full swing. People are out shopping at stalls, and the air is thick with the mundane energy of city life. Thomas mentions that he actually liked Bronson, calling him a decent guy. He can't help but wonder if Bronson's master is just as respectable or if he's more like his spoiled son. Derek reassures him that the master is a respectable and trustworthy man. He's walking with his hands in his pockets, completely unbothered by the high-stakes company they just left. Thomas leans in and lowers his voice to a whisper. He's worried about what might happen if the master finds out what really happened to his son. Derek leans back with a smirk and tells him he's overthinking it. He casually drops the bombshell that the man already knows everything. Thomas freezes in his tracks, his eyes going wide with pure terror. The realization that they just had dinner with a man who knows they killed his son hits him like a freight train. Panic starts to set in as he stammers out questions, wondering how the master could possibly know and why they would even go near him. His face is pale and dripping with sweat. Before Thomas can cause a scene, Derek reaches out and clamps a hand over his mouth. He tells him to knock it off as they continue walking past the city's residence. He explains that the master was a smart man who knew exactly what kind of person his son was. The old man had long ago accepted that the boy's character would eventually get him killed. Derek lets go and tells Thomas there's no reason to worry. In fact, after their meeting, the master is pretty much on their side now. They find a local inn and walk up to the wooden counter. Derek speaks to the clerk, requesting 2 separate rooms for the night. He drops a handful of gold coins onto the table, the bright metal clinking against the wood. He's not short on cash and is happy to pay for some privacy. The clerk scoops up the gold but delivers some bad news. They only have 1 room left available, and Derek lets out a tired sigh before agreeing to take it. With a polite smile, the clerk hands over a single silver key. He informs them that they'll be staying in room number 214. They reach the door, and Derek gives it a quick swing open. Thomas and Sylvie peek inside from behind him, curious about their new living quarters. The room is basic but clean, furnished with a single bed and a heavy wooden wardrobe. It's a far cry from the noble estate, but it suits Derek just fine. Derek takes one look at the lone bed and makes a quick decision. He knows there's going to be a conflict over who gets the comfortable spot. The bed sits alone against the stone wall, looking remarkably ordinary. It's clear it wasn't designed for 3 guests. Derek points toward the bed and tells Thomas he's stuck on the floor tonight. When Thomas tries to complain, Derek reminds him of the rule: do what he says, no questions asked. Before things get too heated, Derek mentions he has some errands to run. He pulls a glowing pouch out of his inventory, light spilling from the bag as he opens it. He tosses a heavy pouch of gold to Thomas, suggesting that he and Sylvie take the opportunity to explore the city. It's more than enough for them to shop and eat to their heart's content. Derek turns and walks out the door, telling them to have fun and maybe even buy some new clothes. He waves dismissively over his shoulder as he heads back into the hallway. He stops for a second and glances back toward the room. He has one more thing to say before he disappears into the city. He tells Sylvie to keep Thomas safe while they're out. Sylvie looks back with a determined, grumpy expression and sends a mental confirmation that she'll handle the mount. Derek walks down the cobblestone street alone, feeling a bit lighter without the group. He's finally free to take care of his own business. He wonders if they'll really be okay on their own, but then he catches himself. He knows Sylvie is more than capable of handling herself. Derek remembers that Sylvie actually has 75% of his own strength. That little rabbit could take down someone as strong as Bronson without even breaking a sweat. He concludes that they'll be perfectly fine. However, a small worry starts to gnaw at him as he imagines Sylvie being the one to actually start trouble. He glimpses a terrifying vision of Sylvie's power spiraling out of control. A chilling thought, knowing exactly what she's capable of. The vision turns into a massive explosion of purple energy that sends adventurers and carts flying in every direction. If Sylvie loses her temper, the city of Torith is in for a very bad day. Derek's face goes pale as the shards of his imagination fade away. The thought of that level of destruction happening right now is enough to make anyone sweat. He lets out a groan and clutches his head, trying to shake off the mental image. He just has to hope that Sylvie keeps her cool while he's gone. Derek's attention is suddenly grabbed by something ahead of him. He looks up, surprised by the sight of his next destination. He stands before a massive building, decorated with a gargantuan stone skull with sharp tusks. It's the quintessential look for a city's adventurers' guild. Inside, the place is buzzing with rowdy energy and the smell of ale. Adventurers are shouting, drinking, and testing their strength with arm wrestling matches that threaten to break the tables. Inside the rowdy adventurers' guild, a massive man with a scarred chest grabs a smaller adventurer by the collar. He's looking for a fight over a simple comment about his intelligence. Across the room, a pair of lower-ranked adventurers discuss their next move. They're considering whether to take a risk on a silver-ranked quest this time. The heavy door swings open as Derek Hunt makes his entrance. The room is thick with the scent of alcohol and the sounds of brawling. A few adventurers by the quest board turn their heads to see who just walked in. They don't recognize the newcomer in the simple black t-shirt. One of the veterans mocks Derek's casual outfit, finding it funky compared to their heavy armor. He doesn't look like he belongs in a place like this. Derek ignores the stares and heads straight for the main counter. Behind him, the muscular brute is still putting someone in a chokehold. The old man told me to stay out of it, but honestly, I couldn't care less about this crowd. The guild official behind the bar looks up with a bored expression. He assumes Derek is just a commoner looking for work and tells him this area is strictly for guild members. Derek doesn't miss a beat and asks to register as a platinum-ranked adventurer right then and there. The entire guild hall goes silent for a split second before the reaction hits. The silence is replaced by a wave of laughter from everyone in the room. They think Derek is either insane or an absolute idiot for even suggesting such a thing. The official explains with a smug tone that they don't even have the authority to issue platinum badges at this branch. He'd have to travel all the way to the capital for that kind of rank. Derek casually scratches his neck, unfazed by the rejection. He decides a gold badge will be good enough to start with for now. The crowd finds his arrogance even funnier now that he's settling for the second highest rank. They can't wait to see this overconfident kid get put in his place. The guild official leans over the counter with a stern look. He tells Derek that gold isn't just handed out. He has to pass a rigorous test from a high-ranked instructor to earn it. Derek just shrugs and tells him he's fine with those terms. He's in a hurry to get this paperwork over with so he can get to work. The official sighs and rubs his temples, calling it Derek's own funeral. He gestures for the newcomer to follow him back into the guild's training facilities. They walk down a hallway while the official explains the guild's rules for testing and sparring. He mentions that the facilities are open to gold and silver members for practice. They enter a massive sparring arena where a literal giant of a man is currently demolishing another adventurer. Dust fills the air as the brute slams his opponent into a stone wall. The official calls out to the giant, Russell, asking if he has a moment to spare. Russell is a terrifying specimen of muscle with a massive letter X scarred across his chest. Russell drops the man he was holding and tells his previous victims to take a 5-minute break. The defeated adventurer collapses to the floor with a heavy thud. The official introduces Derek Hunt, explaining that he's here to take the gold-ranked examination. Derek stands there with his hands in his pockets, looking remarkably unimpressed. Russell looks Derek up and down with a scoff, calling him a pipsqueak. He can't believe this skinny kid thinks he has a chance at the gold rank. The official whispers to Russell that the kid actually wanted the platinum exam first. He's clearly trying to frame the situation to get Russell even more fired up. The news sends Russell into another fit of laughter. He finds the idea of Derek seeking the highest rank to be the funniest joke he's heard in years. A team of medics rushes into the ring to carry away the last adventurer Russell trained. They don't look very optimistic about his condition as they haul him off on a stretcher. The official pulls out a waiver scroll for Derek to sign before things get started. It's a standard liability agreement meant to protect the guild from any accidents. The text of the document is brutal, basically saying the guild isn't responsible if Derek gets maimed or killed during the test. Derek doesn't even read it before asking when the fighting starts. With the paperwork signed, Derek steps into the center of the arena. He's ready to get this over with as quickly as possible. Russell cracks his neck and offers Derek 2 free shots at him as a gesture of fairness. He's so confident in his strength that he doesn't think Derek can even bruise him. Derek tells him to just shut up and fight already. He doesn't have all day to waste on these theatrics. The guild official covers his face and sighs, preparing himself for the inevitable cleanup. He's seen this play out many times before, and it always ends with a mess. Furious at being told to shut up, Russell charges forward with a roar. His eyes glow with a menacing red light as he pulls back a fist the size of Derek's head. Derek stands perfectly still as the massive fist hurtles toward him. He doesn't even bother taking a defensive stance. Just as Russell is about to connect, Derek delivers a lightning-fast slap across the giant's face. The impact sounds like a thunderclap, sending the massive man flying backward. The witnesses in the hall are frozen in absolute shock. They can't comprehend how a simple slap just launched their strongest instructor into the air. A close-up of Russell's face shows the moment of impact. His skin ripples under the force of the slap, and his eyes roll back as his consciousness begins to fade. Russell hits the floor with a massive thud that echoes through the entire training hall. He's out cold before he even stops sliding across the stone. Derek casually holds out his hand and asks if he can have his gold-ranked badge now. He looks like he didn't even use a fraction of his strength. Back in the main office, Derek sits slumped in a chair, letting out a massive yawn. The guild official stands nearby, now looking completely terrified of the man he just mocked. The official stammers out apologies, shaking like a leaf. He tells Derek that he still needs to complete one mission for the badge to become official. The man's hands tremble so much that he almost drops the documents he's holding. He's desperate to keep Derek happy and avoid getting slapped himself. The official finally produces a binder filled with all the current silver-ranked quests available. He invites Derek to pick whichever one he likes to finish his registration. The guild official points out a section in the massive tome containing quests in and around the city of Torith. Derek Hunt leans in, resting his chin on his hand as he scans the pages for something suitable. Eager to please, the official nervously asks if he can get Derek some tea or anything else. Derek keeps his eyes fixed on the book, bluntly telling the man to be quiet while he concentrates. Derek's finger stops on a specific entry, and he looks up at the official with a bored expression. "I'll do this one," he says, having made his choice with very little deliberation. The official is taken aback by Derek's choice to hunt toadcaps. He warns Derek that these creatures are only found in a remote mountain region, at least a week's journey from the city. Derek asks if the area is isolated enough that no one would be around to witness any incidents. The official confirms this, explaining that it's a desolate location far from any major travel routes. A slight, confident smirk plays on Derek's lips as he heads for the door. "I'll take it," he says, clearly pleased with the isolation and distance the quest offers. As Derek walks through the guild hall, a heavy silence falls over the rowdy crowd. The other adventurers stop their brawling and drinking to whisper about the powerhouse who demanded a platinum rank. A female adventurer leans over the counter and asks the sweating official if the newcomer actually passed his test. The official can only stare blankly, his voice hollow as he confirms that Derek succeeded with ease. Derek walks down the sunlit cobblestone streets of Torith, blending into the afternoon bustle. He looks like any other traveler, his hands in his pockets as he heads toward the city gates. Stopping for a moment, Derek closes his eyes and reaches out with his mind to call Sylvie. He asks if she can hear him, testing their mental connection over the distance. Sylvie's voice pops into his head, sounding surprised but delighted that they can communicate this way. Back in the city, the small rabbit-like creature is busy exploring her new surroundings. Sylvie and Thomas are currently occupying a table at a local pastry shop, surrounded by empty plates and delicious cakes. While Sylvie happily munches away, Thomas stares dejectedly into an empty coin purse, lamenting how fast the gold is disappearing. Derek chuckles to himself as he continues walking. He informs Sylvie that he's heading out of the city and might be back by evening, asking her to keep an eye on Thomas in the meantime. A humorous thought bubble shows Sylvie dragging a reluctant, overwhelmed Thomas along like a stubborn animal. It seems the little creature has already established her dominance over the young man. Sylvie continues to stuff a pastry into her mouth, her purple cape fluttering as she eats. She agrees to look after Thomas, but demands more gold for food, claiming that Thomas was the one who spent it all. Derek rolls his eyes, knowing full well who the real glutton is. He promises to leave more gold in their room later, adding that he highly doubts Thomas was the one responsible for the bill. He reminds Sylvie to be fair and let Thomas have some of the treats as well. In the shop, Thomas watches Sylvie's voracious eating with a look of exhausted resignation. Sylvie pauses mid-chew, giving a silent, somewhat guilty look through their mental link. She realizes she's been caught being selfish with the sweets. Derek gives a final okay to confirm their arrangement. Sylvie sighs mentally and gives a begrudging fine as she turns her attention back to the table. Standing just outside the city walls, Derek prepares for the journey ahead. A pillar of brilliant blue light erupts from the ground as he activates his high-speed movement skill. With a sudden surge of power, Derek sprints forward, becoming a blur of motion surrounded by crackling blue lightning. He leaves the city of Torith behind in a literal flash of speed. Crossing the vast green plains, Derek is a streak of blue energy headed toward the jagged peaks in the distance. The sheer force of his movement kicks up massive clouds of dust in his wake. His feet skid across the rocky terrain for a split second as he makes a sharp turn at full speed. The impact of his steps leaves deep gouges in the earth, showing the power behind his stride. Arriving at the base of the mountains, Derek comes to a stop and looks up at the towering cliffs. He scoffs at the officials' week's travel estimate, having reached the destination in just 1 hour. He begins his search for the elusive mushrooms, moving through the misty mountain forest with focused intent. He's eager to get this mundane task over with so he can move on to his real goal. Nearby, a small, red-capped mushroom with tiny white dots peeks out from behind some leaves. It blinks its large eyes, unaware of the powerful adventurer approaching its hiding spot. The toadcap reveals itself to be a surprisingly cute creature with a round white body and stubby arms. It stands in a field of flowers, glowing with a soft, innocent light. Derek finds the little creatures kinda cute as they hop playfully around the forest floor. He watches them for a moment, their bouncy movements leaving trails of pink sparkles. He picks up one of the toadcaps, and it glows brightly before being absorbed into his storage wristband. 14 more, he notes, checking the progress of his gathering task. The mist swirls around the rocky mountain path as Derek continues his search. The environment is silent and desolate, offering the perfect amount of privacy for his plans. Having quickly finished his task, Derek sits on a large boulder with 15 toadcaps gathered. He looks down at the little creatures around his feet, ready to move on to his next objective. He hops down from the rock, his expression turning serious as he prepares for the real reason he came all this way. Now for the more exciting part, he says to the empty mountain air. Derek walks into a wide clearing, ensuring he is far away from any eyes or potential interruptions. The sunlight breaks through the clouds, illuminating the spot he has chosen for his experiment. Standing alone on the mountain peak, Derek looks up at the sky, his silhouette sharp against the bright sunbeams. The atmosphere is tense as he prepares to unleash a dangerous power. His eyes ignite with a piercing purple glow as he calls out the name of the skill, Void Call. The air around him begins to vibrate with dark, chaotic energy. A massive beam of violet light descends from the heavens, striking the ground where Derek stands with incredible force. The surrounding fog is blasted away by the shockwave of the summit. Lightning crackles around the base of the beam as a swirling portal of dark energy opens high in the clouds. The sound of the sky cracking open echoes through the desolate mountains. A massive, dark shape begins to push through the portal, accompanied by a deafening crash that shakes the very earth. Fragments of purple energy shower down around the impact site. Derek watches with a wild, expectant grin, his eyes reflecting the intense purple light of the summon. "Here it comes," he shouts, his excitement palpable as the monster emerges. A powerful void monster drops through the rift, its body wreathed in dark smoke and lightning. It descends with a predatory grace, its red eyes glowing with malice as it targets the ground. The creature hits the clearing with a tremendous crash, sending rocks and dirt flying in every direction. The force of its landing creates a deep crater in the side of the mountain. The void monster stands tall, a hulking purple-skinned demon with jagged red horns and massive red gauntlets. It looms over the landscape, its terrifying presence filling the clearing with a dark aura. Derek Hunt's brow furrows as he stares at the creature he just summoned. The grandiosity of the massive energy beam from a moment ago doesn't seem to match the underwhelming result. He rests a hand on his chin, examining the small purple monster with a look of pure confusion. "What the?" he mutters, his voice dropping an octave in clear disappointment. The monster stands barely waist-high compared to Derek, its red horns and claws looking more decorative than dangerous in the dim mountain light. "Why's it so small?" Derek asks, feeling completely unsatisfied with the results of his skill. The small void monster lets out a high-pitched screech and lunges forward, its red claws extended toward Derek's chest. It's fast, but its movements are predictable to a seasoned fighter. Derek sighs, "Seriously? as he brings his hand down in a sharp, effortless chop. A shimmering arc of blue energy follows his movement, instantly neutralizing the creature's frantic attack. The monster falls limply to the grass, defeated by a single casual blow from Derek's hand. He kneels beside it, muttering about whether Stella would find such a little guy valuable enough to pay for. Derek stands back up and brushes off his pants, looking out over the desolate mountain peaks. He decides to try the skill again, hoping to farm more valuable materials if the next summon proves to be more substantial. A vision of a truly monstrous maw filled with rows of jagged teeth flashes through Derek's mind as he prepares. He reflects on how long it has been since anything in this world has truly pushed his body to its limits. Activating his skill once more, Derek's eyes flare with an intense purple light that illuminates the rocky clearing. "All right, hopping for better this time," he says, refocusing his mana on the call. A massive bolt of purple lightning tears through the darkened sky and slams into the ground with enough force to crack the mountain's surface. The air itself begins to ripple and distort violently around the impact point. The clearing is filled with a blinding white and purple light as the portal expands to a massive size. Violent shockwaves of energy blast outward, flattening the surrounding grass and kicking up a storm of dust. Derek watches the spectacle with a wide, eager grin as more cracks spiderweb across the fabric of reality itself. "Way more cracks this time. That's gotta mean this one's stronger," he notes, his posture tightening with readiness. The sky literally shatters like glass, revealing a dark, swirling abyss within the growing rift. Large fragments of purple energy fall away as a much larger entity begins its powerful descent. A massive, four-armed beast drops from the heavens, its descent marked by a deafening THOOM that echoes through the valley. It is far more imposing than the previous summon, its muscular frame covered in dark purple scales. The creature lands heavily on a nearby cliff face, its long claws digging deep into the solid stone. Derek stands on the path below, looking up at the towering monstrosity that now looms over his small frame. A close-up of the monster's head reveals a terrifying array of 3 glowing red eyes on the side of its face. It lets out a low, rumbling growl, its jagged teeth bared in a snarl as it smells the air. Derek doesn't flinch. Instead, he draws a glowing blue energy blade that crackles with intense power. "Let's do this," he says, his fighting spirit finally ignited by the presence of a seemingly worthy opponent. The monster begins to turn its massive head, its multiple eyes narrowing as it scans the ground nearby. It has noticed something in the grass that momentarily distracts it from Derek's presence. Derek pauses, his energy blade held at the ready as he watches the beast's strange behavior. "Huh?" he asks, wondering why the monster hasn't initiated its attack yet. The giant creature steps forward, its heavy footsteps shaking the mountain path beneath it. It walks past Derek, its focus entirely fixed on the body of the smaller monster lying lifeless in the grass. Reaching down with its secondary pair of arms, the beast lifts the carcass of its predecessor with surprising care. The contrast between its massive, armored hands and the small, limp body is stark. The four-armed monster crouches over the fallen creature, its long, purple tail twitching with agitation. A heavy, oppressive aura begins to bleed from its hulking form as it realizes what has happened. The monster's face contorts, its red eyes burning with a hateful light as it fixes its gaze on Derek. "You!" it growls, its voice a guttural, terrifying sound that echoes off the canyon walls. Lightning flashes in the dark sky behind Derek as he stares back at the beast with a cold, unwavering gaze. The monster lets out a roar of absolute fury. "How dare you!" A close-up of the monster's snarling face, its red eyes glowing with intensity. It lets out a single, menacing word as it stares down its opponent. Derek Hunt stares back, his expression calm despite the lightning crackling behind him. He doesn't look the least bit intimidated by the creature's presence. High above the rain-slicked rocks, the beast towers over Derek. It notes that while he has the power to call into the void, he lacks the control to truly master it. Derek pauses, a look of realization crossing his face as he takes in the words of the monster. He seems more curious than afraid of the entity he just summoned. He rubs the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, offering a casual apology. The fact that the creature can talk actually caught him a bit off guard. The monster's expression remains fierce as it explains the flaw in his technique. It points out that he can direct the void's energy, but his lack of control makes it a blunt instrument. Derek conjures a small, swirling orb of purple void energy in the palm of his hand. He challenges the assessment, thinking he's doing a pretty decent job on his own. Infuriated by his casual attitude, the beast lets out a deafening roar that echoes through the rain. It brands him as ignorant for underestimating the forces he's tampering with. The creature crouches low, its body beginning to glow with a menacing red aura as it prepares to strike. It warns Derek that he has no idea what kind of power he's actually playing with. The monster looms over the remains of smaller creatures, its massive claws digging into the earth. It declares its intention to rectify the mistake of his existence while it's still nearby. Derek doesn't flinch, instead letting out a confident grin as he readies his glowing blue weapon. He seems excited by the prospect of a real challenge. He briefly imagines a ridiculous scenario where the beast becomes his mentor, like a scene straight out of a martial arts movie. He wonders if this is the part where the legendary creature takes on a genius apprentice. Derek's eyes sparkle with mock excitement as he leans into the joke. He decides that it's finally time for his mandatory training arc to begin. He drops into a deep, overly dramatic bow, his voice dripping with sarcasm. He mockingly asks for guidance from the great master of the void. The creature's jaw drops in disbelief at his sheer audacity. It can't believe this puny human has the nerve to mock it after being threatened with death. Its patience snaps as it lunges forward, its heavy claws cracking the ground beneath it. It makes its intentions clear. It's not here to teach, it's here to kill. The beast leaps through the air with surprising speed for its size, closing the distance in a single bound. Derek braces himself, his spear at the ready as the creature descends. A massive explosion of purple energy erupts as the beast slams its fist down, sending Derek Hunt skidding across the rocky terrain. He barely manages to block the brunt of the impact. The monster immediately follows up with another powerful strike, channeling void energy into its fist. It creates a swirling vortex of destructive power as it swings. It slams its fist into the ground where he was standing just a second before, shattering the earth into jagged fragments. He leaps high into the air, narrowly avoiding the shockwave. The beast looks up at its airborne prey, a terrifying grin spreading across its face. It seems to be enjoying the hunt just as much as its opponent is enjoying the fight. The moment he gains some distance from the giant beast, Derek immediately summons a flurry of swirling void portals to encircle it. The creature sneers, mocking the delusional human for thinking he could escape that easily. Its eyes widen in shock as the human suddenly shifts his position midair with impossible agility. It's clear that this prey is more than he appears. He reappears on a piece of floating debris, looking completely at ease despite being surrounded by portals. He admits he'd like to keep chatting, but he's more than happy to keep fighting instead. The monster stands among the rubble, its expression shifting from rage to genuine intrigue. It realizes that Derek Hunt isn't just some lucky amateur after all. He shrugs nonchalantly, admitting that he spent quite a bit of time inside the void itself. He concedes that he's still relatively new to actually weaponizing its power, though. The beast lets out a furious roar, declaring that it cannot allow a human like him to stay alive. It unleashes a barrage of brilliant purple energy beams, firing them straight at Derek's portals. He was genuinely taken aback by the creature's counter-strategy. Though he managed to tilt his head just enough for a lethal beam to graze his face, the overwhelming speed of the assault forced a sudden shout of surprise from his lips. Derek Hunt sprints across the battlefield, his movements a desperate dance to stay ahead of the continuous bombardment. Each beam that misses leaves a smoking crater in the rock. He leaps and twists through the air, weaving between the intersecting lines of purple light with pinpoint precision. The entire area has become a deadly cage of void energy. But it didn't stop there. The beast dove headfirst into one of Derek's rifts, only to emerge directly above him a fraction of a second later, sending him hurtling toward the ground. The monster reappears directly above him, its massive fists clasped together for a devastating overhead strike. It uses the momentum of its fall to add even more power to the blow. A massive explosion rocks the entire cliffside as the beast's attack connects with full force. Dust and debris fill the air, obscuring everything in a shroud of gray. He is slammed against a wall of jagged void crystals, his body pinned by the overwhelming pressure. He gasps for air as the monster looms over him, triumphant. The creature pulls back another fist, its eyes glowing with murderous intent as it prepares to finish him off. It doesn't plan on giving him another chance to mock it. Despite the blood trickling down his face, the human manages a faint smirk. He prepares for a counterattack as the air around them begins to shimmer. With a simple snap of his fingers, he instantly conjures a portal right before his eyes to nullify the monster's strike. A completely unexpected move by our MC, giving the beast a true taste of its own medicine. He tumbles across the uneven terrain, finally coming to a stop a few yards away. He slowly pushes himself up, wiping blood from his chin as he acknowledges the creature's impressive power. He looks up with a bloody grin, a strange sense of amusement in his eyes. He wonders aloud if this is what it feels like for other people when they're forced to fight him. The beast stands tall, breathing heavily as it glares at its resilient opponent. It immediately snarls a lethal threat, demanding to know how its prey can still laugh while death is staring him in the face. He chuckles to himself as he gets back to his feet, his posture relaxed and confident. He clarifies that it's not his own death that he finds so funny, it's the beast's impending defeat. Derek Hunt's eyes glow a piercing purple as blood trickles down his forehead. He flashes a predatory grin, telling the beast that whatever it's looking for is all its own. He lunges forward like a bolt of lightning, his movements a blur of speed and power. The massive creature is caught off guard, unable to react as the human closes the distance in an instant. A hand tightens around a pair of sharp, glowing daggers. The air around the weapons hums with energy as they're readied for the final exchange of the battle. The beast lunges forward, its gargantuan frame completely overwhelming the tiny Derek. It swings a heavy blow straight down, but our MC slides away just in time to evade the strike. The moment he regains his balance, Derek instantly fires 2 arrows straight into the portals. In a split second, 2 portals materialize right above the beast as it lunges toward him, letting out 2 energy arrows that pierce straight into its back and send the massive creature staggering. Refusing to let the beast regain its footing, Derek channels his remaining mana into one decisive surge. A blinding flash of purple light erupts in a massive explosion that ripples outward, vaporizing everything in its path and carving a deep crater into the rocky ground. He dives through the smoke, his fist cocked back and wreathed in shimmering energy. He doesn't give the creature a chance to recover, aiming a crushing blow directly at its head. The punch connects with the force of a meteor, sending a shockwave that shatters the surrounding landscape. The beast is buried under a mountain of rubble as the dust begins to settle. The monster is driven deep into the ground, its body broken and its strength finally depleted. The massive impact leaves nothing but a smoking ruin where a powerful entity once stood. Derek Hunt walks slowly toward the fallen beast, the rain washing the blood from his clothes. He looks down at his handiwork with a cold, analytical gaze. The creature lies helpless, blood pooling beneath its snout as it struggles to breathe. It begs for the end, asking the human to kill it and be done with the struggle. Derek isn't in any rush, holding up a finger to pause the execution. He's genuinely surprised to find an intelligent void beast out here and wants a few answers before he finishes the job. The beast huffs, its voice raspy as it reveals that humans like him are the natural enemies of its kind. It warns him that while he can summon them, he still lacks the true control required to rule the void. This catches his attention, and he asks for clarification on what exactly he's supposed to be controlling. The idea of the void and its inhabitants being more than just monsters to hunt is a new one to him. The beast doesn't offer any more information, its multiple red eyes narrowing as it demands a quick death. It has no interest in serving or teaching its mortal enemy. The human looks down at the broken creature for a long moment before giving a simple, resigned answer. He realizes there's no point in keeping something this dangerous alive if it won't talk. He calls forth his spear, the weapon glowing with a fierce blue light as he prepares the final blow. He knows that if he lets the beast go, it will spend the rest of its life hunting him through the darkest corners of existence. He drives the spear home, ending the fight with a single, clean strike. Despite everything, he offers a small token of respect, acknowledging that it was a good fight. Derek Hunt sighs and turns away, leaving the carcass behind as he starts the long trek back to the city. He's managed to finish his quest, and even bagged a couple of rare specimens for Stella to work with. The sun begins to set over the distant mountains, painting the sky in vibrant shades of gold and orange. The silence of the wilderness is a welcome change after the chaos of the battle. As he walks through the forest, Derek Hunt pulls out a communication device to check in on his companions. He asks Sylvie how things are going on her end and lets her know he's already on his way back. Back in the city, Thomas is wandering around with huge hearts in his eyes, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Sylvie sits perched on his head, looking utterly disappointed as she calls him an idiot for getting himself tricked. The morning sun breaks over the jagged peaks as Derek Hunt starts his journey back to the city. It's a peaceful view, but he's already focused on his next move. Derek strolls along the forest path, hands in his pockets. He checks in with Sylvie telepathically to see how things are holding up back at the inn while he's been away. Back in the city, Sylvie is perched right on top of Thomas's head. The boy is walking around with literal hearts in his eyes, completely oblivious to anything but the girl next to him. Thomas is busy fawning over a new girl, Alicia Shady. Sylvie watches from her head-top perch, mentally calling him a total idiot for falling for such an obvious act. Out in the woods, Derek tells Sylvie to keep an eye on his storage ring. He knows Alicia is probably after the loot, but he'll be back soon enough to handle any trouble. He adds a quick warning, no killing the girl. He doesn't want Sylvie causing a scene or leaving a body count while he's making his way home. Night falls over the city, and the moon hangs high above the Adventurers Guild. Sylvie begrudgingly agrees to play nice, though she's clearly annoyed by the whole situation. Derek walks straight into the back office, catching the guild official off guard. The man was clearly expecting a much longer wait before seeing him again. Derek slams a heavy bag of monster materials onto the desk, nearly giving the official a heart attack. He nonchalantly announces that the quest is officially finished. The official is speechless, having expected this to take at least another week. Derek just shrugs it off, explaining he just wanted to get the paperwork over with. After the initial shock wears off, the man promises to go grab the reward. He's clearly shaken by Derek's absurdly fast turnaround time. 2 gold coins clink into Derek's palm. He looks at the meager pay with a flat expression, wondering if that's really all he gets for the effort. But there's a bigger prize. The official presents him with an official gold adventurer's badge. It glows with a soft, magical light as he holds it out with both hands. Derek pins the new badge to his shirt. The official explains that a bit of mana will bind it to him permanently, officially welcoming him into the high ranks of the guild. Inside the guild hall, a massive worker mops the floors as the staff finishes up for the night. The place is quiet, a far cry from the usual rowdy crowd. Derek heads for the exit, planning to check on Thomas and Sylvie back at the inn. He's already thinking ahead to his meeting with Stella the next morning. Later that night, the trio sits down for a feast. Derek mentions that he heard Thomas managed to find himself a new friend while he was out hunting. Thomas lights up instantly, gushing about how nice Alicia is. He's so smitten he can barely finish his sentences without a huge grin on his face. He explains how she showed him around the city and even offered to help him get his bronze rank. On his head, Sylvie looks like she's about to lose her mind at his naivety. Derek gives him a stern look, telling him to be careful. He trusts Sylvie's instincts, and she's already warned him that the girl seems shady. Thomas just blinks in confusion, refusing to believe Alicia has any ulterior motives. To him, she's been nothing but kind and helpful. Derek just stares back, realizing the boy is a complete lost cause for now. He knows Thomas is going to have to learn this lesson the hard way. Derek stands up to head to bed, thanking Thomas for the meal. The boy realizes too late that he's been stuck with the bill and starts shouting after him in a panic. The next morning, the sun shines over the crown. Birds chirp around the luxury building as Derek arrives for his scheduled meeting. He pushes open the ornate doors and finds Stella waiting for him. He checks to make sure he hasn't arrived too early for their business talk. Stella welcomes him in, looking as sharp as ever in her green dress. She tells him to have a seat because she actually has a surprise prepared for him. She asks him to close his eyes for a moment. Derek is a bit skeptical, but decides to play along and settles into the chair. A familiar, rich aroma fills the air. Derek catches a whiff, and his eyes stay shut as he recognizes the scent immediately. Stella presents a steaming mug of prototype coffee. Her botanist apparently worked through the night to get the brew just right for him to taste. Derek takes a long breath, enjoying the nostalgic smell. It's been a long time since he's had a decent cup of joe in this world. He takes a slow sip, letting the hot liquid hit his tongue. It's a taste of home in a world that's anything but familiar. He admits it's not bad, but his past life knowledge kicks in. He starts giving Stella some expert advice on how to improve the quality of the brew. He suggests using less water or even double brewing for a much stronger kick. He even pictures a proper coffee machine in his mind. As he talks, he describes the process of boiling and filtering to get the best flavor profile out of the prototype beans. In his mind, he's back to being a barista, explaining the difference between light, medium, and dark roasts. He tells her a medium roast is usually the sweet spot for flavor. He breaks down the roasting process, showing how longer cooking times produce a much richer and bolder bean. Then comes the custom options: milk, cream, or sugar. He explains that it all comes down to personal preference once the base brew is solid. Stella diligently takes notes on everything he says. She's impressed by his depth of knowledge and promises to pass the info along to her chefs. Derek mentions that back where he's from, the people who make this are called baristas. Stella is surprised they even have a specialized name for it. He takes another sip, explaining that some people take their coffee very seriously. Stella seems intrigued by the cultural depth he's revealing over a simple drink. Finally, it's time to talk shop. Stella gets down to business, telling him she's ready to reveal what the Void Beast materials are actually worth. She slides a document across the desk with a confident smile. Her employer is very interested and has authorized a massive premium offer just for him. Derek Hunt nearly chokes on his coffee, spitting it out in a perfect spit take as he looks at the document in his hand. The paper lists an astronomical offer for the Void Beast materials, 25,000 gold pieces in total. Derek stares at the number, asking if it's even real, but Stella calmly assures him that the valuation is absolutely correct. Elsewhere in the city, the atmosphere is a lot more peaceful as people go about their business near the massive stone bridge. Thomas is busy treating Alicia Shady to some ice cream, blushing like crazy as they sit together on a sunlit stone wall. Alicia turns on the charm, asking if she can call him Tommy, which sends the poor guy even deeper into his own head. She gently reaches for his hand, looking like she's just being sweet, while Sylvie watches with a suspicious glare from her perch. While Thomas is distracted by her smile, Alicia's fingers start slickly sliding the gold storage ring right off his finger. Sylvie has finally seen enough, mentally calling him a big idiot as she prepares to intervene. The rabbit launches forward and sinks her teeth into Thomas's head, snapping him out of the romantic trance instantly. Thomas lets out a yelp of pain, demanding to know what's wrong with Sylvie while Alicia looks on in complete shock. Sylvie turns away with a grumpy huff, totally unbothered, while Alicia tries to act like a concerned friend. Alicia comforts him, calling the bunny mean, while Stella is back at the guild taking a nervous sip of her coffee. The scene cuts back to the conversation between Stella and Derek. Suddenly, she does a massive spit take, spraying her coffee everywhere as something completely unbelievable appears right before her eyes. She's sweating now because Derek has just revealed another Void Beast carcass, plopping it right down on the table. Derek offers this one up for free, pitching it as a gesture of goodwill to help build their long-term partnership. Stella reaches out with a glowing green light, asking for permission to inspect the small, delicate creature. She carefully slices into the beast's side, marveling at just how fragile the tissue seems compared to the adults. She takes a single drop of the dark blood and tastes it, her expression shifting the moment it touches her tongue. Her eyes go wide in pure shock as she feels a massive wave of energy surge through her body. Stella demands he store it away immediately, leaving Derek confused as to why she's suddenly so intense. She explains that she can't accept it as a gift without him understanding its true worth, using magic to keep the beast safe. She breaks down the stats. Usually, an entire prepared meal only raises a single point, but this creature is different. Derek listens intently, his eyes narrowing as he realizes the magnitude of what he's actually carrying. She tells him her own vitality increased from just that one drop, proving this baby beast is a treasure beyond belief. In a room swirling with red magical energy, she makes it clear that this creature is worth an incredible amount of gold. Away from the guild, we cut to a stunning gazebo terrace surrounded by blooming wisteria and white birds. A small white bird lands near a golden tea set and a glowing communication orb as the sun shines through the clouds. Alana Swan picks up her cup with a graceful hand, greeting her bird with a soft, "Hello, my lovely." The orb on her table begins to shine with a bright blue light, signaling that Stella is calling with an urgent report. Alana takes a slow, refined sip of her tea, looking like she's in no rush to break her afternoon peace for business. She watches the glowing orb, hoping that Stella isn't calling about something as boring as the usual guild trade numbers. Through the magical connection, she gives Stella the okay to put the person she's with on the line. Back in the office, Stella presents the glowing orb to Derek, but warns him that the woman's voice alone has the power to compel people. Derek takes the orb, thanking her for the warning but showing a confident smile that says he's not worried about a little mental magic. He holds the glowing sphere up to his ear, simply greeting the voice on the other side with a calm hello. Alana Swan's voice flows through the orb, and she immediately tests him with a command to hop on one foot. He also agreed, figuring that a simple request to hop on one foot like that was no big deal anyway. Derek just stands his ground, completely unaffected, and politely tells her that he'd prefer if she didn't do that. Alana is absolutely thrilled by his resistance, delighted to finally find someone she can talk to as a regular person. Derek stays focused on the goal, asking what exactly he can do for her now that they've gotten the formalities out of the way. She brushes the business talk aside, noting how rare it is for her to be able to speak freely with anyone. Derek listens with a sharp gaze, realizing he's just stepped onto a very different level of the social food chain. Alana Swan asks if he's feeling any mental strain or strange impulses to flatter her. Derek replies that he only felt a slight tug in his mind when she gave her earlier command. She finds the prospect of talking in person exciting if his mental resistance is truly that strong. She formally introduces herself as Alana Swan, the owner and operator of every Crown restaurant. Derek acknowledges her, but his attention is quickly drawn to the chaos in the background. He asks Alana if she could tell Stella to finally stop hopping around on one foot. Alana gives the order for Stella to stop, thanking her for the unintended demonstration. Stella collapses back into her chair with a heavy sigh of relief, looking completely exhausted. Derek doesn't waste time, asking if they can steer the conversation back toward their business deal. Alana sighs at his bluntness, but admits that Stella has already filled her in on the situation. She opens the bidding by offering 50,000 gold for the smaller of the two void beasts. Derek drops a bombshell, mentioning that he wasn't quite finished showing Stella all his finds. Alana is stunned by the news that there is a third creature to account for. She leans in closer to the orb, telling Mr. Hunt that he is positively full of surprises. Derek explains that this third beast was much larger, and more importantly, could speak. Alana's curiosity is piqued. They've only ever encountered one other beast with such an ability. Derek notes that it was very unhappy with him for killing the smaller creature. Alana takes a sip of tea, remembering the previous beast only spoke in basic phrases like eat and kill. She gently pats her pet bird, telling Derek that Stella can inspect this third beast shortly. Stella adjusts her sunglasses, looking like she's finally recovered from her forced exercise. Alana is deeply interested in learning more about this speaking beast and its origin. She gets straight to the point, asking Derek what he would like as payment for the materials. Derek admits that gold isn't a major concern for him. He's more interested in Crown membership. Alana flatly refuses to use a membership as payment, but for a very specific reason. A golden crest of the Crown shines, as she explains that he's already earned a spot. She decided he could be a member simply because she likes him and trusts Stella's judgment. Derek is genuinely honored, a wide smile breaking through his usually serious demeanor. Alana chuckles, telling him to just call her Alana, and notes that he doesn't drive a hard bargain. Derek looks at the memories of the allies he's made, knowing they are worth more than any pile of gold. He explains his outlook. Friends and allies are much better long-term assets than simple currency. Alana makes a counteroffer, explaining how their preparation method boosts the meat's stat gains. She offers him prepared meals equal to the raw stat gain, plus 20% of auction sale prices. A glimpse into a high society banquet shows the kind of clientele who will be bidding on his loot. Derek nods in agreement, but mentions that he still has a few unique requests to settle the deal. His first condition is that he wants to keep the hide and claws from the beasts for himself. Alana agrees immediately, as the culinary branch of her empire has no real use for those materials. Derek's second request stems from a detail he noticed earlier about Stella's equipment. He wants a weapon made by the same bladesmith who crafted Stella's incredibly high-level knives. His current sword is struggling to keep up with his power, often cracking or shattering under the strain. Alana warns him that the smith is eccentric, and she'll have to cut his percentage to 18 to cover the cost. Derek is fine with the reduction, as long as the final weapon meets his high standards. His final request is a storage ring packed with top-tier cooking equipment, spices, and common recipes. Alana Swan wonders if Derek is planning on training his own personal cook with all the equipment he's requested. Derek offers a small, knowing smile, admitting that his plan is something along those lines. He moves on to a more unusual request, glancing at the small, horned creature that serves as his companion. He asks if it would be possible for the creature to shadow her elite cooks for a few days to learn their culinary secrets. Alana finds the request incredibly unique and laughs, agreeing that it is a favor she can certainly grant. She asks if there is anything else he requires, but Derek confirms that the terms of their deal are now complete. Alana expresses her genuine interest in seeing their new professional relationship grow over time. Her tone shifts as she mentions that she has a few questions of her own that she'd like him to answer. She explains that she has eyes everywhere as her white messenger bird takes flight into the bright sky. She notes that while no one else has pieced it together yet, she has been paying very close attention to him. With a piercing gaze, she asks him exactly how he gained the ability to summon void beasts at will. The sudden, targeted question leaves Derek stunned, the shock visible in his eyes as he realizes the depth of her knowledge. Alana Swan leans back on her sofa, her eyes fixed on the glowing communication orb as she asks Derek how he managed to get the power to summon void beasts. Derek Hunt stares back through the crystal, looking completely blindsided by the sudden question. Alana reassures him that his secret is safe with her, and mentions that Stella won't remember any of this once she finally wakes up. In a small window of vision, Stella sits unconscious, blissfully unaware of the sensitive conversation happening right in front of her. Alana lays out the facts. Derek brings a beast for negotiation, disappears to the outskirts, and a massive purple beam lights up the sky. She sips her tea calmly, pointing out that his activities are far more noticeable than he probably thinks. She adds with a sly smile that she hopes she's the only one who has managed to put two and two together. Derek breaks out into a cold sweat, realizing he's been watched much more closely than he realized. He asks if she's been spying on him, but Alana simply says she doesn't need to do it herself when she has others for that. Alana mentions her death sworn, and Derek can only stare in confusion at the strange purple energy swirling around the orb. She shows him a group of hollow-eyed humans, explaining that these are vile people who deserve a fate much worse than death. With a cold gaze, she explains that she traps them within their own minds, forcing them to do her bidding forever. She offers a small, chilling smile, insisting she only does this to those who truly deserve such a fate. Derek just looks away, processing the gravity of what she just told him about her puppets. Back in the office, Stella finally stirs, rubbing her head and wondering just how long she was out for. Derek leans over the desk, asking if she's finally back with him while Alana's presence lingers in the crystal orb. Stella confirms she's awake and ready to get back to business, prompting Alana to tell Derek he can finally write up the contract. Stella points to the line, handing Derek a pen to make his membership in the Crown official. Derek signs his name with a quick, decisive stroke, finalizing the deal on the spot. Stella stands and shakes his hand, officially welcoming Derek Hunt into the prestigious organization. She hands him a sleek membership card and explains that he just needs to inject a bit of mana to bind it to himself. As Derek holds it up, the card glows with blue light, confirming that his status with the Crown Restaurant is officially bound. Stella then hands him a small golden ring, telling him it contains all the specialized cooking tools he requested. Derek holds the storage ring up to the light, satisfied to see a full set of professional kitchen gear ready for use. She adds that Alana also requested that he be gifted this communication crystal for future contact. Through the orb, Alana mentions she rarely finds anyone interesting to talk to and hopes to chat again in the future. Derek accepts the gift, thanking her as he holds the glowing sphere between his hands. She explains that the crystal can store contact sigils, though for now it only holds her personal mark. With a final click, the connection drops, leaving Derek alone in the room with Stella. Stella brings up his last request about having Thomas shadow their chefs, but Derek quickly stops her. He points a finger and tells her it's not Thomas who will be doing the training starting tomorrow. Stella's eyes go wide in total shock when he tells her it's actually the rabbit he's sending to her kitchen. 2 hours later at the inn, Sylvie is practically vibrating with a dark, murderous purple aura that's shaking the whole room. Derek carefully peeks into the room, starting to ask how things are going before he sees the state Sylvie is in. Suddenly, a massive beam of purple light smashes through the wall right where his head was a second ago. Sylvie is pinned to the wall by the force of her own rage, glaring at him with pure hatred for being left behind. She screams telepathically about him visiting a restaurant without her, firing off another blast of magic. Derek manages to catch the flying rabbit midair, asking her what on earth is wrong with her. They both freeze and look back when they hear a furious shout echoing from down the hallway. The innkeeper comes stomping toward them, screaming that they're destroying his property and threatening to call the guards. Derek doesn't miss a beat, tossing a heavy, jingling bag of gold right into the old man's hands with a quick apology. The innkeeper's anger vanishes instantly, and he starts dancing away, telling Derek to feel free to destroy the inn any day he wants. Derek Hunt holds a very grumpy-looking Sylvie, wondering what's gotten into her. Thomas peeks out from the doorway, looking equally confused by the scene. Thomas suddenly barges out, yelling at Derek for heading to the prestigious Crown without the rest of them. Derek walks past him, casually explaining that he was busy finalizing a membership for the restaurant. Thomas is stunned by the news, while Sylvie's mood shifts instantly to excitement at the mention of more high-quality food. Derek points at the rabbit, mentioning he even picked up a special gift just for her. But then his face goes dark, and he teases her, saying maybe he should give it to someone else since she just tried to murder him. He quickly relents, offering a small smile and saying he'll let the face-stabbing attempt slide this one time. He asks Sylvie to hold out a paw and slides a tiny golden ring onto it, nodding it's a perfect fit. Sylvie gasps as icons for pots, pans, and knives pop up in her mind, showing her the entire professional culinary set hidden within the ring. Derek tells her this is only the first part of her gift, while Thomas watches from behind, still trying to keep up. Sylvie immediately starts summoning the knives, spinning them around her in a blur of silver and pink sparkles. Derek and Thomas share a look of genuine concern, both hoping that giving a battle-ready rabbit a set of professional kitchen knives wasn't a terrible mistake. The next morning, the sun rises over the grand towers and bustling streets of the city. Inside the professional kitchen of the Crown, a line of chefs stands at perfect attention, waiting for orders. A tall blonde man in a pristine uniform, the head chef, paces before them, his presence commanding and stern. He tells them the kitchen is a machine and they are all moving parts, warning that any mistake must be fixed instantly. The entire crew shouts, "Yes, chef," in unison, their voices echoing through the sterile room. The head chef turns, announcing that there's something a little different about their routine today. He looks back over his shoulder, his expression cold as he tells his staff they have a special guest. He introduces Sylvie, who is standing on a chair in her own tiny chef's hat and apron, introducing herself with a polite wave. The kitchen erupts into a blur of motion, with chefs chopping through meat with practiced rhythmic speed. Another chef pours wine into a pan, sending a column of fire roaring toward the ceiling. Orders and warnings fly across the room as the staff navigates the heat and smoke of the peak morning rush. The air is thick with the sounds of sizzling pans and frantic calls for garnishes, while the work never slows down. Sylvie watches the chaos with wide, sparkling eyes, completely mesmerized by the intensity of it all. To her, this frantic professional kitchen isn't stressful, it's absolute heaven. She looks down at the purple onion on her station, deciding that she must master every bit of this craft. Suddenly, her mental perspective shifts, and the kitchen counter becomes a vast, windswept battlefield under a setting sun. Sylvie glares at the foul creature before her, her eyes glowing pink as she readies her mental strength. She summons a glowing purple knife, demanding to know how the onion dares to trespass into her domain. The onion stares back with a defiant, angry face of its own, its skin crackling with a strange energy. Sylvie lets out a battle cry and charges forward, her telekinetic blade trailing a streak of purple light. She delivers a blindingly fast strike, the knife whistling through the air as it closes in on the target. She follows through with the momentum, landing a heavy blow that sends a shockwave through the ground. She skids to a halt, looking confused when she realizes something hasn't gone according to plan. She tugs at her telekinetic grip, but the knife is wedged deep into the skin of the onion, refusing to budge. Sylvie strains with all her might, her face turning blue from the effort of trying to force the blade through. Nearby, two chefs watch in complete silence, baffled as the rabbit stands there making faces at a vegetable and a floating knife. Sylvie regains her composure, giving the onion a smug look and admitting it's actually an impressive foe for a mere vegetable. She launches herself high into the air with a massive bunny hop, the ground cracking beneath her as she takes off. She declares herself the worthier combatant as she dives back down with the force of a meteor. She descends in a blur of purple energy, aimed straight at the foul onion waiting below. Sylvie performs a massive bunny hop and slams down onto the station, her feet connecting squarely with the purple onion. The powerful impact shockingly sends the onion sliding and rolling right off the counter, yet Sylvie looks more determined than ever. She lands on the counter, but her expression shifts to one of absolute concern as she realizes what she's done to the ingredient. Sylvie's eyes go wide, and her face pales in horror as she stares down at the mess scattered across her station. The largest remaining piece of the onion rolls toward the edge of the stone counter with a faint whoosh. Sylvie frantically recalls Derek mentioning that if a vegetable hits the ground, it's ruined, and she refuses to believe in any 5-second rule. She launches herself into the air once more, a blur of purple energy as she zooms after the falling onion pieces. She crashes right into the midsection of a passing chef with a heavy bam, catching him completely off guard. The impact sends the chef reeling as he shouts, "What the?" in confusion, while Sylvie uses him as a springboard to stay in the air. The whole onion is still flying wildly through the air, sent spinning by the chaotic collision right in the middle of the busy kitchen. Sylvie performs a series of acrobatic mid-air flips, snatching the onion before it can roll too far away. She lands gracefully, cradling the onion to her chest with a triumphant look, fully convinced that she has just achieved an epic victory. The chefs nearby stop their work and stare at her in stunned silence, completely baffled that she went through all that just for one onion. The rest of the kitchen crew continues their frantic work, though the air is filled with the low growl of frustration from the chef Sylvie just knocked over. Later that day, Derek Hunt pushes open a large wooden door, shielding his eyes from the sudden burst of bright sunlight. He heads down a flight of stairs, wondering how Sylvie is holding up during her very first day in a professional kitchen. He's stopped at the bottom by a blond man in a formal suit, the messenger, who looks relieved to have finally caught up with him. The messenger holds out a sealed letter, explaining that it's an invitation from City Lord Malcolm Toreth for a private dinner this weekend. Derek takes the letter with a mocking, sarcastic smile, pretending to be deeply honored by the request of the high-ranking noble. The messenger continues his polite pitch, emphasizing that only the finest food would be served at such an exclusive gathering. Derek doesn't even bother opening it, casually tossing the invitation into a nearby trash bucket and telling the man he's far too busy. He walks away without a second glance, taking a deep breath of the fresh air and remarking on what a beautiful day it is. His piece is interrupted by the frantic ring of his communication orb, and he pulls the glowing device from his pocket. The image of Alana Swan appears within the blue energy of the orb, telling Derek she has some important news for him. Alana explains that one of her informants spotted Thomas heading out of the city in the company of a girl and Malcolm's son. Derek stops in his tracks, his expression turning serious as he confirms that she's talking about the city lord's boy. He lets out a frustrated groan and rubs his face, realizing that his efforts to avoid meeting the city lord are about to fail. Alana shows him a vision of Thomas and his companions at the city gates, explaining they are heading east to hunt horned boars in an area controlled by Malcolm. Derek sighs and tells Alana that it looks like he'll be joining them after all, as he can't let anything happen to Thomas. In her own grand dining room, Alana Swan continues her meal, warning Derek that he should try very hard not to kill the boy or the city lord. Derek looks annoyed by the suggestion, stating he simply doesn't want to deal with the headache of a grieving noble parent. Alana Swan's expression turns stern as she reminds him that they are friends, and his actions reflect directly back on her. Derek relents with a tired look, promising that he won't kill anyone important and will just focus on keeping things from going sideways. He ends the call and looks toward the horizon, muttering to himself that he needs to see exactly what kind of trouble Thomas has gotten into this time. The sun shines bright over the jagged, snow-capped peaks of the mountains. A small group makes their way up a winding dirt trail through the high-altitude hills. Clay leads the pack, boasting about a secret hunting spot filled with horned boars. Thomas looks a bit skeptical, wondering how Clay can be so sure they'll have the place to themselves. Alicia reminds him that Clay is a noble, which apparently comes with exclusive hunting rights. Thomas glances back at the armed guards trailing them, finally understanding why they brought an escort. Clay waves a hand dismissively, saying the guards are just there for backup or to step in if things get messy. It still feels off to Thomas, who wonders why a noble would risk his reputation hanging out with commoners. Clay puts a friendly arm around Alicia, explaining that she's like a sister to him and comes from a wealthy family. He looks back at Thomas with a smirk, warning him that if his combat skills aren't up to par, he's on his own. Thomas doesn't back down, flaring his blue mana and promising he can hold his own. Clay gives a small nod, looking satisfied as they continue their trek into the mountains. Clay draws his sword and conjures a glowing blue shield, announcing that they've finally arrived. They crest a ridge, looking out over the open valley where the hunt is about to begin. The group forms a line and readies their weapons as the ground starts to tremble. A massive horned boar suddenly leaps from a cliff above them, shrieking as it falls toward the trail. Alicia activates her buffs just in time as the boys charge straight at the beast. Clay slams his shield into the boar's snout to daze it, yelling for Thomas to move in for the attack. Thomas takes the opening, launching himself high into the air with his spear leveled. He drives the point home, catching the beast right in the flank and drawing blood. The boar thrashes wildly, but Thomas flips away and lands gracefully back on the path. Clay doesn't let up, keeping the monster's attention with another heavy smack from his shield. He holds the line against the boar's tusks, shouting that the beast is wide open for the kill. Swirls of mana gather around Thomas as he readies a heavy-hitting spear strike. He brings the weapon down with a massive burst of energy, piercing right through the beast. The boar collapses in a heap, leaving Clay and Alicia staring in disbelief at the boy's power. Thomas calmly shakes the blood off his spear like it was a routine drill. Clay is visibly sweating, demanding to know where a commoner learned a skill like that. Thomas keeps it vague, simply stating it's a part of his combat class. Alicia steps in to calm Clay down, reminding him that people don't like giving away their class secrets. Clay waves it off, trying to hide his annoyance by claiming he was just curious. He's shooting a sharp, predatory glare at Thomas when the boy isn't looking. Thomas sits down in the grass to meditate, letting a green aura restore his energy levels. Alicia checks if he needs a heal, but he's already full and just getting ready for the next boar. Another roar echoes through the hills as a second beast charges into view. One of the guards panics and bolts as the monster tears through the brush toward them. The beast sprints down the mountain path, heading straight for the group. Clay and Alicia exchange a silent, knowing nod as the monster approaches. Clay asks if Thomas is ready, and the boy stands his ground with his spear at the ready. Alicia suddenly apologizes, telling Thomas she only has enough mana to buff Clay since he'll be tanking the hits. Clay lunges forward into the path of the boar, calling for Thomas to jump in and help him. The massive beast leaps through the air with its tusks aimed right at Clay's glowing shield. Clay sneers as he watches the chaos unfold, a malicious glint in his eye as the trap is sprung. He leaps over the boar, leaving Thomas completely exposed as the massive beast charges forward. Instead of hitting the monster, a flurry of crossbow bolts slams directly into Thomas's side, tearing through his light armor. The force of the impact sends Thomas flying backward with a pained cry, blood spraying across the grass. Thomas gasps for air, clutching the bloody wound in his gut as he stares at the betrayal in front of him. A line of guards stands ready with their crossbows leveled, fresh bolts already loaded, and aimed right at the boy. Another volley of arrows whistles through the air, aimed to finish off the wounded teenager. The bolts slam into the dead boar behind Thomas, missing him only because of a sudden, blinding flash of light. Clay stands over the scene with his sword drawn, admitting that killing Thomas would have made their plan much cleaner. Thomas stammers out a weak question, his face pale and eyes watering from the searing pain in his abdomen. Clay and Alicia loom over him, laughing at the idea that a commoner like him deserves to own a high-tier storage ring. Thomas grinds his teeth through the blood in his mouth, realizing they're willing to murder him just for a piece of jewelry. He lets out a bitter laugh, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. Regret washes over Thomas as he remembers the warnings he received about trusting people like this. Clay and Alicia trade confused looks, wondering what kind of secret Thomas is babbling about. Clay's eyes narrow when Thomas mentions a man with a pet bunny, a detail that sounds oddly specific. Bradley, one of the senior guards, starts to tremble as he connects the dots, warning the young master to stop. Clay snaps at his subordinate, refusing to be intimidated by some nameless connection the brat might have. Thomas struggles to keep his grip on his spear, his vision blurring as the blood loss starts to take its toll. Clay raises his sword high and bellows for his guards to finish the job once and for all. The guards take aim and pull their triggers, sending a wall of bolts screaming toward the defenseless Thomas. A massive shockwave of purple energy erupts around Thomas, vaporizing the incoming projectiles in midair. Lightning-like sparks dance through the air as every single crossbow bolt is snapped into splinters. Clay and Alicia reel back in shock, their faces frozen in horror at the sudden, overwhelming display of power. Bradley gulps, his worst fears confirmed as the ground itself seems to groan under the new presence. Derek Hunt casually strolls onto the scene, clapping his hands with a cold, unimpressed expression. Derek ignores the nobles and walks straight to his disciple, praising the boy for his performance in the earlier fight. He steps between the wounded boy and the armed group, signaling that he's taking over the situation. Thomas looks down at his bloody hands, apologizing for not listening to Derek's warnings earlier. Derek waves a hand, and a soft green glow begins to knit the boy's wounds back together instantly. Clay clears his throat, trying to regain his composure despite the absolute monster standing right in front of him. Derek keeps his focus entirely on Thomas, asking if he's been keeping up with his practice sessions. Thomas manages a weak smile, admitting he's even been renting out training rooms to stay sharp. Clay finally loses it, screaming at the top of his lungs, demanding to know who Derek thinks he is. Derek gives an approving nod, impressed that Thomas had the sense to sit still and meditate instead of rushing back into a fight. He pats Thomas on the head, nodding that the boy might actually have a bright future ahead of him. Derek shoots a sideways glance at the fuming noble, mockingly noting how red the guy's face is getting. Clay is practically vibrating with rage, his face contorted into a mask of pure, entitled fury. Derek asks how much experience Thomas gained from the hunt, keeping the conversation as casual as possible. Thomas excitedly reports that he gained an entire level, earning a quick lesson on spending stat points wisely. Clay clenches his fists and screams for his guards to attack, his voice cracking with desperation. Derek's eyes glow with a cold, violet light as a terrifying grin spreads across his face. Clay, consumed by rage, screams for his guards to kill Thomas and Derek immediately. The guards hesitate for a heartbeat before raising their crossbows, their hands trembling as they take aim. Bradley suddenly lunges forward, his arms outstretched to prevent his own men from firing. Clay is shocked by the defiance, but Bradley insists his primary duty is to ensure the young master's survival. Derek Hunt looms over the group, questioning how Bradley expects to protect anyone now that he has arrived. Purple energy erupts from Derek, casting a terrifying glow over his face as his aura becomes suffocating. Bradley drops to his knees, desperately begging for Derek to forgive the young master's ignorance. Derek remains unmoved, pointing out that Clay was fully prepared to murder an innocent commoner. Bradley can only stammer in fear, his body paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure of Derek's presence. Derek roars that their actions are inexcusable, his eyes flashing with a violent, violet light. Alicia sobs and the guards falter, the sheer weight of Derek's power forcing them to their knees. Derek coldly informs them that even his pet has the power to slaughter their entire group in seconds. He leans in, his face shadowed by malice as he asks what they think he is capable of doing himself. Bradley continues to plead for mercy, his face pale and drenched in a cold sweat. Derek mentions he was just chatting with a friend when he heard about their little mountain excursion. He reveals that Alana Swan asked him not to kill anyone important, so he's letting Clay live for her sake. Bradley is quick to thank him, but Derek reminds him that most of the guards are far from important. Derek muses aloud, wondering if Alana would really care if he only spared the noble brat. The guards are stunned into silence, their lives hanging by a single, thin thread of Derek's whims. Suddenly, Derek breaks into a cheerful laugh, admitting he's just kidding because Thomas's growth put him in a good mood. He tells them they are free to go, and the guards don't wait for a second invitation to start running. The nobles and their soldiers flee down the path as fast as their legs can carry them. Bradley pauses to give a deep, respectful bow, thanking Derek once more for his unexpected generosity. Derek stands tall with his hands in his pockets, telling Bradley to let Malcolm know that he'll be visiting soon. Bradley trembles at the chilling message, his eyes wide as he realizes the trouble his master is in. He turns and sprints away to join the others, his footsteps echoing through the quiet mountain air. Derek turns to Thomas with a smile, asking if the boy is hungry and suggesting they have some pork. At the city lord's manor, an urgent knocking sounds against the heavy, ornate doors of the inner sanctum. Captain Herritt opens the door and finds a pale, disheveled Bradley standing there. Bradley struggles to find his voice, shaking as he begins to explain the incident that occurred during the hunt. Herritt listens in silence as Bradley explains that everyone is physically unharmed, but the situation is dire. Bradley drops the name Derek Hunt, and the captain's face instantly hardens with realization. They walk through the grand, sunlit hall of the manor, their steps echoing toward the throne at the far end. City Lord Malcolm sits on his throne, recalling that Bradley was the guard chosen to protect his son. Bradley bows low before his lord, sweating through his uniform as he prepares to deliver the news. Malcolm idly inspects his jewelry, dismissively asking why Bradley has come to see him so urgently. Bradley begins his report, explaining the confrontation between Clay and the man named Derek Hunt. He fidgets nervously as he reveals that Clay had been planning to kill a commoner boy for his possessions. Malcolm remains completely indifferent, asking what such a trivial matter could possibly have to do with him. Bradley realizes the Lord doesn't care about the commoner's life, so he quickly clarifies that the boy is Derek Hunt's disciple. The Lord's bored expression freezes as the weight of that information finally sinks in. Bradley adds the final, terrifying detail. Derek Hunt said that the city lord has his full attention now. Malcolm calls out to Captain Herritt, who remains composed as he awaits his superior's next command. Malcolm suddenly bolts upright from his throne, shouting for every available guard to be recalled to the manor immediately. With sweat on his brow and teeth tightly clenched, the city lord warns that they must be prepared for anything Derek Hunt might do.